Hello, Unity community, and welcome to another official Unity live stream here on twitch.tv/Unity, and of course, the official Unity YouTube page. My name is Jackson. I'm a community manager responsible for all of our live stream content and creating this community space for all of you. And I'm excited to have you here today for 6 hours of Unity 6. Thank you to everybody for being here. It's a great day. Of course, if you were unaware, if this is catching you off guard, Unity 6 has released today and is available for everybody. 6 hours is the time on the clock for us to talk through the 6 key pillars of Unity 6. We're going to give you a lot of information today, but more importantly, you're going to hear it straight from the mouths of the people who have spent a very long time and a lot of energy working to create these features, focuses, and tools. So, thank you again so very much for being here. Let's lay it out a little bit for you all. Today, we're going through all 6 of these key pillars with 6 different segments and a ton of different guests. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be very informative. But of course, we want to keep this as a community-focused event. That's what we do here on these channels. We are here to talk with you, not yell at you. Even though that is what I'm doing so far. So if you're hanging out in the live stream chat like STVS is on YouTube, or Lem Apperson is, or if you're on the Twitch side like Mountain Storm is, you guys, we are paying attention. Hop in the chat here, ask us some questions, especially as we are bringing on the people that are the source of knowledge, the source of truth for these topics. It's going to be a very, very fun time. So to me, the objectives today, and we will know that we have succeeded if we check off all of these things. If we are bringing you all together as a community, which I think we've already done it, we're off to a good start. Now, if you guys walk away from this stream with a little bit more information about Unity 6 and you have decided maybe this is the right choice for you, or maybe down the line this informs your decision, I think we've done well. But another, not hidden, but additional objective, an additional asset to these live streams is humanizing these teams. Of course, there are so many people that work so hard behind the scenes and never get any attention or recognition. So it is my honor to bring all of those people in front of you here today to talk to you so you know who they are and allow them to kind of show off their work as well. We've got Weekend over on Twitch side saying 6 hours of Unity 6. You're lucky they didn't call it 2024. You are correct. I am very lucky. And I've also said Unity 7 either needs to change a name or we're going to change the approach here, but we'll figure that out as we go. Again, if you are watching this live, we are here. We are paying attention. Are there any improvement on graphics? Changemaker asks. Yes, indeedy. That will actually be our first segment today. I'll give you guys a little bit more of a preview of our schedule in just a moment. I do want to say if you are watching this later on YouTube as a VOD, video on demand for those of you not in the know, we will have chaptered this video so you can skip ahead on that timeline bar at the bottom of your screen to whatever segment is most interesting to you, whatever you are most curious about. So, with all of that being said, I'm excited to dive into the show a little bit. Here's what we are going to be going over. Here's what you have to look forward to. We're going to be kicking off the show here with a conversation about community connections with the one and only Larry Hryb, previously known as Major Nelson. That's right, running things over here on the Unity side. I don't know if you're aware of it, but we're going to be talking to Larry about what the Unity community looks like and what we anticipate for the future, as well as how excitement levels are with Unity 6 launching today. We're then going to be joined by a lovely trio to talk about boosting rendering performance. It's going to be very informative. Again, along the way, we're going to have some demos, some show and tell type things. This is not necessarily going to be a deep dive into each of the topics, but we will direct you to those opportunities in the future where you can learn more, dive into learning resources, and really master each of these new components here. After that, we are going to, hold on, beard hair. After that, we are going to be talking with a team about enhancing productivity and functionality with profiling. Love Emotion Simulator asking, is this live? You tell me. After that, we will be talking to a couple of teams about the visual pipeline, achieving more engaging visuals, and we'll also be diving a little bit deeper into Time Ghost. So if you were a person who saw Time Ghost at the keynote or in any of the times since, and you're like, whoa, that looks good, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that and give you a little more information. Following that, we're going to be talking about unlocking possibilities with runtime AI. So that will be interesting. We've got some very cool tools in Unity 6. And then we'll be talking to a legend, James Stone. You may recognize James from the keynote, in which he rocked a He-Man t-shirt, and I thought that was a great move. We will be talking about a multi-platform focus, including web games, before finishing up the show with a segment about multiplayer. Of course, we came off our multiplayer summer. There's a lot of resources and learnings out there, and we'll dive a little bit more deeply into those today. Everyone feeling good? Everyone ready to go? 8 minutes down, only 5 hours and 52 minutes to go. I'm excited. Lem Apperson says, AI has made great advancements. Jackson almost looks real. Am I? We'll never know. Thank you again for everybody being here on YouTube and on the Twitch side. Of course, if you're here, please let us know. We've got Gilly on the YouTube side asking, is Unity 6 officially out? Yes, as of this morning. We are all excited. And to carry along the hype of this stream, please help me in welcoming our first guest, one I think you're all going to be very excited for. Please welcome to the show, Director of Community, Larry Hryb. How are you?
Oh, Jackson, I don't even know what to say to that interview. I mean, how are you? So just to let you know, Jackson and I are both located on the West Coast in the U.S. It's currently 8:09, 9 minutes after 8. So it's a little earlier for us than most of the folks, but you got a lot of energy this morning. This is more energy than I've ever seen you have, so I love it. But I am thrilled to be here. I mean, we're going to get things started, but like you just said in your 10-minute monologue there, we are going to get out of the way because we've got some really great engineers coming in here to talk about the features that make Unity 6 available right now. Unity 6, make your games and your projects shine. I'm really excited to see what some of those folks are saying.
I'm right there with you, and you are absolutely right. We are going to let the people that are most knowledgeable and most passionate about these topics talk about them. But of course, I wanted to connect with you, Larry, and bring you in front of our community here because I feel like we're seeing the tides of change happen here in a really positive way. I'm feeling really good. You and I are both kind of the new people here, feeling like we are doing well in the Unity space right now. But let's take a step back, because as much as I want to get hype about Unity and Unity 6, I do want people to know a little bit more about you. So for anyone who may not already know Larry, who are you?
Well, so you kind of did the send up before. My name's Larry Hryb. I've been in the games industry for over 20 years. I've been in the technology industry for 35 years. Worked at Microsoft for 23 plus years. Prior to that, I was a vendor for 5 years, but I worked on the Xbox team, the original Xbox team. I was there when we launched Xbox Live, and I helped develop all the consoles, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Kinect, Xbox Series X and S, and countless other games. I left Xbox in 2023, so a little bit over a year ago. And, I was kind of trying to figure out what to do next in the games industry. And I had some friends at Unity. I was like, now this is a company I could get excited about because, and I posted this on Threads earlier today. I spent 20 plus years of my career talking about playing games. Now I get to talk about playing and making them. I certainly don't make games, but I love interviewing game creators and game developers. So that's really what brought me to Unity, was this incredible opportunity to have a closer connection to the developers. I spent my entire career with this in my hand. I worked on this controller and I love this controller, but now I get to hold a Switch controller and play Switch games. Now I get to play Vision Pro games. So I'm really excited about, really increasing the different platforms that I get to play around with and experience. I will always love Xbox, but I'm excited to be able to work with developers at Unity and all the different platforms they're interested in developing for.
It's very interesting. I feel like with 20 plus years in the industry and the level of resume that you have, you could kind of go anywhere. And seeing you here at Unity is incredible. And but also for me personally, hearing that some of the reasons you elected to be here align perfectly with mine as well.
Yeah.
Speaking to people who are creating games is speaking to people with a level of passion that is just unmatched. And so I'm very, very excited to see how we kind of continue the adventure here
Yeah.
with Unity. But Larry, in an effort to allow people to get to know you a little bit better here, let's play a little game called First Game, Best Game. Do you have a first gaming memory, and is there a game that stands out in your mind as a favorite?
Sure. First gaming memory, by the way, this has not been, you didn't tell me about this before, so this is just coming right up.
I'm springing everything on Larry today.
I am going to talk about, and it's kind of interesting, and I'm going to look it up right now to make sure I name check the name, but there was original version of Pong, which we all talk about. Everybody knows Pong, you know, the game with the dials. But my family, when we lived in Connecticut, my family couldn't afford the real Pong version, so we bought the Sears Roebuck version. Sears was a department store back in the day, and it was basically a relicensed version of Pong. And I remember sitting there in front of our TV, you know, it had wood grain. The TV had wood grain. I think I think it was like some type of system. I don't remember what it was called. The chat will figure that out for me. But I remember playing Pong, and the big innovation was, you know, you had two paddles on either side of the screen. The big innovation was, now you could have you'd have one paddle. Now you'd have two paddles on each side. That was the innovation. or the dot would go faster. So I remember playing that for hours with my sister, and it was a lot of fun. So that was probably, you know, certainly one of my very first games. Actually, you know what? Now that I tell you that, Jackson, I'm gonna really date myself. There's a game called Hammurabi that I remember playing with my cousin when he had a mini computer when I went to see his house. Go look up Hammurabi. That was like somewhere in the 70s. So those are my earliest gaming memories.
I love that. I'll have to look up the game later because I'll be honest, I don't know how to spell it, and I feel like it's going to derail me a little bit to do it right now. So we got time later. I know we have a couple of people asking
you didn't ask me about my best game or my next game.
Hey Larry, what's your favorite game of all time?
Well, you know, that's tough to say because I worked on so many games, but I mean, probably the years that I helped work on the Halo series, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4, and whatnot, and in such a tangential way, because those games, I still play them. And they mean a lot to me. Of course, I remember the first time I ever saw the original BioShock, and it was amazing. I remember standing there with Peter Moore, who worked on Xbox 360 with us, and I remember like we were at an event and they were doing a demo of it, you know, getting ready for the event, and I was like, "Shh, Peter, I gotta watch this," and I was like completely blown away by that game. So, you know, but every game has a story. And every game means something to me, whether it's like a Red Dead Redemption, a GTA, or something like, you know, Dredge, which is an amazing game made with Unity.
Oh, that's my favorite game of the year.
Yeah,
last year.
I remember playing that game and I was like, this is the game. This is the game. So anyway, Rasmus in the chat just says he remembers typing the code in for the text-based game. That's the one. That's the one I remember playing. It was a very strange simulation. But okay, Jackson, back to you.
Thanks.
By the way, it's like the battle of the hosts because I've hosted for so long. It just becomes a battle. So I'm going to be quiet now and
it's great.
Take
Larry.
over.
You can throw anything at me, and I will do my best to adapt on the fly.
Right.
It's something I take great pride in. We have a number of people kind of still inquiring: is Unity 6 available? How do I get it? I'm seeing some information. If you go right through the hub, you should be able to download it and start playing with it immediately. But back to chatting about Larry, with your long list of accomplishments, accolades, and awards, which achievement is most meaningful to you?
Probably, and somebody mentioned this in the chat earlier, I was on the team that worked and invented achievements for Xbox 360. So that probably is something that I really am very proud of. In fact, do I have it yet? I think I could be able to fire it. So we should be able to bring it up like that. You know, that's one of the sounds that I worked on, and the program itself. And then we relaunched on Xbox. We relaunched the Rare achievement a few years later, and I got to work on that sound effect as well. So that was in that project. So that was a lot of fun.
just feel like you, with one press of a button, you tickled the nostalgia deep in my brain. And I think for every gamer, the awareness of that sound, it's just like, oh my goodness, it just takes you all the way back.
So I
think it's
apologize.
fantastic.
But yeah, that one of my greatest. I remember sitting at the lunch table one day and talking to the team. We came up with this idea, and then we came up with the idea, and it was an amazing. It was a magical moment back then. I'll just say that.
Yeah. We've got someone saying his biggest achievement is achievements. We've got Eamon on the Twitch side.
Yeah, that's kind of meta,
great.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. Okay. Larry, I'm going to bring in a question from a friend of the stream, Lime Fitz, saying, having been involved in the games industry, and I'm going to riff off them a little bit here, but being involved in the games industry for as long as you have, you've seen a lot of community growth in a lot of different ways. In the time that you've been here, how have you seen player behaviors and habits change? And as a result, how have we adapted community management to match?
Well, when I started managing community in 1991, this was on CompuServe and Prodigy and AOL, and Apple had a system too. I think it was called eWorlds. It was very different because it was all text-based. It was more bulletin board based. It wasn't real time. And then throughout the day, as things evolved, I was involved with the launch of Windows 95 with MSN 1.0 and managed communities on that platform. Similar thing, that's when chat started coming up, and AOL was doing chat. MSN, I was involved with MSN chat for a while. So it became asynchronous to almost synchronous. In other words, it's happening real time, kind of like we're doing here. Mm-hmm. And then over time, we saw something that was became even more multimedia. So we saw the ability, when I went to Syracuse University, I learned how to create television using a big broadcast truck. Now that broadcast truck is, in your phone, right? It's totally, totally different. So I've loved seeing the community. And the one thing I love about the community and the gaming community specifically is they embrace all the new technology quickly. So they jump right in and roll their sleeves up and try to figure it out. And that's what I love. Gaming has always been the tip of the tech spear for me in the community space, because they really lead it in a lot of ways. And I'm right there with them, helping out, doing different things, experimenting. Hey, is this working? Is this working? Oh, this works. This really doesn't work. This sucks. Oh, that service got shut down. So it's been a real journey to see the gamers and myself, because I'm a gamer and I'm a nerd. I love embracing the new things. What's new? What's going on?
Yeah. I'm right there with you. And speaking of being on the forefront of pushing technological boundaries, bringing in a comment here from Liz Kimber on the Twitch side. To be honest, I expected this to be much more Unity 6 specific. It absolutely is. We are going to dive into more specifics right now. But of course, one of the objectives of each one of these streams is to humanize some of the people working here as well. And with someone like Larry on the stream, we got questions. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But Larry, let's dive into it here. Why are we doing 6 hours of Unity 6?
Well, it's, there's so much to talk about in this release. It's, it's really, where do you even start, right? I mean, Unity 6 is giving you fast and easy creation to meet your vision. Whatever your vision is, we're going to help you do that with this program. There's better stability, there's performance and support, there's rendering performance, there's all of these things you're going to talk about later on in the show. But multiplayer, I know Caleb's going to come on and talk about some of the multiplayer stuff that we've got going on. We've got some AI in there. We've got better visuals, productivity. I mean, it's one of those releases where there's just all these little things that are just make things better and faster, but in the name of the developer. You, the developer, whether you're a team of 1, a team of 5, a team of 5,000. Hopefully you're not a team of 5,000, because that's a lot of people.
Good luck.
But whatever your team size is, Unity can help fit your needs. And that's what I love about that's one of the reasons I came to Unity, is that we talked about it. It's on all the different platforms, but it's also the community. And it's the fact that, over on discussions, our community forums, there's people helping everyone, people helping people create their games, find ways to optimize it, feedback on games. It's an artist collective of sorts, because that's what I love about video game creation is it's a combination of art and technology right in the middle. And that's where, when we're at that intersection of seeing those things happen, it's magical. And I've seen so many games unlock their potential with technology, and Unity is right there as you know, it runs on so many platforms, more platforms than I think any other game engine out there. Check me on that. But it's also what developers go to first. We've got a whole group that teaches classes and works with educators to get it in your schools and your universities. So that's what I'm excited about. I'm just excited. I'm excited about so much I can keep going, but they don't want to hear from me, Jackson. Oh, by the way, I'm a little disappointed in you. I'm checking the clock. It's 8:23.
Yeah.
You haven't said like and subscribe yet.
Like and subscribe, folks.
There we go.
If you're out there watching, check it out. Come and hang out. We are doing live stream content every single week. We've had a lot of very fun streams in the past. If you were at our Unite stream, we had an event in Barcelona in which we gave you a little behind the scenes peek and a community focused connection moment. We had a lot of fun, but we've also been interviewing a lot of devs as well as showcasing some learning tools and opportunities.
Yep.
Thank you, Larry.
Yep.
Live on the internet. You got to like and subscribe every moment of the way. Larry, you and I are kind of the new guys here at Unity. We've both been here a few months, I would say, a little bit longer for yourself. How have you kind of found digging in a little bit to this community? Has the Unity community, which you already have spoken with such passion and respect for, have they been super welcoming for you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, my job is to help them make sure they get the answers that they need to help create their projects. And it's been really great to talk to folks internally at Unity. Amazing team. I mean, it's I came from a very large company. This is it's much smaller, but it's also very agile, and there's tremendous passion here across the entire organization at every level. And what I love about this company is, it's global. There's people everywhere. I wake up in the morning and I've got my team members in Europe talking to me, and you and I are on the West Coast. I love the universal nature of game development. When I started, it had to be a bunch of people in a room building a game. Now it's teams that are distributed across the world, and they're doing they're sitting in wherever they are. They're sitting on the beach. They're sitting in their apartment. They're sitting in their house. They're sitting on wherever they are. They're sitting on their farm. They're helping contribute to this great industry that is games.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I've talked to a number of different game devs in the last couple of months here, and every single one of their teams is completely international. They reach and pull from all corners of the world, which is super cool because it allows you to get the absolute right fit. You're no longer stuck limited by geography.
Right.
On the topic of that team, our team, the community team here at Unity, is spread across the world. Do we want to talk a little bit more about the team? I think it's important for the Unity community to hear that we are equipped and we are listening and we are here to be a part of it. Do you want to wax poetic about our team a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, I know Kirk's in the chat right now, in the YouTube chat. He runs our education side, working with schools and educators to make sure that they're equipped to teach their classes Unity. So Kirk does amazing work over there. In other words, we also got Juliana and Trey, and we have Leon, who are located, all over the world. But we've also got Discord. Juliana and the team runs Discord. Leon and Trey are working on Discussions. Discussions is our brand new platform that we just launched, just a few months ago. But it's relatively new. It's our forums. But we're doing a lot of innovation in the forums. Discord is always going to be there for you to chat and get real-time information. But head over to our Discussions to really dig deep and find you solutions to your problems, or maybe learn. We've got a lot going on. And then of course you're running the team for streaming and doing a great job on that. So we're here to connect and help you get connected with the right people internally. Help you know that we're here, we're on your side, and we want to help you. See your vision, whether it's gaming, whether it's just a non-gaming project, whatever it is, we're interested in it.
Yeah, I think you touch on so many very, very important things, and it's going to be a consistent through line that you all watching right now will hear throughout this stream, is that we are listening and we are taking feedback. There's a number of people that, as we built out this show, and I said, hey, while we're talking about your topic, what do you want to get across to the people watching? And for so many of them, it is that we are paying attention to feedback and we always take it into consideration. Larry, did you have a follow-up?
I do. I want to tell some folks about something we're building that's not very visible, and it's not in the engine, but it's about support. one of the things we're building is the ability in our forums discussions where you can tag different things about what your subject is, render pipeline and so forth. And when that happens, we're building a pipeline where it's going to basically put a Jira ticket into the team that works on that. So what you're posting over there is going to go right into the engineers, and they can see the feedback. Like, oh, I need to get over there and check it out. So they're not scrolling the forums looking for, oh, I think this is me or not. We're actually using a lot of technology to push the data, that the right things in front of the right engineers at Unity to get you closer to your solution quicker.
Mm-hmm. You kind of touched on discussions a little bit. I think it's a very important tool. And let's peel back the curtain even further, Larry. Our whole community team was in San Francisco last week, planning for what the future of community looks like.
Yep.
And the amount of focus and time and dedication put into discussions, Discord, connecting people, creating these community spaces was immense. Off of that, with the discussions in mind, we have Unity 6 office hours, which is something that we're going to be talking about a lot today as well. But basically, for each of these 6 key pillars, there will be a dedicated time and date on the discussions page where there will be a level of hyper awareness from the engineering and community teams to basically try to get you answers to specific questions immediately, as quickly as possible, as thoroughly as possible, right from the mouth of the people working on it. What, Larry, are you hoping that the Unity community is able to take away from those moments?
Well, I want them to know that it's been a challenging year, and a little bit more for Unity. There's been a lot of changes. That's why I'm here. I'm helping create the change here. And we want you to know, Unity developers, whether you're just to be earlier in your career or maybe you're a little bit later, that we are committed to you. I've talked to our CEO, Matt Bromberg, and he's got a blog post up that he put up today. And he talks about that. We're here to listen. We're partners in this journey. We're here to help you. We want to be the best partner we can be. So we want you to know that we're making investments in the community. Some of them you're going to see right away. Some of them you may not see right away, like the ones I just talked about of connecting some of the stuff we're doing in discussions with our engineers. But we are here, and we're investing in the community in so many different ways. And I also want to thank you for your patience, because building things takes time. And the Unity engine is many years old, and it's certainly got a new version out today. But the organization has been around for a long time, and we're in the process of evolving once again to meet the needs of you, our customers, our users, our developers. So we're excited to lock hands on this journey, lock arms on this journey, and we really appreciate you. And feel free to hit me up on Twitter, on X. I still call it Twitter, on X, at Major Nelson. I'm also on Threads at Major Nelson. If you want to drop me an email, Larry@unity.com. Send over your ideas. I'd love to see them.
Wow, Larry, the level of openness that you have stepped forward with to this community, I think, is incredibly admirable. Again, we have a ton of different community spaces, so lots of opportunity to access the community team and, by extension, Unity on a broader scale. And kind of in the name of that, gang, this is a live stream. We are paying attention to you. We have Larry here for another 10 minutes. We're going to keep chatting before we then roll into our next segment and talk to a few of the team members here.
Now we're going to get into the good stuff, the real
nitty gritty,
the nerdy technical. We're going to pop the hood on this puppy and go in.
Yes, Larry, I won't ask you this question. I'm going to get distracted and I'll come back to my point. But it was something that I put on my preliminary list of questions, that you were once listed as Mashable's 13 most bona fide nerds to follow. Yeah. And I wanted to know if that was your greatest accolade that you've received in your career.
It was certainly one of them. I mean, I just do it because I love what I do. Mm-hmm. I love this industry, and I am incredibly fortunate, Jackson, in that all the work I've done over many years, it never feels like work to me because I just love it. I get up early in the morning. I'm excited to connect with our community and see what's going on and connect with internal folks and find out what they're working on and how I can tell the story of the cool stuff they're working on to bring it to you, the game developer, to help you meet your dreams. That's certainly one of my accomplishments, but it's just being able to, I'll tell you this, my greatest accomplishment though is really just being able to make a career out of what I love. That's it.
I think we're so fortunate. I think so few people are able to do that. So I don't think there's a day that goes by that I'm not grateful to be here with you, Unity community, with you, Larry, with everybody in this industry, despite the ups and downs that it's seen recently for sure. But circling back, we are paying attention to you. We've got Larry here for another 8 minutes. If you have questions, put them in the chat. If you have questions for Larry, we have a long stream, so a lot of opportunities for you to ask questions to people with expertise through the ceiling. But if you have questions for Larry or about the community, let them come through now. We've got a number of our community managers on both sides, Twitch and YouTube. So no matter where you're asking, they will flip those questions to us, Larry, to follow up.
No, I just wanted to say that we've got. I was looking at the YouTube chat here. I am on Blue Sky. I need to get on there. There's so much social everywhere. Like X is happening. We got Threads, which is really popping every now and then. I am on Blue Sky as well. I federated out to all the different things, so you know how to find me.
Perfect. Yeah, everyone wants a piece of the social pie.
Right.
It's definitely an interesting case. It's been a busy few months for us, Larry. We've been in Barcelona, where you were on stage for the 2024 Unite keynote, the pre-note, and you did a great job there.
With this lovely background that has all some of the new features for Unity 6 out today.
So many cool things, and we're going to dive it more deeply into those things. Next week, you and I are co-hosting the 16th Unity Award Showcase.
Yep.
That will be very, very fun.
Yep.
But you were ingrained in one specific community for such a long time. How has it felt for you to kind of transition and be in front of fresh faces and try to build up a new one, so to speak?
It's I'm just here to help Unity realize the community vision of reconnecting with their community. And like I said earlier, it's great to be able to expand the scope of what I worked before. I was just on Xbox. Now I get to be on Switch and PlayStation and iPad and Android and all the different, XR, AR, MR, whatever all the R's are. I get to work on all these different projects and see what you're working on, and I love it. So that's one of the reasons I jumped over here, was I wanted to be able to help create larger impact with all of the gaming platforms. That's why I'm here.
And I think that's fantastic. And I think important for people to hear. I want to pull in a question from Just Luis on the Twitch side saying, for Larry, since you joined Unity recently, how have you found the learning curve of learning all about Unity that you need to speak confidently about it in your role? I think for anybody stepping into just learning the platform, it's a time commitment, it's an energy commitment, but then to be able to speak about it with authority on stages and in front of people. Larry, how's that experience been for you?
It's been humbling because, when I left Xbox, I knew everything about Xbox, top to bottom, side to side, front to back. So rebooting and relearning is, I think you've heard me say this, Jackson. I said this a lot during my first few months here. It's been a long time since I've been the new guy. So it's like, wow, there's so much to learn. And that's what I love, is that I love learning. So being able to roll up my sleeves and hop on the keyboard, when I was talking to Unity, I downloaded the editor. I downloaded the demos and I started playing around with it because I wanted to understand it. I certainly don't understand it as well as a lot of other folks, but I wanted to know what I know, and I kind of know what I don't know. So I know just enough to frankly get into trouble. But I love the fact that I've got amazing. Everyone here has been so helpful. If you have any questions, they'll jump right in and help you out. So I love that about the company.
It's interesting. If I can speak to my own experience for a moment as well, being here for 3 months as of yesterday. Every single person that I've met internally at Unity is it's two things: incredibly smart, like a master of their domain, an expert in their field, whatever it is. And the second thing, which is less common to see paired in my personal experience, is they're incredibly kind and like compassionate and eager to help people grow, help people learn. So I have to speak to my own experience. It's been so positive. And I think we kind of carry that forward in what, Larry, you and I do in the community here. We want to be compassionate. We are listening. We are trying to cultivate such a good experience for people. We've talked repeatedly about how one of Unity's strengths is the community. coming in and seeing a Discord that has over 100,000 followers. What are you in Discord? Followers, subscribers, all of the things. To see all of these community spaces. And then I see it all the time where we do a live stream and someone comes in with a question and we aren't even the ones to answer it. The community is already in chat trying to help each other out.
That's success. When you have community helping community, that's the type of environment we want. And because I guarantee there's somebody out there who ran up against the same challenge that you have, or can provide an insight on how you can solve it, and we can unblock you. That's what I want to enable.
I think the group think, the we are stronger together, the rising tide lifts all boats. I think I got that right.
Sure, close enough.
Yeah, one of those, right? If someone else knows what it is, please drop it in chat. Correct me so I can get it right for the rest of my life. I'll never forget. But I think it's just so true. It's a through line here that we see all the time at Unity, seeing everybody grow. What's good for the industry is good for Unity. So it's just so cool to see.
By the way, I do want to say something, Jackson.
Please.
Apparently, I saw in the chat that somebody said it looked like I'm wearing a prison jumpsuit outfit. This is just I like orange because I went to Syracuse University, and so that's my color. So and I want to get a little color to pop today. So I'm not in prison.
Just so you know, Larry, a free man.
I'm free, exactly. Anyway.
No, I think it's great. It's good insight that people need to know that you're not in jail somewhere.
Yeah. I'm not under house arrest.
Exactly. Well, not today, anyways. We've got a lot of questions, a lot of them very specific. Again, we have a number of Unity representatives in the chat on both the Twitch and the YouTube side. So if you have questions, hopefully they can provide you answers, or we can find the right moment to get those questions in front of the right people.
Yep.
Larry, the 23rd, next week, 10 a.m. Pacific time, we've got our awards showcase.
That's 1 o'clock Eastern.
1 o'clock Eastern. Tell us why people should come and hang out.
Oh, that's going to be fun because we're going to have a lot of games that the Unity Awards is an amazing program. We talked about it at Unite. I was able to be on stage with Kelly, who was my co-host for the pre-show. And it was great because we showed the trailer of like all these great games that are up for Unity Awards made with Unity. And you don't realize how many titles are out there that are made with Unity. So we're going to celebrate that. We're going to celebrate some of the great games made with Unity. And what better than to, give you a little cube.
It's very cool. I've hosted many things, but this is my first like official award show. I've done like minor internal award show things. So I'm really looking forward to it. Larry, we know your time is valuable, and we gotta give that platform to all of the brilliant people out here. Is there any parting words that you want to share with the Unity community before we switch gears here?
Absolutely. First of all, Jackson, thank you on behalf of everybody at Unity. Thank you for celebrating the Unity 6 launch today with us. The reason we are doing this is because of the great passion that we have in this community. So I want to thank you on behalf of everybody at the company. I also want to thank you for your time today. It's great that we can come together and celebrate. You have a lot going on in your day, and we want to make this valuable for you. So as Jackson said, I'm going to get out of the way. We're going to get some of the engineers in here. We're going to connect you with them. We're going to show you some things that I think I hope you'll enjoy, some new features of Unity 6. But we're just so thrilled to be able to have you along on this journey with us. So thank you very much. And again, if you have any comments about the community, hit me up on X at Major Nelson, on Threads at Major Nelson, Larry at unity.com. You know how to find me. And Jackson, I'll let you go back to you, and I'll quietly step back and let the smarter people come on in here.
Thank you so much, Larry, for your time today, for your passion, for your compassion. All of it is coming together to help shape this community in a very, very important way. We'll see you again soon. Everyone say goodbye to Larry. All right, gang, it's you and me for the next 5 minutes as we get ready for our next segment. If you have some questions about rendering performance and graphics, that will be our next segment, but it doesn't stop there because we're talking about all 6 key pillars of Unity 6 to help educate and inform you. Is Unity 6 the right choice for you moving forward? I know for a lot of people, transitioning to a new platform can absolutely be a challenge. It is not an easy process most of the time, but we are giving you all of the information to let you know if this is the right choice. We are bringing on the experts to speak to each of these topics. So I'm very, very excited to allow you that opportunity and connect you directly with the people that will be able to answer those questions. Of course, later in the show, we're also going to be talking about functionality featuring profiling and how you can use that to improve your development process. We're going to talk about the visual pipeline and talk a little bit more about Time Ghost. Of course, a very impressive visual demo from the team here. Before we then transition into talking about using AI tools to improve your processes in creating your games and projects, we are also going to discuss a multi-platform approach in Unity 6, including a bit of a focus on web. We do have a game jam for web games later this year, which is very exciting. Before we wrap up the show with a multiplayer focused segment featuring 3 familiar faces that have been hard at work to let you know about all the multiplayer tools. But Unity community, checking in with you. We are live here, unless you're watching this later. We are live here on Twitch and YouTube. How are you? How are you feeling about Unity 6? How are you feeling about 6 hours of Unity 6 here today? Some people have asked, is this really 6 hours? Yes. Yes, it is. And I'll be here with you every step of the way, giving a platform to the people with all of the knowledge. Question from the chat here on the YouTube side, Nuclear Candy asking, what is Time Ghost? You should take a look on the YouTube side. I'll see if we can get someone to drop a link. Kirk, I know you're watching. Maybe you can help us out and drop a link to the Time Ghost demo. It is a visual demo that Trey's already on it. Thank you, Trey. It is a visual demo that we used to showcase Unity 6 at Unite earlier this year. It is awesome. It is so cool. It is so pretty. And we're going to talk to some of the team about the creation of it as well. What is the first topic we're going to be talking about? Rendering performance. Again, lots to cover today. I know we've got some people waiting in the wings. We're just prepping them to bring them on. So I want to take some time to say hey to everybody. We've got Bond Zero on the YouTube side. We've got Sarmar on the Twitch side. If you're here and you're hanging out, we appreciate you. Goma says, very excited to mess around with the new features. Fantastic. In the multiplayer segment, I would like to see the approaches for combining multiplayer and single-player games. Jonathan Abergel on the YouTube side. We actually did a 5-part Twitch and YouTube live stream series a month ago, in which we took a single-player game and added multiplayer elements to it. There is a playlist available for you all that I'll see if we can find for you, but it's worth looking into for sure. Neon, we've also got Game Man and Tur Ochir on the YouTube side. Again, we are paying attention. If you were watching this as a VOD and you don't feel like this chatter is serving you, you can hop ahead to any moment on this stream. We have made it convenient for you with the chaptering features at the bottom of your screen. Does Unity 6 also focus on dots? I believe it has been a focus. Again, for full context for everybody, my name is Jackson. I'm your community manager here, responsible for all of the live stream content. We are creating an excellent community space. We are doing this at least once a week. Next week, we have Unity Awards, and we will be hosting that on the 23rd here, followed by the following week, my favorite time of year, Halloween. We're going to be doing a Hollow stream, talking with some game developers about developing for the horror genre. My goal here with these live streams is to connect people, inform people, and inspire people by bringing in the voices that know most about Unity and the games industry at large. If that sounds like something you would be excited for, you can come and check us out every single week. Now, if you are looking to connect more with the Unity community, again, the community is the biggest strength here. We have put links in the chat for both Discord and discussions, so you feel like you can hop in there and connect with everybody, stay up to date with everything, and we are just about ready to go. Just waiting for final word here for when our guests are ready, and we're basically good to go here. Before we transition things over, Tribe Immersive saying, we need more game jams. Stick around for the beginning of November, where we will be kicking off a game jam for you all to participate in, before eventually following back around in December to see some of the games that you have made. And with that, please join me in welcoming to the show the team to talk to us all about boosting rendering performance. We've got Matthew, Oliver, and Elaine. Everybody, welcome to the stream. How are you? How's everybody feeling today?
Hello.
Good.
Oh, good.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us from all over the world. It is, of course, a strength and an asset to be able to connect people all over the world here. But diving into this here, to let people know a little bit about you, let's go around the room. We're all seeing the same screen, so let's go clockwise, and starting with you, Matthew. Can you guys please let us know who you are, how you came to work for Unity, and what it is that you do?
Yeah, hello. Mathieu. I've been at Unity for 10 years now, more than 10 years. Unity, I was the first employee in France, and I've been working on real-time technologies. And now I'm the lead product manager for graphics. So I work with Oliver and Elaine here. So
Very nice.
Like product manager means we talk to the users, we see what we need to do next, and then we talk again to the users to see if it's the right thing to do. And then once it's landing, we are again talk to the users if that's really what they wanted, and if it's how it is, like if it's good. Yeah.
Thank you. And Matthew, you're continuing the through line. So thank you for doing that and saying that we are listening and we are adapting every step of the way. So continue to give us that feedback. Use those community spaces, Unity community. Elaine, throwing over to you. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself as well, please?
Sure. So I'm one of the technical product managers on the graphics team, along with Matthew and Oliver. I've been at Unity for about 3.5 years, and I initially joined as a solutions engineer. My background is from the film industry. So before I was at Unity, I worked in VFX for about 15 years. I was a graphics engineer. I did pipeline development, render development, shader writing, all kinds of stuff. But I decided to join Unity because I was more interested in what was happening in the real-time rendering space. And where better to be than right at the heart of it, you know? So as product manager, I get to do exactly as Matthew said, connect with users, help shape our roadmap and our vision, make sure that we're keeping users at the center of everything we're doing. And I work across the rendering pipelines, covering the user-facing features of the scriptable render pipelines.
Thank you very much. Grateful to have each and every one of you here. Thank you again for joining. I know that this is a big ask and it's a little bit new to a lot of you, but I think it's so important to connect the Unity community to the internal Unity community of all of you working so hard. And why not give you a little opportunity to take some credit for the hard work that you've put in? Oliver, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm calling in from Germany here. And I'm joined Unity like 2018, so like 7 years ago, nearly 7 years ago. And I'm using Unity since like 15 years, kind of. So it was still in university back then, and I was doing like a lot of computer graphics courses that I enjoyed a lot, and also C++. But I also was working like in Flash a lot on real-time rendering, and also a framework that was called XNA back then that was already in C#. And then I discovered Unity at some point, and this changed everything. And I really liked it a lot back then and still love it. And I used it then mostly in the automotive industry first, where I was using it to render like all the data of automotive in real time in high end. And then like 10 years ago, I was using it a lot for VR and like with the Oculus Quest DK2, and then used to do VR like a lot, and then mixed reality with the HoloLens back then. So like multiple years of like all the nice stuff that you get with VR development. And then on 2018, I then joined Unity and had like different roles here. And now I'm working as a product manager with Mathieu and Elaine on the rendering pipelines as well. So everything URP, HDRP. And I look mostly around on the foundational level, like everything on the core API that connects with the platforms and then with the high level features. So I'm excited to work with the different studios and the different developers and to connect with them on the community or on different events like at Gamescom or at our Unite. So it's always great to chat about graphics. So.
Yeah, I think, again, fantastic to have you all. Thank you once more for joining us. I know I'm seeing people saying, I won't be able to watch 6 hours of this in one sitting, Adil Bashir says on the YouTube side. I totally understand. We'll see if I can get through 6 hours of this in one sitting. But you have the luxury of returning at any time. This will be available as a VOD after the fact. So come on back and check it out in future. Gang, I kind of want to talk about, I want to dive right into it here. So, Matthew, I'm going to throw things over to you. Can you give us a general overview here? When we say graphics are a key pillar of Unity 6, what is it exactly that we mean?
Yeah, like we started the script around the pipelines like 7 years ago almost, and we wanted to crack open the fact that it was a black box. So it has matured with time, and we've learned a lot. Now that we had tons of productions feedback through time, and with Unity 6, we really wanted like to focus on the performance. So we really worked with tons of projects. We really worked at every single places where we could find like performance improvements. So we really focus like for the past like year or even more like on all these performances. And we really wanted also to be, like performance is not always like at one place. So that's why there are like tons of things that we've done in different places of the pipeline. Even the things that we will talk today is hiding tons of little things that we fix like on the back end in many places. And yeah, performance is very important because of course that what allows the rest, like you if you have better performance on graphics, you have more time for your gameplay, you can have better visuals, you can have denser world, you can have lower battery consumption. So it was really important for us to get there.
Yeah, of course. And we have, and we will continue to hammer home that we are listening to feedback. It's a massive portion, it's a massive consideration in how we develop these tools. Elaine, throwing over to you, how would you say that user feedback helps shape the approach in graphics in Unity 6, and how will it continue to influence what we're doing moving forward?
It's such a great question. Every product manager loves user feedback. So, and it's because it's so important. We want to keep the users at the center of all of the decisions we make. We want to build what they need to be successful. And this can mean a lot of different things to different people, depending on the type of game they're making or their team size, the platforms they're targeting, all kinds of stuff. So to really help us understand where users are today, where they want to go, what they need to get there, to realize their vision, user feedback is so crucial. Without the feedback, you're engineering in a vacuum, and that's not the way to build something that people need. For example, some of the performance features we're going to show you today, like the resident drawer STP, we worked with many studios closely when we were developing these, such as Slowbros, as they worked on Harold Halibut, early in the cycle. Yeah, early in the cycle, so they could test the features out and we could get real production feedback. And it was so valuable. I'd say for users, broadly speaking, there's 3 main ways to connect with us, for us to get that feedback. The first is when we talk directly with users, face to face. We hop on a call, go to studios, go to conferences like Unite, we give talks, lots and lots of face-to-face conversations, round tables, all kinds of stuff. And that way we hear directly, what people are doing, what's working, what's not working, what their pain points are, where the difficult points of their pipeline are. And that kind of information is like gold to us, because that helps to fuel what we do. The second way we can get feedback from people is through our public roadmap. And I think maybe it's on the screen here. So this is where we really encourage users to go and have a look, read through what we are planning, what we're working on, give us feedback. There'll be features here that are under consideration, but there's also a section where you can add an idea. If the feature you're interested, you can't find it here. And all of the feedback here and the insights we receive through this, they're fed into our back-end system. We use Product Board, and the feedback's collated here. And this is also where we add the feedback we get when we talk to people directly. So we can put all this together, we can get a really good picture of the kind of overall like user, the state of user things, what they want, what's important. And we can take this data into the discussions with engineering, with design, around planning and prioritizing what we do next. And there's a third way we can also get lots of feedback, and that's through our graphic section in the discussions platform, which I think you've probably been mentioning.
Of course, and we'll do it again right now.
Yeah, and we really encourage people to go here, you know, especially now they can get their hands on Unity 6. Please go, let us know what you think, ask questions. All the product managers are here, we're active on the boards, and lots of our engineers are too. So it's a great place to connect directly and, you know, come join the conversation and let us know what you're thinking. And we take all of this feedback, we bring it into the planning, the development cycle, we start prototyping, iterating. You know, it's a very cyclical approach, and really in a nutshell, I think getting this direct user feedback and bringing it into this is the most important thing that we do. You know, it shapes everything because this is how we build what people actually need.
Mm-hmm. Great insights. Thank you so much for sharing. On the topic of discussions, we are doing office hours for each of our individual 6 key pillars here. So for the graphics team, if you are curious, and have really in-depth questions and want to get detailed answers, the office hours link isn't just go to the discussions page, but the timeline for graphics specifically is going to be on October 23rd between 3 and 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. The team is basically on call, dedicated to answering questions for you. We are going to hand things over to Oliver right now. We're going to give you the floor.
Jackson,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking as well, like when you put feedback on product board, like just a hint also, like please give the context. It's very important, you know, like because like it's very different to do something on mobile than on XR. So when you describe your need for a feature, for a new thing, it's very important to give the context, because that's exactly how we plan it as well. You know, like we go back to the team and say, oh, like these are all the needs of people around this feature, so that we don't forget, you know, like exactly what was the intention beyond the ask. Yeah,
absolutely. Very, very important. The way that we present that information, equip us to help you if at all possible. Oliver, I want to keep things rolling here. We're going to hand you the floor. I know that you're going to showcase a little bit of Fantasy Kingdom. And for anyone who may not be aware, why is it so impressive that we can do this in Unity 6? Or sorry, why is this so impressive? And what about Unity 6 really makes these impressive things possible?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I hope you can see my screen now.
We gotcha.
And what we see on the screen is basically my phone mirrored now. And so I have Fantasy Kingdom running on my phone here. And it's a project that we uploaded today also to the asset store. So you can download it basically today. And what's nice about it, it's showcasing like a lot of features and also features so that we can demonstrate that they also work on mobile. So for example, if I now use it on my phone, I can like rotate here and zoom out a little or zoom in. And it's running here on an iPhone 14 Pro with like the highest mobile settings that we have picked. So it also has like some Bloom and some SSAO and so on running. And it, if we zoom out a little more, we see that it still has 3 castles. So the original HDRP versions that we showed was like last year at Unite, where we introduced like the GPU resident drawer and STP that I'm going to show now. But we wanted to show that these features also work on mobile. And also adaptive probe volumes that we will also talk later in this stream are running in this demo on a mobile phone. And you can download it today together with Unity 6 and check out the project. And if we now open the stats window. So
while you do that, Oliver, I do want to call out a number of people asking what's going on with shadow flickering. This video is compressed on at multiple points. So what you're seeing is not what Oliver is seeing necessarily, because Oliver has to live stream his feed to our production team, and then we send it out, and then it goes through Twitch and YouTube's compression platforms as well. So that would likely explain what you are seeing. Sorry, Oliver.
Exactly. And yeah, on my screen, it looks super nice, like on the phone. I cannot like really show it, I guess. So
There you go. Perfect.
But you can check it out basically yourself. And but the idea was really not to present the demo, because you should download it. You should see it on your phone yourself or on the videos. But we wanted to show like the performance impact of the features. So for example, right now we are running at 30 FPS on my phone. And this is like a general advice that your apps should target like 30 FPS, because 60 FPS is always like draining on the battery and is always like challenging on a phone. So 30 is normally like what we are targeting. And we see on the left that both GPU resident drawer, which is like our performance feature that we introduced with Unity 6, and also STP are activated. And if I now disable both through the UI, we can see that the draw calls and the vertices go up significant, and the FPS drops lower, much lower. So let's wait a little until it's stabilizing. So we were like around 30 FPS before, and now we are like let's wait a second here. We are around 20 FPS or lower, depending on what the device cooling is currently doing. And if we bump this up again, we should go back to like 30 or higher. So this is like an example like where just the checkbox helps you like bring more content onto the screen, like in this demo. So we try to push the limits what's currently like happening on a mobile phone. So that's of course very important that this was the idea of this demo.
Yeah, of course. And some people saying that wasn't video compression. I'll be honest, I didn't see the issue. I just kind of assumed. But if you want to get hands-on for this, I know that we've posted the link and we can probably do it again. You can access this demo yourself. Guys, it's available today, correct? So people can dive in, they can poke around, they can see the changes and fiddle with things on their own?
Yeah, so we have like a microsite. So maybe I can hide the phone for a second here. And so we have a microsite here, unity.com/demo/fantasy kingdom. And there you can directly download it. So it will go to the asset store where you can download it for free. And we also have like some of the explanations, so why it's interesting and so on. And I also saw the shadow popping, so I definitely can confirm that this might be like in the content, like an issue we had there.
Okay, so I lied to everybody. Apologies. It wasn't my intention. But I think very, very impressive. Again, lots of opportunities to dive in and check out these new tools for yourself using these demos. Go and check it out. As Kirk says, the stream will never be able to do it full justice. Is you getting in and just discovering it on your own. Oliver, is there anything else that you wanted to point out about Fantasy Kingdom?
Yeah, exactly. So the whole demo is made for like education purposes, so that you can learn about the features. So for example, if we now go in the same app like on my Windows PC here, so now the app is running in full HD on my Windows laptop. So it's of course like, because it's mobile content, it's not hard for the PC to render this. So maybe we can zoom out to like a simple or similar position that we were on the phone. But it also is important to highlight that different performance features matter differently depending on the content or the platform you are running on. So if we open the statistics here, we are running like just at 35 FPS with this demo, but it's just because like GPU resident draw is off right now. And just by activating it, I go to over 140 FPS in this example here. And this is basically just a checkbox that you can enable. And here the pixels are basically not the bottleneck as they were on my phone, for example, because the phone screens are just so high density pixels. We bumped like the frame rate here by over 100 FPS, but just by enabling the GPU resident drawer and GPU occlusion culling.
That's very impressive.
And that's what I wanted to show in the editor, maybe.
Right.
How we can activate this feature, because it's new and maybe not everyone is aware of it.
Sure.
So this is the project. I have freshly downloaded it. This is Unity 6 that you can also download today from the hub. And if we, for example, go into the project settings, we see that we have like multiple quality levels here. So mobile low you could like then target like on a medium mobile phone, while I used mobile high for my iPhone, for example. So this should be like iPhone 14 or 15, so like a more high-end phone. But then you get like really like nice bloom and nice fork effect and so on. So it's really looking nice on these OLED screens also. And here we are now on the desktop mode. Again, it's like mobile optimized content. And here we have like the render pipeline asset that is associated with this desktop mode. So maybe let's park the project settings here for later. And if we now click on the desktop URP asset, we see here that GPU resident drawer is like a line here. And this is just a dropdown that gave us this performance improvement that we saw earlier. So if I disable it, it's basically not active. We just have like the classic rendering that we had before. And if I use instance drawing, I get it and I can use it both on mobile and console and PC and all the platforms of URP and HDRP.
Thank you, Oliver. Like, people already asking, where do I find this checkbox? How did that happen? And immediately you're providing those answers. So I think it's great.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is like the dropdown, and there's also another checkbox that then comes as soon as the GPU resident drawer is activated, and that is GPU occlusion culling. So that is doing basically like a pre-pass of a visibility buffer, and then decides if objects or pixels are hidden behind surfaces, so that you can cull them in advance on the GPU, so that you don't need to shade them basically.
Fantastic.
And then not far away from the GPU resident drawer, we can also see the render scale here. And currently it's set up to 0.5. And the upscaling filter is set to spatial temporal post-processing, which is basically STP. And this is our own cross-platform upscaler that works on across the board in both URP and HDRP, and works also on compute-enabled mobile devices. And if I go back to 1, for example, we would render at the full native resolution. And currently the game view is running at 4K here. So it's set up to 4K so that we can really push down STP like in a moment to see how it's operating. And for that, I would encourage people to also check out the rendering debugger that you find under Windows, Analysis, Rendering Debugger. Maybe we can put it here. And this is like a tool for the SRPs to really debug your rendering and see what's going on screen, what's the performance issues you currently have. And there's also like a tab frequently used that already shows what I wanted to show, but it's also under rendering if this is not showing up for you there. So under rendering, we have map overlays. And if I go on STP, it's showing STP here on the screen in the top right corner. So that's basically the debug view of STP. And since we are running currently at 100%, it's showing the full rectangle. But if I now diminish the render scale, it's already showing that we just render, for example, at 0.5, we're just rendering a quarter of the pixels than we did before. And the result of the game view is then upscaled. So you probably in the stream don't notice like much of a difference. And what's then interesting, if we go much more down, we can see, because it's accumulating the different pixels over time, we can see that on mobile you can also still get like pretty impressive results. So let's push this really hard down to just this tiny portion of the screen. So this is like the 4K screen, and we are just rendering this rectangle here of it, like a 10% of the width and 10% of the height. And we can see still that the game view is like very clear still. And so that's very impressive, I guess.
Very.
From the upscaling.
Oliver, thank you so much for this demo. I think it's been very insightful. A lot of people saying this looks like a nice function. This looks really awesome. One question that I have seen from a number of people, is there a reason that you would disable Resident Drawer, or is that purely for the demo purposes here?
It depends really on the content. So when your scene has like high instancing potential, then GPU resident drawer gives you like a lot of benefit. But if your content, for example, does not have it, then it could make not that big of a difference. And the same for GPU occlusion culling. Since it's adding another pass at the beginning, it only helps on your overall frame rate if you are bound by these vertices that are then culled basically by the GPU occlusion culling. But if there is a different bottleneck, for example, on the pixels overall, then it might not just help like on the overall frame rate, but it's always like a trade-off between the cost like of a feature or a certain buffer and then what the benefits is. So, and that's also the same for STP basically. So it has some cost, but it can offset the cost, for example, for very complex effects like SSAO that you could either normally not afford on mobile, but now because you're rendering like a much smaller portion of the screen, you can now finally use them on mobile as well.
Awesome. I think, again, thank you so much for sharing your insight on that. We say all the time on these streams that using the right tool for you is always important. So identifying if this is the right tool for you is going to be an important part of the process. As we're just, we're a little pushed for time here, gang. Thank you so much for joining me. But Matthew, can I hand it back to you? What is the kind of final takeaway, the final thing that we want to highlight for everyone?
Yeah, the final thing is like performance. We know we show checkboxes which work magically, and it's not always the case. So it's very important we put optimizations at different places of the pipeline. So you should find something in your project which gives you the performance. And I really recommend watching the talk that we did at Unite, where we actually went like explaining how to be sure that you use the performance improvement that we have so that you leverage it in your project. So really check this talk before like being maybe disappointed because you check it and you're not bound by this. But I really like in all the projects that we've tested, we've seen performance improvement. So down the line. We hope that it's the same for you.
Yeah, of course. Naturally, anything that you guys are working hard on, we hope that you, the Unity community, find use for and find exciting opportunities with. We will have, again, office hours where there will be a team dedicated to answering questions about each of the key pillars that we will discuss today. So come back on October 23rd. Go to the discussions page. We've just posted a link to everything between 3 and 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Hop in there. Ask your questions, get them answered as quickly as possible. Are each of you going to be there as well? Perfect. Look at the wealth of knowledge in this room, and you can ask them as many questions as you would like. Thank you for asking questions and being curious here in the Twitch chat today, and the YouTube chat, of course, as well. We were not able to pull in as many questions, but continue that curiosity. Keep asking those questions. Matthew, Elaine, Oliver, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your knowledge, sharing your time, sharing your energy. I hope that you are as excited as we are that Unity 6 is now in the hands of all of our users.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. All right, gang, Unity community hanging out, watching live with us here. We are going to show you a little video from a company called 10 Chambers. Of course, you may know them from their game GTFO. They have a follow-up game coming soon called Den of Wolves. They have been using these features themselves. So as a little bit of a testimonial to get you the knowledge from people who've used them, to share a little bit about their adventures, their journeys, etc. We're going to roll that video, and then we will come back and we will chat again as we set up for our next segment. Of course, lots to learn today. We are going to be talking about profiling and increasing functionality in your dev cycle coming up next. So we are all set. We are going to throw to that video, and we will see you again in a moment. Stay right there.
I am Hjalmar Wikström. I'm one of the co-founders of 10 Chambers, and I am the Chief Development Officer.
And I'm Svante Winternatt, another co-founder, Chief Operating Officer, and we work on Den of Wolves.
So several of the founders of the 10 Chambers worked on some other Swedish game studios before. And at one point, we kind of got tired of doing the big studio thing and wanted to do something small.
We've been working on GTFO for many, many years. And of course, doubting along the road, being self-funded, it was not about making a hit. Will it be enough so we can do another game and keep on doing this? Because we just wanted to make games.
I still remember when I pressed the button on Steam to launch the game into early access. There was so much hope and so much riding on that, thing working. It took us a week or two, and then we finally realized that, okay, this is good, we got somewhere.
And that was just such a blessing and something that made us very, very happy. And something we didn't expect, we didn't plan around. You hope, right? But you can never plan around it. And it kind of made us, or at least me, be able to, okay, let's look a little further ahead. What's more of in the future? What can we do with this? And how will this pan out?
For Den Wolves, we went about it quite craftsman-like, I would say. We really started working on tooling straight away. Since we've made several cooperative shooters, there was a lot of things that we knew we just need to stand up, early. So early, we didn't have to prototype the known things. We knew that we had to make like a good network transport layer, a good weapon system, a good core movement system. There was a lot of just core elements that we needed to have that makes a good first-person shooter. And those are very known to us. The sooner we could do that, the sooner we could get into the more out there gameplay elements. That is like the new things of Den Wolves, where we're trying to incorporate sci-fi aspects or new cooperative mechanics. So usually when we're going for a certain level of fidelity, we're used to doing things ourselves. We're trying to find existing solutions, but we always end up with having to roll our own, And we had the same experience with the lighting probes. Like, we wanted to have nice ambient occlusion, we wanted to have, nice looking scenes. But when we tried to roll our own probe system, they took forever to generate. It's quite hard to get right. And while I think that we could get there in the end, it would take forever to, and we really want to focus on gameplay. One of the great benefits with Unity is the modularity. So in some cases, we've written our own systems. Like, we have some network systems that we had to build ourselves because we started early and there were no other systems for it. But I spoke to our lead programmer today, and he looked at some of the new multiplayer features coming out, and he's like, we could pipe into that. We can still keep our own thing, but we can utilize the new multiplayer testing capabilities that we got. So the modular approach is really key for us to, we want to be able to utilize Unity as much as possible when we can. And sometimes we need to do our own thing. Sometimes we can utilize what's already done. So that's really good for us. The flexibility is important. Because as soon as you get painted in a corner, then you run out of options, kind of. And I don't feel it's like that with Unity. Now, when we finally had this probe system in Unity 6, we're quite happy to let our own stuff go and, switch to this, because it's so much more efficient.
So why Unity 6? I mean, we saw the potential of it, both performance-wise, rendering quality, and we let the teams play around with it. And seeing the results, I think I remember when one of the art directors showed the screenshots before, after. It looks really nice. And then hearing from the programmers as well, this is good, this is performant. Hey, why not let us investigate how much effort it would be to switch. And it went quite good.
During this last year, the times we've spoken to Unity and the different Unity departments, like the engineers, the different, like the DOTS team and other teams, it's been super clear to us the commitment to okay, we want to really make this good. We're not going to release it until it works well, until it's performant, until it's stable. And that was a little bit new to us because it's been a roller coaster the last couple of years, and now it was really we're committing. Unity 6 is going to be, stable, something you can trust in, and that really gave us confidence to make that move. From a design perspective, when planning for a console release, you need to think about, obviously input systems like controls and performance as well. So GTFO is a pure PC game. But for Den Wolves, we've been designing for console from the beginning. You need to be conscious of that when you make your design decisions, basically, to keep complexity down in terms of input and to plan for a scalability in terms of performance and graphical fidelity. We've been trying out ray tracing in Unit 6, and what we're finding is that it can really allow us to get to that extra visual level. I've been speaking about identity and creating a look for Den Wolves. And we're quite excited by having ray tracing as a way of doing that. Like we're making a science fiction game, so reflections and all the lights and all that is very important for us. So I think that's the way forward for us.
I mean, just seeing some of the test scenes or like the new levels that we're creating right now, just the lightings and the reflections, it's really, really good. You can see before and after, it's a major difference.
We're making a first-person shooter, so we live and die by performance. We can't release a shooter that is not performing. So that has been something we've been thinking about from day one.
One of the major things with Unity 6 is that we're moving a lot of loads from the CPU to the GPU to make sure that, well, it's more efficient there, it's more powerful, it's faster, and then we can optimize the CPU part as well. There's a lot of benefits we get from Unity 6, and spatial temporal post-processing is one of them, and it allows us to upscale from low resolutions to high resolutions and keep the performance intact as well. So that's really good for us.
The switch from object-oriented to data-oriented is one that gives us more structure, gives us much better separation between data and execution. It's quite a big undertaking for our programmers. There's a lot of things to learn to really get your ECS up and running, to get your systems right, to get your data right. So you need to take some care in how you design it still. You need to care about the architecture. But once you do that, you have a great foundation for maintaining a game for a long time. So it's worth the investment, but it's important to know that it is an investment in skill, in time in the beginning. But I think it's one of the benefits with Unity. So now we're not limited by these technical boundaries that we had before. Then Wolves is one of our bigger games for sure. So we're thinking a lot about risk mitigation. We're thinking a lot about like how to build the project for long term. So for us, seeing the commitment in Unity 6 is really like making us relax a little bit, and seeing the commitment to dots, to performance, to stability is really good for us. That's something that if there's one takeaway from this is that like I can feel more secure, I can feel more confident in Unity now than actually in many years.
The team is excited about starting working fully in Unity 6.
What is up, Unity community? Welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. If you are just joining, if you've joined in the last little while, thank you for being here for 6 hours of Unity 6. My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers, again, responsible for all of our live stream content. If you joined us and you happen to miss some of the rendering performance demo and information, that, of course, will be available as a VOD after the stream, as this entire stream will be. If you want to hop along and find different things that are most important to you, you can do exactly that. I think it's going to be very, very fun. Of course, coming up next, we've got information about how to enhance productivity using, how to enhance productivity and functionality using profiling. And then later in the show, we're going to be talking about the visual pipeline and how to achieve more engaging visuals and unlocking possibilities with runtime AI. Lots of information to learn, but we're not stopping there because we're also going to talk about the multi-platform approach to Unity 6 before finishing up the show with simplifying multiplayer game creation, talking to the whole team. And Nuzu Studios saying 5 more hours to go, 4.5. But yes, indeedy, I will be here with you every step of the way. Very excited. Again, if you are watching live, we are paying attention. If you are on Twitch, like Eamon is, like C. Stratton is, etc., like Mike Unity, the legend is, we are paying attention. If you are on YouTube, like Danny is, we've also got the Bull and Adil Bashir, Suka Nuka. Everybody, welcome on in. Fantastic to have you as we are bringing the experts in to discuss each of these topics. Ask your questions. We will try to get answers where we can. We also have a number of different Unity representatives hanging out in both of the chats. We walk among you. So Go and check it out. Lots of opportunities to learn. Again, all of this is to showcase all of these features to help you decide, is Unity 6 the right choice for you? Victor, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I got a big bottle of water right here, and I will get it done. I'm excited to have everyone here. Again, Unity community. I hope that you know that we say it internally all the time. You are the strength of Unity. Bringing everyone together for an opportunity like this to celebrate the launch of Unity 6 is a very, very, very cool opportunity for myself. But if you wanted to connect with more of the Unity community, to learn, to collaborate, to develop your skill set, we of course have the Discord and the discussions page. You can hop in there and connect with people. You can ask questions. Of course, we'll tell you more about office hours later in the day throughout this stream as well, so that you can have an opportunity to connect with everybody with all of the right answers. How are you doing? We've got a couple minutes here before we dive into our next segment. Of course, we can start it early, but I want to know, Unity community, thank you for joining us here. How has your day been? How are you feeling? Danny calling out that the Unity community has such a nice ring to it. It absolutely does. And what we like to do in written is community and then just capitalize that Unity part, you know what I mean? Or even just the U. But when you say it out loud, you have to say Unity community because it doesn't read, but it still feels great. Want to ask specific questions to the UI toolkit, to the Unity experts, Francisco? There will be an opportunity for that. We will have office hours for profiling and UI. So we'll make sure to get you that information shortly. Adil is downloading the Fantasy Kingdom demo. Get in there, poke around, learn about it. It's going to be great. Game Man asking how to collaborate with Unity. One good way is you can join a game jam. Starting in November, I believe November 5th, we will be having a live stream to help kick off a game jam. So if you are creating a game for that and submitting it later in December, we're going to circle back and play some of those games. So that's a good way to do so as well. When will the Unity 6 docs go live? The docs are always a favorite pastime in reading, says Tex Nation on the Twitch side. Lots of opportunities, lots of resources. I don't know the specific dates, but definitely in the near future. I believe the learning resources are still being developed because we want to know what you want to know. For example, later in the show, when we talk about multiplayer, we will be giving you all access to a feedback form so you can help inform the learning materials that come out. So if you have things that are unclear that you want to learn more about, we can always do that. Thank you guys again for hanging out with us. Egert Studio says, I love Unity, and we love you right back. And with that, we are going to swing things over here to introduce our two newest guests to talk about enhancing productivity and functionality with profiling. Please welcome to the show, Christiana and Peter. Welcome on in. You guys are live. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good. Feeling a little nervous, not gonna lie, but otherwise really good. Happy to be here.
You know what? I say it all the time, Christiana. Just because people are great at what they do does not necessarily mean that they feel comfortable in front of an audience talking about it. So I appreciate you going out of your way to join us. We're going to have a good time. Don't worry. I'm here with you every step of the way. We're just going to enjoy ourselves today. Pete, how are you feeling on your side?
Pretty good, thank you. End of the day here, so it's, yeah.
Of course, time zones being a challenge that we have been dealing with the entire time trying to pull this together. Pete, I don't know if you did it on purpose, but matching your microphone to the inside of your hoodie was a very impressive feat.
Yeah, if only I'd had enough forethought to plan that sort of thing.
You know what, Pete? We're just going to say that you did, and we're going to roll on with that. So we can get to know you guys a little bit, starting with Christiana and then switching over to Pete. Can you let everybody know who you are, what you do at Unity, and maybe how long you've been here?
So hi everyone, I'm Christiana. I'm a product manager at Unity. And what does that mean in what I do? I'm just here to make sure that we are solving the right problems for you guys. And I'm working on the profiling team. And yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you for joining us, Christiana. We're going to, again, pick your brain a little bit. I know you've got some stuff to share. You both do. Pete, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself before we dive in?
Sure. I've been at Unity for about 5 years. I manage the profiling and optimization team, and that's one team that looks after the profiling tools and also optimizing some parts of the engine and runtime. And I'm managing it from the engineering perspective. So I'm a coder. That's my background.
Very cool. I'm excited to have you both again, Unity community watching live. These are the minds behind this pillar of Unity 6. So if you have questions, please let us know. Again, we're going to give you many opportunities to connect with many different people. So if you've got questions for this team specifically, start to hand those to us, and we will try and get them answered where we can. Of course, you guys have also prepared your own materials, but I have to pull in a question from the Twitch chat. The legend Thomas Winkley, also of Unity fame, friend of the show, says, ask him about the bass in the background. So do you want to tell us about your instruments in the background?
I can tell you about the bass is actually pretty new. I used to play bass a lot, and years ago sold my bass. I play guitar mostly, but a few weeks ago I had an old guitar I wanted to trade in. I got a new bass. We're getting on well.
I think it's great. Thank you for sharing that very topical insight. Thomas, thank you for asking your question. Unity community, if you have questions of your own, you can ask them. Of course, if they're about the profiling tools, that might be a little more helpful. But to kick things off here, for anyone who doesn't know, what are the Unity profiling tools? Let's start with an overview.
All right, so in general, profiling is really the key to improving your game performance. And the profiling tools help you identify what are the problem areas, so you know where to focus your optimization efforts. And so what our team is currently working on are 3 tools. So that is the Unity Profiler, the Profile Analyzer, and the Memory Profiler. The Unity Profiler is really your first step when wanting to improve your game performance and really just understanding your performance. And it gives data on CPU, memory, renderer, graphics, and so on. And then we have the Profile Analyzer, which lets you analyze what is in your capture rather than just frame by frame. So you can use it to monitor performance and just compare data across frames. And then last but not least, we have the Memory Profiler, which, as told by its name, it takes a snapshot of the memory usage and really just breaks down how the memory is being used.
And
So,
if
go
we
ahead, Pete.
quickly bring up my screen, we've got the links to a couple of those bits in case people are interested in having a look for them.
Woo-hoo! Pete came
Yeah.
ready with the QR codes.
So the Unity Profiler comes with Unity installed, but then you have the Profile Analyzer and the Memory Profiler, which are packages. You can find them in the package manager, or as Pete was so kind to share, the QR codes just should get you started.
And do you know what I learned recently? Not about Unity. That's not where I shine. What I learned is that if you take a screenshot of a QR code on your phone, you can still access that QR code. Did you guys already know that? Am I late to the party? You guys already knew. All right, never mind. Let's move on. Okay, so this Unity 6 launch, very, very exciting. Before we dive into more, let me ask you guys, are you feeling excited? This is stuff that you've been working on for a very, very long time that's finally going to be officially in the wild as of earlier today. What's that kind of feel like for you?
It's super, super exciting. Our journey is all about bringing these tools to our developers and helping them make great games. So it feels awesome to be able to get to this point where they can try it.
And it's much like making a game as well. Like when we're making these tools, it can be a long time in development and a long time before they get out to users. So it is very exciting to actually see them coming out. And it's even better than when we see people using them.
Of course. Yeah, I think a big moment, right? And part of the reason we wanted to do this stream was to give that spotlight to this moment. Let's live in it. Let's breathe it in for a bit and kind of realize that we've done something great here. I know we have a couple of people asking questions. If they can get the link for the profiling page, we've got our mods in chat. Hopefully that's something that we can get for you all as well. If the QR codes are not your jam, we'll make sure to try and paste that in there for you as soon as we can. So looking to Unity 6 as an official release, what is new about these profiling tools specifically?
So we have new things for both the profiler and the memory profiler. So for the profiler, we have the highlights module. And previously, you would have to really go through each frame and check whether you're CPU or GPU bound. And that could take you some time. So in Unity 6, we added a new view of the profiler, which shows you just that. And Pete will also demonstrate this in just a few moments, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the memory profiler, we have 2 improvements. First swap is that graphics memory, which was previously uncategorized, is now measured and reported by resource, and we'll look at it in detail. And then the last but not least is resident memory, which we tried to make it as precise as we could. And for example, memory that is swapped to disk is no longer counted towards this. And yeah, of course, all of these were done so that really developers can have an easier time spotting performance bottlenecks and just optimizing as effectively as they can.
I like it a lot. It's a good overview of what's new and exciting for people. We have a question on the YouTube side from Tui. What's your favorite Unity game, profile team? Thank you for asking. Again, part of what we're doing here, of course, is showing off Unity 6 and why people are excited, but also the team, the humans working behind them. Do you guys have a favorite game?
I do. I guess my favorite, I worked briefly on Unity, one of Unity's consulting teams. I worked with Moon Studios on Ori and the Will of the Wisp for, I don't know, 6-8 weeks or something near the end of its development. And I love that game. It's great.
Beautiful game. Stunning game. Christiana, do you have a favorite game?
I don't know if I can pick a favorite, but I'm really, whenever I talk to a customer, I just love their games. And at Gamescom, for example, I talked to these great people from Ghost Whale, and they have a game that's called Lindworm, and it's currently in early access, and I absolutely love it.
I love it. Thank you for the share. Now we can get back on topic a little bit here. I guess we can just hand things right back to you, Pete. And if you want to show us a little bit of what people can expect, where they can find these things, how they can use them. I know you've got a little bit of demo, and let's pick that big brain of yours.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm going to walk quickly through an explanation of what it means to be CPU bound and GPU bound so that we can demo the tool. And I've got some slides. So one of the first things that we recommend is that people have a target frame rate. I think that's pretty common. If you're running at, say, 30 frames a second or wanting to target that, then you'll have 30 of these little blocks for your frames in that 1 second. And when you go to look in a profiling tool, like the Unity profiler here, you'll see that all the markers have an actual time on them. So we want to convert this target into a target amount of time, which is relatively easy maths. You take 1000 milliseconds, you divide it into the 30 blocks, and that gives you how many milliseconds you've got in each frame. Then this bit here, if you're aiming to hit a target frame rate on mobile, you probably want to allow a bit of time, about a third of the frame, to avoid overheating the device. It depends a little on exactly what you're targeting, but that's something to bear in mind. Your frame in the profiler will probably look something a bit like this. So you've got your 33 millisecond block and a load of work that's being done on the CPU. And there might be some engine code there, there might be some of your code and some rendering code. For example, you might read inputs from keyboards and gamepads, simulate things like moving the player and other characters around, and then you want to draw them. And then that will actually hand work off to the GPU, which will go away and do that. And the work on the GPU is happening on a separate actual piece of hardware in your machine. So you can then start running the CPU for the next frame while that's drawing things to your screen. And if the CPU takes longer to do all the calculations than the GPU does to draw it, so here we're taking 40 milliseconds on the CPU and 20 on the GPU, then the GPU will just be sat waiting for half the time, 20 milliseconds. So it's very important here that you optimize the CPU side. Optimizing the GPU will just make this wait longer. And this is what we call CPU bound. We've also got the opposite, where the GPU takes 40 milliseconds, and the CPU work here doesn't fill this full 40 milliseconds. We've got a block where we're just waiting. And in this case, it's important that you focus on optimizing the GPU side, because otherwise you're just going to increase this wait time here.
Pete, I'm learning so much. I just want you to be aware. Again, I'm not a dev, but I'm learning what all of this means. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
That's cool.
Keep going.
No, it's awesome. But that means that then what you need to know when you're looking at a profile capture like this, you've got all of your frames in here. So I've got a capture with like several hundred frames. You need to know for them, are they CPU bound or are they GPU bound? And the thing that we're bringing to Unity 6 is this new profiler module up here called the highlights module. If you don't see it, it's interesting. This window has appeared on my other screen. Check it's enabled in here. But it's just a checkbox in there. It should be on by default. And then it brings up this module at the top here. You can set your target frame time here. So if we were aiming for 60 FPS, we would be able to see all of these frames in the GPU bar are colored in yellow. And there's some text that says the GPU's exceeded your target frame time. We get a bit of information down the bottom here to tell you a little bit about what's going on. And I have another capture we can look at here where we are CPU bound. And we should see instead a red bar at the top. And if you set the target frame rate lower, you'll see that some frames are within the 30 millisecond budget. And yeah, that's the highlights module. It's all about trying to show you where you should target when you've got a profile capture and you want to know what it is you need to optimize in your game.
I think it's a very important tool. I also think that because you two have told me it's an important tool. So let me ask you this. When should someone start using this tool during their creative process?
We really want to suggest everyone to just profile often and start really early in their development. And maybe we're biased because we do work on the profiling tools, but in reality, it's just really good to get familiar with the tools, and it also allows you to just have a good grasp of your project's performance. And then when it comes to it and when you need it, you're gonna know how to handle it. And really, we recommend you to profile often and not necessarily, you don't have to always optimize. So it's just about you add something new in your project, check it out, open the profiler and see if everything kind of acts as you'd expect it to.
Nuka on the YouTube chat asking, can we do this in editor or do you have to make a build fully for this to be accurate information?
You'll be wanting to make a build and test ideally on whatever your target platform is to get good, accurate information. So it's mostly about the builds.
Awesome.
It's the best place to be profiling if you can.
Thank you. And Unity community, if you are watching live and you have questions about this profiling tool, please let us know. We would love to get those answers for you. We will also be pointing you towards more opportunities to learn on the profile and basically this more broad topic as well. I want to pull in a question from, I believe, the YouTube chat. Vlad Lomakin asks, and I'm going to read it verbatim because if I'm being honest, I don't have the technical knowledge to understand it fully, but Trey has sent it to me and insists it's a good question, so we're going to ask it. Ready? Do you plan to add more information about native memory to memory profile and profile? It would be great to have native allocation size from each stack trace as well, as we have for GC. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes, that makes sense. We certainly have plans to bring more information to Memory Profiler, and some of that is around how we surface some of that native allocation to you. I think we're a little bit undecided as to exactly whether it'll be exactly the same way that we surface things, but there will be more information coming in that. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to point out as well. While I don't have the technical knowledge, the insight that I have on the process is what we've said repeatedly. We are listening to feedback. We try to develop tools that you guys want. I think in any community, as a community manager, there's always inevitably some form of narrative around, well, nobody's listening. And that's definitely not the case here. We're here today to show you that we are, but it definitely, Christiana and Peter, would you say that feedback is an important process to how we create these tools and features?
I would dare to say it's the most important part of my process as a product manager for sure. So this opportunity is great. Please send in as many feature requests or problems as possible because this is incredible piece of feedback for us.
Yeah, one of our most common conversations ends up being, we've got tens or hundreds of things we would like to be able to do with these tools, and it's trying to work out which ones will help users most. because we don't have thousands and thousands of people just to work on these tools. So we've got to prioritize them. And so any feedback is amazing. It really helps us to organize what we want to do and in what order.
Of course. I think if we were just creating these tools in a vacuum and we're just doing what we wanted to do, I think that would be a level of ignorance that would not set us up for success in any way. So again, we'll make sure, Unity community, that you continue to hear it, because we are asking you for your feedback and we are using it to create what we have here. I did see a great question from TRX. What was the biggest challenge in improving these tools? When we have tens, hundreds of things that we want to do, what is the biggest challenge in kind of finding exactly what it is we want to do next?
That's a good question. I mean, I think that thing we've just touched on of trying to work out which of the things is most important is actually one of the most difficult challenges, because there's no clear right answer. There are plenty of technical challenges as well with particular tasks, like going through, for example, the memory profiler has to dump out all of the memory that's being used by the process and then crawl through all the allocations, and trying to do things in there in a way that means you can see results within a minute or two rather than within half an hour. That can be a big challenge too.
Thank you for the insight. Now we've kind of talked about when you should start profiling. How often would you recommend people dive into this tool?
I mean, my advice would be similar to Christiana's earlier, but I am biased because I work on profiling tools. However, when I'm working on things in my own games, I try to use the tools every time I add something of any consequence. I don't necessarily spend a long time in them, but I will open the tool up, I'll hit the button to do a capture, and just have a bit of a look and see what it is that I've changed before I commit it or push it to other people.
Of course. I think we've got a couple more things that we want to swing over to show off and demo, so let's do that right now.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Let's bring up the memory profiler, which was the other area we've been talking about. So
of course,
once you've installed the package for that, you can find it down in the analysis menu down here, memory profiler. Here we are. I will attempt to open my capture up and not rename it. There we go. I always end up double clicking on the name on that.
It's something that we need standardization in across all computers. It shouldn't be different if I'm doing it in my Windows or in the, anyhow, I won't.
The computer should totally just know what I'm thinking, right? And
every time,
yeah,
it shouldn't be that hard.
Exactly. So, the memory profiler, we have, this is version 1.1.1 we're on now. But this is what's shipped with Unity 6.1. The main summary page here shows you, amongst other things, how much memory that you're using is what we call resident on the device. And that's one of the changes that Christiana mentioned earlier. So this is memory that is actually physically in your device's memory right now. And it's a difficult thing to try and explain clearly, because you think, yes, memory is memory. But say you're on a Windows PC or a Mac or whatever, some of your memory might be swapped out to disk. So it doesn't matter in terms of the amount of physical memory you're using. And some of it is in physical memory. So this number is important, because when your game runs out of memory, this is going to be what's hurting you. We made a big push in Unity 6.6 to, not 6.1, it's in 6, to actually make sure that this number is as accurate as we can get it on devices. And this is the best place to come check it out, here in the main summary view. You can also see in these other views how much of it is resident. So we can see on that one there, we've got the allocated memory for this is 251, but only 78.9 megabytes of it is resident. So when you're optimizing the amount of memory something uses, you want to make sure that you're targeting improvements in the resident memory. There's all the other things that you actually see as not as standard here in the memory profiler. We see whereabouts your different memory is going in terms of managed memory. So that's C# memory that you've allocated probably from scripts, and native memory, which is stuff that's loaded by Unity typically when you call APIs, or if you load a scene. All of your meshes and objects will have some native part to them as well as a managed part. We have down here the managed heap utilization. So if you're interested in looking into memory that's used by your scripts, this is the place to start. And then we have the Unity object categories. So this is looking at things like meshes, textures. You'd have audio in here if the project had lots of that in it as well. So the next thing I'm going to jump to is over here in all of memory, because we talked about having graphics memory being categorized and reported. So once you come over here, you can actually see this section here. Previously, we've not called out all of the different things that are in your graphics memory, and that's the thing that's new here. So we can look down here, we can see what render textures you have. We can see, by clicking on one, information about it, size, setup of it, but we can also see the amount of native and managed memory that thing is using, and you can use this to start trying and figure out why, for example, you have 355 megabytes of render textures, and work out whether there are things that you could, say, reduce in size and upscale, possibly using STP in Unity 6, and things like that. So these are the new things that we've added in here.
Sorry, I'm distracted because I'm just trying to read. There's so many words on screen. I'm learning so much. I think I'm going to stop being a community manager soon so that I can use all of these tools and create games. That's my new dream. I want to make sure that we give you all the time that we need to show off everything that you have, Pete. Is there more, or are we kind of reaching the end of this?
No,
this
I think in terms of what we're demoing, those are the new things that we're talking about. I mean,
great.
There are other things in here, but those are largely as they were with the previous version of the memory profiler. So if you've not used it before, you go check it out following the link that we had up earlier.
Just a small mention also, because we touched a bit more on the profiler and the memory profiler, but we haven't talked so much about the profile analyzer. So I would just recommend everyone to check out also Pete's talk at Unite. He gave a talk this year, and he talked about all of these free tools and really some really useful tricks that I think would be super useful for everyone to check out. Pete, can you share also
I've actually got the code up here, so if we can see that would be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, gang. Very easy. I mean, able to kind of dive in a little bit deeper here, and very cool that you got to do a session at Unite. How was that experience?
It was really great. It was like a little bit like doing this in that I'm a little nervous beforehand, but once it got going, kind of found my stride a little bit, but also got a lot of great questions at the end from the audience and feedback from people afterwards. It was really great to do.
Awesome. And we've got Thomas posting links to this YouTube video as well, if you guys don't want to use the QR code. Speaking of excellent feedback, we've got The Bull saying, looks great. Sky God Games saying, this is extremely helpful. The Bull also saying, thanks for the improvements. Tritian Rare saying, cool stuff. Thanks, team. A lot of very, very good feedback. Thank you guys again for being here and joining us. If you have questions for the team, you can, of course, ask them if you are here live. I want to bring in a question from Mafama that was asked a while ago, kind of towards the beginning of the segment, but I wanted to save it until kind of towards the end. And I'm gonna modify it slightly so it's less, so it's a little bit more gentle. Are there plans to continue to improve profiling UI? It's very overwhelming at the start. So I guess kind of two questions here from me off of Mafama's question is, what does it look like now that we're hit launch? How do we continue to support it? And if people were feeling overwhelmed, where could they potentially find more learning resources?
So I'll touch a little bit on the first question. Let me make sure that I understood it. So we are actively working on trying to make it easier for users to spot performance problems. Just have an easier time to really point it out. These are the top 3, let's say, worst markers, so that you really have an easier time knowing what to focus on. And then we also have a profiling book up, an ebook that has a lot of useful material on, right, Peter?
We do. Again, it's on the right-hand QR code there. We've got a landing page with a list of different links and resources, one of which is this ebook.
That's great to know. Again, these QR codes, hey, if you took a screenshot, you could get into there just as easily. I learned. I'm excited about it. From the YouTube chat as well, Renee Nielsen asking, Pete, what about external profiler? Is that recommended?
Yes, there are definitely times when I would use external profilers and profiling tools. Exactly what you get out of them will probably vary depending on what platforms you're developing for and so on. I've been in the games industry for 20-something years, and I've spent a lot of time developing for consoles. They all have their own dedicated profilers, and they're really good, particularly finding out specifics that affect those platforms. But the same is true on PC and mobiles as well. There are other profilers. They will tell you slightly different things, so they are worth checking out.
Absolutely. With a couple of minutes left on the clock here, can we do a lightning round of other tips for other people? If you just got profiling tips that people need to kind of take away from here.
One, I'm not sure, Pete, if you mentioned it, but what comes to my mind is to profile on your minimum spec target device, that being like the least powerful computer or mobile that you have around. Really makes a difference. You're optimizing for those players as well when you do that.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think I have a slide that might have some of the things. Yeah, so we had profiling on the minimum spec device that you were saying there, Christiana. But also, there are other things in here. Making sure you know a target frame rate is great. Profiling often is good. Trying to profile the game that players are going to play rather than specific little tests or something. I always like to make sure I'm actually testing something that is the actual game. That early on often means that you don't have some things there yet, and that's why I've said next to try and set budgets and use placeholders if necessary. So if your level isn't finished yet, but you have some idea of how big it's going to be, try and put some placeholder content, maybe from the store or from an online place with free assets. There are so many of them these days. Grab assets, put them in your project to try and flesh it out a bit and get closer to the real thing that you're aiming for. I'd also recommend trying to set up some sort of automated performance test if you're on a bigger team as well, because it can save a lot of hassle when many people are committing things close to deadlines. If you've got an automatic thing that will look at the performance for you. And there is a Unity performance test package. We can probably find a link and put it in chat somewhere. I don't have a QR code for that one. But
we missed on that one.
That's okay. And just after Richard Fine in the YouTube chat said, Peter Hall, the man with a slide for every occasion, you seemed prepared for anything, Pete. And I'd say, I mean, I didn't even know that you had a slide for that one. So I think you've exceeded expectations. Don't beat yourself up about it too much. Christiana, Pete, I want to thank you both for being here, for sharing the information about the profiling tools, as well as about your own journey, your own adventure here, kind of getting things out with Unity 6. Thank you again so very much.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Of course. We'll see you guys again soon. Hopefully, Pete, Christiana, have a great day. Everyone say goodbye. Thank you. John says thanks. All right, Unity community, you are back here with me. We are going to transition into our next segment. We are going to start talking about how you can achieve more engaging visuals. We've got a couple of interesting tools to kind of show off in a more immediate sense. And then we're going to dive into the demo for Time Ghost a little bit more, show that off. And, like we've said, there are some great names of Unity people hanging out in the chat, both on Twitch and YouTube right now. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, you can ask those. Again, keeping them locked in on whatever topic we're discussing is more likely to get those answered. Before we move away from profiling, I do want to make sure everyone is aware of the office hours for the profiling tools. And if you have any questions about these tools. We have office hours available on our discussions page from 3 to 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time on November 20th. So you can mark that down in your calendar. Make sure to come back. And again, that team will be in there answering those questions as quickly as possible with as much detail as possible. When do you get community management tips from the Bull? Honestly, whenever you want, you just ask me and I'll get them to you. But again, Unity community, I'm so thrilled to be here with you all for these 6 hours of Unity 6. My name is Jackson. I am a community manager responsible for our live stream content, and we are trying to make sure that there is more of it and more excellent quality content for you here each week. So we are streaming every single week, barring scheduling conflicts. But I would love it if you would come and join our community and hang out at some of those streams. We've got very cool learning opportunities, as well as interviews with different developers about their creative processes and their journeys to releasing games. That being said, next week on the 23rd, we have an awards show. The 16th, hold on one sec, I spelled awards wrong. The 16th Unity Awards will be broadcast live for the first time at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's 1 p.m. on the East Coast of North America. We already have the event ready for you. You can head over to the YouTube page and make sure that you get notified when we go live with that event. It is very, 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 very cool. Myself and the legend Larry Hryb will be co-hosting that event as well. Of course, we want everybody to be able to connect with other portions, other people, other corners of the Unity community. So we are putting the links to both the Discord and the discussions pages in the chat, and you guys can go and check those out. We say it all the time. The strength of Unity is the community. So check out all of those resources and ask questions of each other. Look for opportunities to collaborate. There's a lot of exciting things happening. So we are going to move into our creating more engaging visual segments here, but later in the show, stick around because we have information about how to unlock possibilities using runtime AI, and then also talking about the multi-platform approach of Unity 6 before finally finishing up the show with multiplayer game creation. We've got some exciting things happening here, and without further ado, I think it's time that we bring in our next couple of guests. We've got, of course, the Unity community hanging out. I hope you guys are excited. If there's something that you are most looking forward to from these 6 key pillars, I would love to hear it. Get your questions ready. Again, we've got community managers and other Unity people hanging out in chat, hopefully to get you some answers. And if you are asking great questions, hopefully we can get them in front of people live on this stream. We are ready to go. So Unity community, please help me in welcoming in to discuss how you can achieve more engaging visuals. We got Steven and Fred. Yay! Welcome to the show. Steven, Fred, how are you guys today?
Doing well, thanks.
Good. Fred, you feeling okay?
Thank you. Yes,
Good.
Thank you.
Love it. Absolutely love it. To let people get to know you just a little bit more before we dive into the technical things of which you guys know so much and are going to be able to share so much. Can you tell people a little bit about you, how long you've worked at Unity and what your responsibility is here? And Steven, we'll throw to you to start.
Sure. So I've been with Unity for almost 4 years. I am a product manager and I am part of the graphics teams that we have here at Unity. I've been specializing in the lighting product area first and foremost. So yeah, it's been a really great journey so far. I have a long background in game development, so this is my 20th year almost. Before that, I was doing technical art, so my background is in technical art.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing a bit about your journey. Fred, what about you? Tell us a little bit more about you.
Well, I've been with Unity for over 5 years now, and prior to that, I've been working in the gaming industry also ever since I was like in my early 20s as former tech artist, and also became a gameplay programmer later on. And today I'm also with Steven, part of the graphics product management team. I'm looking after visual effects and shader authoring tools, so namely VFX Graph, Shader Graph, and Shuriken.
Now, again, part of the reason we're doing these streams is being able to give you guys a little bit of a stage, an opportunity to take credit for the things that you work very hard on and let people get to know you a little bit. And I find a question that really helps paint the picture of who a personality is what is your favorite game? Steven, starting with you, do you have one that comes to mind immediately?
Well, I have kids, so gaming is obviously not something that I can do as much as I did before. But the cool thing is that I get to experience the journey gaming with my kids. So, it started with Paw Patrol, and we went through Overcooked, cool game.
Whoa!
Yeah, and now this year we tried Planet of Lana, was a cool one that we got into, and then Cocoon, of course. So yeah, we try to play together as much as we can, but there's always left more time to.
A family that games together stays together is what I always say. Fred, what about you? Do you have a favorite game that comes to mind?
Well, I'd say a favorite genre. Most probably, like I love the games where the story is non-linear. So things like Detroit, Become Human, for example. And also I love games where you have like lots of actions, but also a very compelling story. So I would say the Uncharted series and God of War, for example.
Very cool. I love that games unify everybody that play them, even if it's a completely different approach. You know what I mean? Like if you have different genres that you like, et cetera, I think that's super, super interesting. So we want to double check here. Steven, is your intention to screen share with us today, or are we going largely through our pre-collected videos? I'm seeing probably screen sharing. So that's great. You guys have two very specific approaches two very specific knowledge sets, I should say, about what people can use to create more engaging visuals. Steven, why don't I hand things over to you right now, and you can kind of dive in there to start.
Sure. So yeah, building on the really impactful things about graphics that you heard earlier in this stream, one of the things that I'm super excited about are the new lighting features that we're able to deliver with Unity 6. One of those things is the new light baking architecture, which we've been able to get in out of preview. The GPU light mapper that we had in preview for a while has been finally production ready and fully supported, so we're super excited about that. Before, the light baking process was a bit of a black box and fairly unpredictable. So this is now something that is much more predictable. So the way we extract data from the scene, the way that data is processed and injected back into the scene is much more predictable, much more streamlined. And it allows us to do a couple of really cool things where we're able to lower the minimum VRAM requirements down to 2 gigabytes. So we're hoping that even more creators can leverage that technology. And we're giving you the flexibility to choose how much of your own resources that you have on your hardware you would want to dedicate to the whole baking process. Then a really key change is how we're doing the previews of generating this lighting data. So before we had something called auto generate. That's now moved to a dedicated interactive preview mode, which is non-destructive. So it is a true preview of the lighting data that you're generating. So it won't stomp any of your existing light maps that you have in your scene. So that's really, really cool. One of the key changes that we've introduced is if you're building modular data and you're working with light probes. Before, the light probes that you had in your scene, they were static, they were fixed in space, so you couldn't place them at runtime if you were building your levels in a modular way. So you can do that now. So it is much more flexible, much more powerful, and provides a much more versatile way for you to work with lighting data overall. So speaking of light probes overall, I have something to share.
Please.
I'll go into that. So a key feature we've delivered with Unity 6 is adaptive probe volumes. Excuse me. And we're showing an example of how you can use adaptive probe volumes here in action. You might recognize this scene. This is a scene that we delivered with the URP 3D sample project called Oasis. And this was previously using light maps and light probes. And we've now converted this scene to use only light probe lit features. So you're no longer needing to have to generate light maps. You can go in and you can just light your whole scene with light probes using adaptive probe volumes. So in this example, what we're doing is we're placing a probe volume. We're deciding where we want to have the extents of that object. And as you can see, you get a live preview of what we're calling bricks. And the bricks are what eventually are going to contain your light probes in your scene. And as you're authoring your scene, what it does is it goes through and evaluates the scene geometry that you have. Where you have more geometry, you'll find more probes being placed. And where there's less geometry, there will be less probes. Which makes sense, because if you don't have anything in your scene, you don't want to have to build a lot of data around that. So it's an optimization step that you can leverage. So in this case, what we're doing is we're focusing on kind of the main playable area where we want to have a medium level of detail. And we can, as we're building out the extents of this probe volume, can see how right now this would be really quite dense. So the amount of data that you'd have as it is now would be probably too much. So we can scale that down by affecting the probe spacing. And then what you can choose to do is you can choose to, in the areas where you have more detail, place additional probe volumes. So it's really flexible. It allows you to decide where you want to have most detail. And then when you have to go to generate that data, this is running in real time, you can see how eventually the probe volumes that you've placed impact where the light probes are going to be generated. Not just that, it also then takes into consideration the objects that you have in your scene and then makes smart choices about where to place those. So that took about 20 seconds. So it's incredibly fast. It's faster than if you had to generate light maps. And then if you look at the result, you're able to see that the probes that we have around that building, where we want to have most objects, most detail, you can see that there's more probes placed, whereas in the background, there are fewer. So that really is one of the key features that we have about the adaptive probe volumes, and that's what the whole feature is about. It is adaptive, it adapts to your scene. And then if you look at the result's pretty cool already. Like, we didn't do any kind of modification or touch-ups afterwards. This is already a good first pass result, and it's red directional, so it takes normal maps into consideration. And if you've worked with light probe lit environments before, then you'll understand that there are some light leaking artifacts that can happen. So there are additional tools that we've provided for you to mitigate those. Really excited about this. There's more to show about dynamism. You can add things like time of day and scenarios. But I'm happy to hand over to Fred if we're short on time.
Yeah, no, Steven, that was great. Thank you. And I've seen that demo before, and it is very, very impressive. So I believe there's a Unite session that goes into a little bit more detail that should be available on the YouTube page. I see the community management team. I see the Unity team in chat dropping links to things as well. So again, as much as we're going to get really excited about these things, there's no way that we can cover them all in as much detail as possible. So we're going to have to bounce you around to other resources, but I think this is just the beginning, and it's going to be a learning process for everybody. So Steven, thank you for kind of showing that. Fred, I'll hand the stage over to you here, and you can kind of showcase some of the things that you've been working so hard on.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks. Actually, there's a couple of things that I'm pretty happy and excited about when it comes to Unity 6. The first is that it's probably the first version of a VFX graph where we feel this is a mature version or feature complete version of VFX graph. There's always room for improvements. It doesn't mean that we're just going to stop there, but it's the first version that we feel is complete. And the other thing is also that we've added so much improvements to shader graph through the addition of samples. And maybe to best showcase that, we can just launch the first video, where we've actually taken up the Oasis scene from where the lighting team had left it up, and to which we've added taken from the latest release of the production ready samples from shader graph, and we could add underwater decals, for example, to the scene with a simple drag and drop, because all of those shaders are already there for you to use, and also to customize. So, for example, this rock, we could swap this with a rock shader that has extra features such as detail mapping and moss, and other things like rain also, which is also great because it features an optimized texture packing also for performances. And now one of the nice things I like about graph tools is that it really allows technical artists to create things by composition. It's a bit like we give you a recipe, but you can extract, because the recipes there are made of ingredients, and those ingredients are made of smaller ingredients, so you can also customize them and recreate other recipes with them. So, for example, the rain effect on a specific rock doesn't make much sense because this is something that you want to control on a global level inside of a scene. But there we could easily just tie this value, the rain intensity, and we could tie this value to a shader global that we can drive from timeline with a very simple timeline extension. And now, because this is also something that is reusable, we could also add this to existing shaders that we had in the scene, such as the water shader, for example, to which we've added the ripples, also controlled with the rain global, and to the terrain shaders. So all of the shaders that we already had in the scene, we could add the rain effects to. So things like rain puddles and things like that on the terrain. One of the things also, when we think of shader graph, we often think of surface materials, but shader graph allows you to create materials or shaders for other things such as post-processing, custom post-processing. And there, part of the sample, we have this rain on lens effect that, again, we could also customize to be driven by the timeline. So I think it's a very good example of how, as a tech artist, you can mix and match and combine those different effects. Now, to Unity 6, we've also added the ability to use shader graph to create UI, which brings unique capabilities to do things like background processing. For example, if you want to desaturate or blur the background for a UI panel, or if you want to have like things to interact with, you can use procedural shapes, which allows you to have resolution independent and dynamic shapes, which is what you could see there. And which brings me also to what we wanted, or I would say what I want as a user, is to say VFX graph and shader graph feel a lot more like the same, because they are, obviously two different tools, and maybe this is we can switch to the next video to touch on the VFX graph improvements. But basically, one of the things that we want to do is to make them feel more the same, to unify the experience and also unify the capabilities. So earlier you could see, for example, that the vegetation and the smoke particles were going in the same direction, because we can now easily just use the same shader globals inside of VFX graph and shader graph just the same. So we had 3 different focuses on this release, which were about the onboarding. We want to make it easier for users to create new things. And so for VFX, that means providing templates, right? Because when you create things inside of VFX graph or shader graph, you feel like you're doing a lot. Very often you do, and you go by doing the same things over and over again. So we want to give you the ability to really kickstart your creation when you know where you want to go. So, for example, when you create a smoke or something, you know which setup you need. We've also improved the overall user experience with things like the blackboard. So the blackboard now inside of VFX graph allows you to use the attributes, because especially when you're new to VFX graph, there's lots of attributes and blocks that you can use. It can be a bit overwhelming, but with this blackboard, you get a sense of which block is using which attribute and vice versa, which I think is great, especially when you learn VFX graph. We've also listened to the community, because things like keyboard shortcuts or the improvements that we've done to the note search also in VFX graph is something that allows you to better grasp the feature set of VFX-Graph. So when you're searching for something, we're using things that we call synonyms. So if you don't exactly know what something is called inside of VFX-Graph, you may just type a keyword and then you find the feature you're looking for. We've added keyboard shortcuts. So when you spend your whole day in VFX-Graph and Shader Graph, we appreciate that it's something that you want to be able to be quicker at doing things. So keyboard shortcuts was a must. Also on VFX-Graph side of things, we've also added learning sample. So these work as templates also. They're available from the package manager. It's a huge collection of visual effects. They showcase specific use cases, like things that you want to do, like often enough users want to do, and then things like also they touch on specific features of VFX-Graph. So instead of having to go by the documentation, what you can do is just open those learning templates, and then you get to learn how to sample a mesh, how to sample a skin mesh.
Oh, that's awesome.
Or how to use the flipbook, for example, when you when you want to use a flipbook for your particles, or when you want to sample a texture or a sign distance field, or taking advantage of collision events, for example, or the collision attributes, which is also something new to VFX-Graph inside of Unity 6, and it takes you also to the documentation. So it's a great way to learn. Now, like all of the graphs are also, properly documented with sticky notes and all of that. Now, the next thing that we really wanted to do, and this is why I said earlier that this version is really a feature complete version of VFX-Graph, is that we've taken on bringing URP up to par with HDRP, because in the previous releases we've had new features inside of Unity with HDRP, and now we've made them work with URP. So something like smoke lighting, also known as six-way lighting, which allows you to use like two sets of light maps to make volumetric effects. And this is very timely because like Stephen showed earlier, we now have lighting scenarios, which allows you to switch between different lighting conditions. It means that your visual effects can now react to those different lighting conditions without having to work specific set of visual effects. Things also like decals, which allows you to better ground or integrate your visual effects inside of the environment, is also a new feature. And speaking of which, like also to probably blend your visual effects with the background, access to the camera buffers. So that allows you to spawn particle against the depth buffer, for example, or to fetch the color of the render buffer. So it's really great when you want to do, for example, dissolving effects. You want a character to just disappear using particles, and these are great features for that. And also allows you to take advantage of collision. So if you want to collide with the background, for example, you don't really have to sample the whole scene. You can just collide with the Z buffer. So these are all like great features that we now enable inside of URP. And the next thing also that we wanted to work on was the extensibility and the performances, like giving users the ability to assess, because at the end of the day we all want to make like beautiful visual effects and surfaces and shaders and stuff, but it's got to fit inside of the budget for the frame. So with VFX-Graph inside of Unity 6, you have a built-in profiler which allows you to measure the GPU cost and the GPU memory cost of your visual effects asset, which gives tech artists and visual effects artists the freedom to optimize their assets by themselves without having to require an engineer help. And also custom HLSL, I mentioned it earlier, to retrieve shader globals, but it also unlocks you where in cases where you want to do more complex things that you couldn't do with VFX just right now, but that you can using custom HLSL. Things like neighbor search, for example, for flock of birds, or those sort of advanced effects. And last but not least, we've done lots of improvements on collision. So up to now, what you could do is just say, oh, I want my particles to collide, and when they collide, they die. But you would then have to trigger an event and to say, when the particles died, then I want to do something else. So now what you can do is say, when the particle collides, it collides and triggers an event, and then you get to learn about this event. So you get to know about the collision normal, the collision speed, like all of the information that you need about this collision, so that you can trigger more advanced visual effects. So that's pretty much it. As a summary, like you said, we can't really touch on everything, but we've also had a Unite session on this topic, and which touches on pretty much all of that.
Yeah, like you said, Fred, this is such an exciting but expansive piece of Unity 6 that for us to be able to deep dive it all today, even with 6 hours of Unity 6, we just couldn't possibly do it. So definitely go look for those future opportunities and resources and learnings. And thank you for that demo, because it was really exciting. There was some really cool stuff in there that even for me was really, really interesting. Let's pull in a couple of quick questions, as I know we're a little tight on time here, so maybe we can kind of speed run it a little bit here. Hryb Immersive asking if the probes would work in VR development as well.
I suppose they could. So one of the things that we want to make sure of is that any features that we build, as I said, scale to a wide range of platforms, including VR. So we're hopeful that as you try out using these features, you can give us feedback on how well they are performing. Obviously, we do some tests internally, but we'd love to hear you try those things out and give us your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very important that we keep telling people we're listening to the feedback. There will be office hours for this visual pipeline group as well. We'll make sure to get the community that opportunity and that information as we kind of wrap up in a bit here. But I also want to pull in a question from a friend on YouTube whose name I believe might be in Russian, so I can't read it. But it says, is this available in all versions of Unity 6 or only in specific new versions?
With this, we've obviously historically been building on Unity 6 through the 23 release cycles, and then we had Unity 6 preview, and now of course we got Unity 6 the full release. So if you take the full release, then the features that you saw today will be available with Unity 6.
Great. And kind of springboarding off of that a little bit, I believe Rammies on the Twitch side says, is the Oasis sample with APVs included in the Unity 6 samples in the hub now?
Right now, I don't know the specifics if they've been released right now. I'm hoping that we've been able to make it in time, but if not, it will be there very, very soon.
Exactly. So if it's not there in this moment, you will hopefully have it in just a short amount of time here. Fred, I really appreciate you guys coming in and kind of showcasing some of this really, really in-depth, very cool knowledge. And hopefully people are going to be able to pick up these tools and just make some cool things, because that's what I think we're all about here. Any closing thoughts from either of you as we kind of keep the show rolling here? It's okay if the answer is no.
Yeah, no, again, it's honestly, I'm super excited about what we've been able to build with Unity 6, and even more excited about hearing what it is that you're building with Unity 6. So please let us know how you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Fred, anything on your end?
Yeah, likewise. I can't wait to get the feedback of the users on what we've got there and get it rolling.
No, of course. And Stephen, Fred, thank you guys so much for being a part of the 6 hours of Unity 6. I know it was a gargantuan task, and I've said before, just because people are knowledgeable and great at what they do doesn't necessarily mean they feel comfortable in front of a live stream audience. So I'm very grateful, and I'm sure the Unity community is as well. So I just want to say a big thank you to you both. So we will see you guys again soon, hopefully. And we're going to keep rolling on with the stream here. Take care. All right, Unity community, we're going to continue in this visual pipeline gold mine here. Creating more engaging visuals is something that is one of the key pillars of Unity 6 we're going to bring on another pair of very knowledgeable minds. We are going to have everybody. Well, sorry, we're not going to have everybody. We're going to have a couple of new people, some names that might be familiar to those of you that have been hanging out. Thank you guys all for being here with us. We're going to dive into some more of this Time Ghost demo. And we've talked a little bit about it here and there, that this was a very, very impressive visual demo that I'm very excited to kind of dive a little bit more into. If you're not aware of the Time Ghost demo, I know we've posted links a couple of times already, but we'll continue to do so. Unity community watching here live, keep those questions coming. My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers. I am responsible for connecting you with all of these people, and I want to do exactly that. I want to say hey to the friends on Twitch that are saying greetings from Twitch's software and game dev category. We see you all out there. I spend time checking out your channels, even if you don't know that I'm there. I also want to back up and apologize and correct myself. The name that I quoted previously is not Russian. It is indeed Ukrainian. Thank you for correcting me, and thank you for your patience. I believe we're good to roll into our next couple of guests, and I know I'm very excited. I'm just going to wait from producer's word, but I'm excited to show you guys this. Post a link for the Time Ghost demo if we can. We will get our community team to do exactly that. While we are still waiting, ooh, thank you, Trey. While we are still waiting, it is worth pointing out that yes, we have Trey. We also have a number of other community management people, as well as just other members of the Unity team. So you feel free to ask questions in the chat, and we'll try and get you those answers. Again, the big objective here with Unity 6, the 6 hours of Unity 6, is trying to help you answer the question, is Unity 6 the right tool for me? We talk all the time about using the tools that are right for the job. If Unity 6 is the case, that's fantastic. We want to help you figure out which of these key pillars will help you most in trying to create what you are making. We also have Dax Miller on the YouTube side saying I'm late. Don't you worry, Dax. We see you. We're grateful that you're here with us now. And if you would like, this video will be available as a VOD on the YouTube page after we finish as well, so you can go back and catch up on anything you may have missed. We are in the middle of talking about our creating more engaging visuals, but that's not all, because later in the show, we've also got information about how to unlock possibilities with runtime AI, multi-platform approach to Unity 6, and then, of course, wrapping up the 6-hour stream with a word from our multiplayer team about how making multiplayer games is easier than ever with Unity 6. So I am very, very excited. The Bull says, I'm here to listen to all the info the presenters have to give, just making an observation. You are all good. Yeah, we've got a lot of very, very exciting things. Unity 6 available for all of you today. So you can go and check it out, to tool around in there, poke around, see what works for you, see if it's worth the energy to convert your current project to continuing to work in Unity 6. I know that we're seeing a little bit of excitement here. Tato Forever saying, I want to see the new AI stuff, which is exciting. We've got Requiem, apologies, saying multiplayer. Yes, very, very exciting things happening. Hold on one sec. We're not going to handle that right now. We are ready to go, everybody. We are going to hand things over and welcome in two new guests here. Please say hello to Richard and Adrian. Welcome on in, you two. You are live on the air. How are you feeling today?
Hey, Jackson. I'm feeling good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Adrian, how are you?
Hey, yeah, doing all right, thanks.
Good. It's Unity 6 launch day. I think the excitement levels are high. I'm very pumped to be bringing all of this information to our Unity community. And before we really dive into it, Richard, I want to say thanks, because this is a 6-hour live stream and your segment is 30 minutes. And yet I've seen you in the chat answering a bunch of questions already. So if you guys have been hanging out and asking those questions, there's a good chance you've already interacted with Richard today, which is exciting.
Yeah, hanging out in the community it's what it's all about.
Of course. And people need to know that we're there, we're listening, we're asking, we're answering, all of these types of things. It's very, very important. But before I get ahead of myself, Richard, then Adrian, can you guys let us know a little bit about you, what you do here, and your areas of expertise? minutes.
Sure. So I've been at Unity for about 10 years now, which I think makes me the old timer on today's stream. And I worked at a number of different roles at Unity, but these days I'm one of the principal architects for the engine. So I am kind of tearing over the entire product, particularly more of a focus on like the kind of like more foundational runtime parts, less on the editing side, and just trying to make sure that what everyone is building actually fits together. Trying to help kind of unblock teams so that they can kind of work on their pieces and be confident that when they're done, it's going to kind of fit together. But people who see me around Unity, they know that I pop up everywhere. I have worked on features in the engine. I added things like JSON support. I have been actively involved in the community for quite a long time. Before I joined Unity as a staff member, I was a moderator in the forums. I was lucky enough and honored to be included in the keynote at Unite, presenting Time Ghost, which was a really, really fun experience. So that kind of sums me up.
I think it's great.
Outside of Unity, I live in Montreal and I like to do a lot of cooking.
Good. Thank you for including those details. Again, we want everyone to know that we're working with real humans here. People saying Richard is indeed a real human. We're seeing it live. Lots of very, very positive reviews for you, Richard, in the chat. Thank you to the YouTube and Twitch chats keeping this on. Now, that might be a tough act to follow, Adrian, but tell us a little bit more about yourself.
That's what I want to say. Hard to follow on that. But yeah, I've been at Unity for, I'm a technical artist for the demo team. And I've been at Unity for 5.5 years. And before that, I've been working in game development for another 15, both larger studios and indie game developers. And now I'm, at Unity, helping other developers. Yeah, so that's me.
Sounds great. Again, thank you both for joining us. We're all over the world. We're talking to people with all different sets of knowledge and different time zones. It's been an adventure to pull it together, but it's been so worth it. I kind of want to hand things over to you guys here. We're looking at like 25-ish minutes to talk through some things. And I know you guys have planned a lot. So I'm going to just take a small step back and continue to read chat. If you guys have questions throughout it, I will try to pull everything together and maybe bring you guys some questions as we go.
Sure, sounds good. So I think, so like the big news from Time Ghost today, of course, is that along with the Unity 6 release, we've put out 2 packages of content that we've extracted from Time Ghost to really show off, I think, 2 of the most impressive aspects of the demo, or 2 of the parts that we think people are most interested in kind of learning more about. And so the first of those packages is the environment, kind of showing off how we built up this kind of like nice big open space with all of this vegetation. I think in the keynote, I said it was 12.8 million instances of like plants and bits of grass and so on. That has increased since then. The team haven't stopped working since
I'm glad it went up.
Keynote.
Because if it was like, ooh, and we have to report it's actually 12.7.
No.
More.
It's actually gone up since then. And then the second package that we've released is showing off the character and the Sentis-driven cloth deformation. So we'll get to that in a bit, but I think first, Adrian, let's dig into the environment demo.
Sounds good. Yeah. I don't know if I can get my screen shared.
Perfect.
In there. Oh,
yeah, there we go.
All right, cool. So yeah, this is one of the environments that was part of our demo, Time Ghost. And as Richard mentioned, we worked on it, made it a bit bigger, a bit nicer, I would say. So if I zoom out, we can see there's just a lot of more stuff to look around. It's also a bit greener. I'm gonna go into that in a second. But now I think we're up to 18 million instances, something like that. Much more variation.
And this is you poking around live, right? Just for clarity, this isn't.
Oh yeah.
This isn't a video that we've recorded.
Nope. It's in editor.
Woo!
Even. We worked at adding some animal trails to make the environment look just a bit more organic. And we even tried something just a few days ago, because that's how we roll. We said, well, this is crazy, but maybe we can cover the entire ground in grass, because usually what you do, you spawn your instances of grass, and then you have a grass texture that tiles on the terrain. But we said, well, I mean, it's probably not going to work, but let's try to cover everything with grass. And it actually works. Like, we managed to pull it out. We still have a texture beneath, but a lot of it is just, just some dead grass that's being scattered. And I think it looks quite nice from, from the top, and it gives that nice organic, soft feel, like almost like you want to be here, and you can a bit. Like, one of the things we have in the demo is we added the character controller, the third-party character controller that's on the asset store. We throw it in there because we want to show also interaction with the grass. I don't know how visible that was in the cinematic, but we actually worked quite a lot on the interaction. Maybe the wind is a bit strong now for that to be seen. So there's a foliage control here. It's a small helper script that we made just for us to, to be able to tweak the scenes. But one of the things you can do is just lower the wind intensity. So now it's, like a light breeze. But this shows the interaction just a bit more. Like, you can see the character colliding with the instances. To tell you a bit about the interaction, it's a hybrid model in the sense that we do have real physics for the instance, but not for the individual strands of grass. So because of that, we had to do some shader trickery to make sure that the blades are, parting nicely, and it's not the entire thing that goes that moves. So I can maybe show that if I can find my cursor. We have like this debug mode. This debug mode shows, it's very pretty. I love these colors.
I like, just leave it like this.
I have one even better. This debug mode shows the instances. So you see each instance has its own color. But as I said, we didn't want the entire instance to move one way or the other, right? Because that didn't look nice. Mm-hmm. So what we did in the shader, we separated the strands. So here you see the individual strands of grass. So now we have the main physics coming, the main, let's say, interaction coming from the physics, but then in the shader we use that and we split the blades individually just to get a nicer, I'd say like a nicer end result, right? More organic. And you can take a look at this. Like, this is the wind map.
Oh, that's better.
We have different debugs. Another thing I wanted to show, by the way, in the demo you can press F1 and this plays a nice animated camera.
Oh, and a little whip and zoom.
Exactly. And then you press F2 and you're in a free camera that you can just freely move around, and F3 and you're in the character controller. That's for people that don't read notes like me. But one say is that, so we have 18 million instances, and we did a lot of work on streaming in, streaming out. Everything is based on camera, so there's a lot of interesting stuff happening there. But even that wasn't enough to render everything, because another thing is that these grass models are actually quite complex. Like, it can be just two quads because you need the interaction and you need a nice wind, the sway and all that. So what we had to do is to build these tile imposters, which blend in at a certain distance. Now it's a bit hard to see them now, and that's the point for you not to notice it. But let's say if I go to, if I display the instances, for example, you can see kind of where the color ends that's where the tile impostors start. And the tile impostors are
okay.
impostors, but for larger areas. We also have regular impostors, like the trees in the background. Those are like your regular impostors. But we needed something more, because even that was too much, when you talk about these numbers. So we made tile impostors, which is, we baked sections of the map into these tile impostors, and then we added some fake wind and all that. But the idea was, you should not notice not notice the transition. And I think if I turn off the debug, it's it's kind of hard to tell where the tile impostors start and where the actual streaming. Let me put back the grass. Another thing that we mentioned. By the way, feel free to interrupt me with questions at any point.
No problem at all. If maybe I will, because we've got Nebula Oblivion saying, wait, so is this new grass for terrain or kind of a separate package thing? What's changed? What's our approach here?
It's not a new grass for terrain. It's this is using entities. Probably I should have started with that. So all of these are entities. It's not grass that was painted. Underneath is the old terrain system that we know and love, maybe. But above, it's dot entities, and that's what allows us to have this level of performance, and also allows us to do some other cool stuff. Like, for example, in the shader we're using an attribute for health, which tells you if the grass is dry or green. And that's something we can override. So now this is much closer to Time Goes demo, where we had a dry grass field, but I can go and make it all green. So that can happen.
I don't know why that excited me. That was a real gasp. Sorry, I know it was dramatic. I got really excited.
It's like it just came to
I
life.
was like, wow! Install these on the Earth. Who knew?
And the nice thing is that you can make also the behavior of the grass, depend on its health. So if you can imagine like a dry grass, because it lacks moisture and all that, it's not gonna. I don't know how much you're gonna see through the feed, but a dry grass is not gonna sway, this organically. It's not gonna bend that much. While something green, we can do, something much more. Nice. I don't know if I'm breaking. I see some gray stuff on the preview.
Yeah, we might be breaking it, but I think we're back. Oh no, we're hopping around. We'll keep doing what we can do.
Keep trying. So that was what I wanted to show. Okay, are we back? Maybe.
Yeah. I'm seeing that we're having issues with your CPU streaming and processing things both.
Streaming and processing. Yeah, I mean, I see the stream. It has a bit of a delay, but
I mean, everything you're showing off here is in the package
exactly.
that people can download from the
That's
App Store
exactly.
right now. So anything anyone's missing, just go grab the package from the store.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to point out, that this demo is available. We've put links in the chat as well. So if you guys have curiosity beyond this, hop in there and poke around and really just kind of dig in and learn what you can from it. But we'll do what we can to continue the showcase.
I think there's also there's some deeper dive material on the discussion site as well. I think the demo team have written up some kind of guides of like how this was done and a bit more kind of detail on like decisions that were made and so on. And so I think that's all in the the tech articles section in the discussions. And of course there's the recording of Xuan's talk from Unite as well, where there's like a full hour talk where he did like a deep dive on the entire Time Goes cinematic as well, where I've not watched it, but I'm guessing he talked about this as well.
We've got some questions that we can pull in from the chat if we're at a good opportunity to do so. Romaine B asking for a little bit of clarity. Quick question here about the grass. There seems to be a bit of temporal ghosting. Is that from the stream or the motion blur? Am I the only one kind of seeing this? It is tough with us streaming to a console and then streaming out and then with the screen sharing. There's a lot of layers here, and we kind of did see something before, but is there some clarity that we can provide here?
I think it's kind of both. Like, there's definitely something that I see in the editor as well. It's very hard, for the anti-aliasing to resolve this very thin blades of grass moving. There's a lot of noise and all that. I would say on the stream, if you guys see the same, like, it looks quite a lot worse once it gets streamed.
Yeah. So what you're seeing looks nicer than what we're able to
nicer.
Kind of show.
There
everybody.
is still some ghosting,
Yep.
And then you can try different anti-aliasing, whatever works better for you. But it's not as bad as it might be on the stream.
Yeah, understood. Again, where in the world are you right now?
I'm in Copenhagen.
So you're in Copenhagen. You're streaming your content to Montreal, which is then being streamed out to Twitch and YouTube. So like, there's a lot of layers to this that are working against us a little bit, and we're doing the best that we can.
I mean, we have some nice videos, I think, out there as well, showing this at much better quality. I invite people to go and check them out. And of course, the best thing is get the project, try it yourself, dig deep, see maybe it's something that it can be useful for you. That's the best case for us, I guess, as former developers and gamers to help the community as much as possible.
I think Romain has also followed up saying, hey, the grass is still great. Good job. I was just being nitpicky. So they were just curious, and I'm glad that we could kind of provide a little bit of that levity.
We like nitpicking. We are nitpicky. You don't know how much we work on this. So it's fine. We notice these things as well. And we're doing our best to...
If there's any one team at Unity that knows about attention to detail, it's the demo team.
I would say so.
I mean, so when I came out to Barcelona for the Unite keynote, I was working with the creative director on Time Ghost until the night before, because there were still little tweaks he wanted to make to exactly the camera angles that it was going to be shown at, and just tweaking exactly like the light temperature and all of these things. Like, he's extremely detail oriented. So, but I think that's part of like delivering a really high fidelity experience, is both having that attention to detail and then having the tools that let you like realize the vision, right? Lurking Ninja points out, it's always greener on the other side. So get in there yourself.
We've got a couple more questions, but one from me that, Richard, I know we kind of wanted to talk about with the community here. And it's a bit of a potentially tumultuous topic. It's a bit of a hot button for some people. Why do we spend so much time making cinematics instead of game demos outright?
So, I mean, I think the first thing I would highlight is that in this demo, certainly when it came to what we put on stage at Unite after the main presentation, like, we wanted to show that it can also be interactive, right? I think during the segment that Sylvia and I presented, there wasn't a lot of time for me to just kind of like run the character around there, but like the stuff, it can be interactive as well. But I think beyond that, I mean, most of this is about driving the limits of the engine. And you don't necessarily need to try and drive every limit simultaneously. I mean, I think it's fair to say that what we try to do with Time Ghost is we try to push graphics as hard as we possibly can. And we also, to some extent, try to push authoring as well. We need to make sure not just that we can render incredible environments and lots of characters, we can actually put together in a way, like, take months and months and months of like waiting for things to import and so on and so forth, right? So by stressing those things, like we uncover a lot of things. I mean, there's already been lots of bug fixes and improvements and so on found by the Time Ghost production team that have then gone into the Unity 6 release, right? So we drive the stuff through. I mean, would it be even better if we had something that looked this good and had this much kind of story and was also a fully playable game? Sure, that would be even better. But we sometimes have to sort of pick our battles, I think. And this allows us to kind of focus on an area, really kind of drive it forward. But, this is not to say as well that there are not other teams pushing those other areas as well.
Of course.
So we don't try and push everything in one project, but we try and kind of push multiple different areas simultaneously.
Yeah. And I think it's an important thing that we communicate out as well, that just because we're working on these types of things, it doesn't feed a narrative that nobody at Unity knows how to play games. Or I should kind of circle back to this in a more positive way. It's a rhetoric that we see. You guys aren't even using the tool, so how could you know? That is not true. And you've already heard from a number of people today, hey, I've been working with Unity tools for years prior to even working here and those types of things. So this is a demo. It's a way to showcase, look at how visually stunning we can create a thing. And Lurking Ninja says in chat here, I believe it was Lurking Ninja. I like that they're working on the visual stuff more. We are game developers. We can make the gameplay more. You know what I mean? Like, we give you the tools and the platform, and you guys can go and make this game.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, so the idea that we don't dog food. I mean, firstly, there's a lot of usage of the engine that happens at Unity that we don't talk publicly. We work on projects that we, well, at least don't yet talk about publicly. Maybe that will change at some point. I would love to be able to share more about what we do, but at the moment, no. But we do dog food quite a lot, even beyond the projects that people have maybe heard about in the past. But yeah, I mean, it has to be a close collaboration with customers in a lot of cases, whether that's studios like 10 Chambers, or whether that's the hundreds of studios signed up with our integrated support services and so on, like the folks kind of working closely with us on things. Because the real challenge is there's this sort of assumption that if Unity made the games, then somehow we would then understand better the problems that people face. And the reality is that having a team at Unity off in a room somewhere making a game doesn't automatically cause everyone else who's working on the engine to know what it's like on that game. The problem has to be solved by transferring the information, the knowledge, and the learnings from these projects, whether that is customer projects or whether that is internal projects, transferring that through so that it's really informing the engine and driving the engine in a strong way. And we have had, and we do have, good partnerships with customers where we're working on improving that learning kind of coming through. Of course. Right? So we're able to learn things from projects kind of internally, and we have the advantage when it's an internal project that maybe it doesn't have quite the same kind of deadlines and so on as maybe a customer's got. Maybe we can control slightly more which things it's going to focus on. But yeah, it's always going to be something where we need to be working really, really closely with customers as well, to bring through what they need and making sure that the teams inside Unity who are actually building the features really understand what it's like on not just one game project, but hundreds of game projects, thousands of games to use.
I would say. So yeah, I mean, by no means, in an ideal world, yeah, we would do everything. But like you said, we kind of have to pick our battles. From my perspective, it does seem like a very cool. And you know what? I think a lot of people who are saying, hey, make a game, are doing so because it seems like a good opportunity for learning, for transferring that knowledge directly from the brains of people working in Unity into their view, into their knowledge set. So I think there are cool opportunities. And you know what? We're just at a small moment in time here. Who knows what the future has to hold for us? And I won't say never because I have zero control over it. I can't really speak to that in any ways. But yes, there's definitely we're doing a lot with what we have, and still more things that we want to be able to do.
Yeah. And just so you know,
so speaking of,
so just want to say,
when
it comes to the demo team, our mission is to showcase graphic features. That being said, we are former game developers, and many of us are gamers. So that discussion about interactive demos comes along quite often, and we're having that before every demo. Can we do it? Can we pull it off with our team size, with our mission? And also, we must not forget that we're working with software that's work in progress at different stages. We cannot wait for Unity 6 to come out and then make a demo, right? So we need to start with it. So, there's a lot that comes, that goes into it. But like I said, that discussion takes place very, very often. And we're very passionate about both. We just need to pick our battles and, never say never.
Jackson, I know we're running a little short on time. Do you want to see the second demo?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I do. Yeah, we've got probably about 5 minutes here. So if we've got something to show, let's see what we can do.
Let me see if I can screen share.
Was this something that we'd planned, or are you surprising me right now, Richard? Is this something you brought just for me?
I think I'm surprising you a little bit. I think I'm surprising you a little bit. So I'm screen sharing now. If we're able to,
it seems that we cannot see, but we'll see what we can do.
Can we
can just keep working on it. If it's not something that we can.
All right. If we can't do it, that's fine.
Just break my heart.
No worries. Well, so the second demo I was going to show briefly was just the Sentis AI deformer.
Okay.
And it's also available on the Asset Store right now. So we talked a little bit about this in the keynote, and this is this approach of using like a machine learning based model to, instead of doing real-time simulation of the way his clothes like stretch and fold as he moves his limbs and so on, which is really complex to do actually. Like for a high poly mesh, like is like 110 vertices, sorry, 110,000 vertices or something like that in his outfit. And trying to do that kind of sort of deformation of that cloth in real time is pretty compute intensive. And so what we've got in that sample is a demonstration where we show like having created the cloth simulations offline using like dedicated tools like Marvelous Designer, training a model on that data so that at runtime, it's then able to play back animations, move his limbs and so on in whatever way, and it deforms the cloth in a much more kind of accurate, like computationally accurate way. And while I maybe can't screen share, what I can show that we didn't show in the keynote is
Time Ghost?
Ghost deformation. The cloth deformation running on a phone. So this is a Vivo X90 Pro. So it's a phone from like early 2023, I think. I'm just going to.
Okay, while you talk about that, I want to let everybody know, or sorry, while you work on that, I want to let everybody know that we have office hours for questions related to the visual pipeline and improvements, those types of things. Those will be taking place on November 27th between 3 and 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. You can mark the discussions page now, set yourself a timer, make sure to come back and ask questions of the team. They will be out in full force to answer as many as possible.
Okay, here we go. So I can hold this up to camera. So this is the cloth deformation running in real time on this phone at about 30 frames per second. So yeah, just to close out with that.
I like it a lot. I believe that's also something that was touched on directly in the keynote, right? The mesh deformation.
We do the mesh deformation and getting on the phone so late in the process that we didn't have time to add it to the script. But yeah,
well, that is absolutely incredible. Adrian, Richard, thank you so much for diving a little bit deeper into Time Ghost and to the demos team work in general. Everything that people have been so excited for. We again are posting asset packs, it looks like, as well as tutorials. So make sure to get in there and poke around in Time Ghost yourself. Richard, Adrian, again, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks as well. Bye.
Thanks for having us, Justin.
Bye, everybody. Yeah. All right, Unity community, just you and me again here. We got about 5 minutes before our next segment. If you are curious about how to unlock possibilities with runtime AI, diving a little bit more into how Time Ghost runs on mobile, etc., a number of slideshows, demos, and other cool things that's coming up next here, everybody. Again, a big thank you to the gents that just joined us, to all of the people that have been a part of the 6 hours of Unity 6 so far. Guess what? We're halfway. We're doing it. If you've been here for the whole thing, absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for being here so far. We're going to keep things rolling in just a bit here. After Runtime AI, we, of course, have the multi-platform focus, the team that we're going to be discussing that topic with, as well as a focus on web games. We're going to check in with another testimonial video after that before we talk to the team working on multiplayer. So we've got a lot to look forward to today. Again, the reason we're doing 6 hours of Unity 6 is essentially to help answer the question for each and every one of you: is Unity 6 right for me? And let me jump to the end. It is. And here's why. All of these things. But, of course, making sure to use the right tool for the job. We are going to be talking about a number of different things. We have EDU NR on the YouTube side saying no AI. So again, we understand that AI is a hot button issue in the industry. And we've talked on these streams in the past at Unite about responsible and ethical AI use. What we are going to show you is not a threat to people's jobs in that sense at all. It is instead using these tools to automate and advance your production pipeline to create games faster and then help enable you, etc. I will let the team talk about it more, but again, as much as I understand this being a difficult topic that makes some people angry, I encourage you all to just take a moment, take a breath, and allow the team to speak about why these tools are excellent for you. I am very excited to bring you. Again, if you are watching live here on YouTube and or Twitch, we are paying attention to you. If you have questions, please ask them. We've got people from the Unity team hanging out in the YouTube chat. Richard Fine just came off a segment, has hopped back in to say, I'm sad that I couldn't show the deformer in the editor, but you'll just have to check it out for yourselves. So if you are hanging out YouTube, like on the YouTube side, like Game Man is, like Romaine is, like Tato Forever and Biscuit Sanctuary, we are paying attention to you. If you're over on the Twitch side, of course, Just Luis, Angel Beat Flight, we've got Orbe 99, as well as Clayman Dev. This is a conversation, you guys. I'm a community manager. I'm responsible for all of our live stream content. We want you to feel like we are inviting you into these conversations. We are not just talking at you. We are here to answer your questions as well. So please keep those questions coming. Continue to be curious. We have a lot of very knowledgeable people on this show right now. And again, in the chat, thank you to everybody who's helping make this stream possible. Thank you to people like Trey and Kirk and Thomas and Juliana helping from like the community management side and bringing your questions to me on this side of things, as well as to people like Freeman managing the production side and people like Larry helping us just put a structure together to bring everyone in here. Seeing a handful of people hanging out from Brazil. Obrigado. Thank you for being here. We're going to continue on with this show here in just a moment. Thank you very much, Tato. I will say this as well. My whole job is creating live stream content, and we are going to try to make more of it. And we are going to try to make more quality content. Lots of opportunities for you all to join us. We have a stream pretty much every week, which is a good spot for you to come and hang out and connect with fellow Unity developers, and then hopefully find some information, some knowledge, education, information, or feel some inspiration from conversations we have with different devs as well. So come and hang out whenever you have an opportunity to. Our next live stream is on the 23rd. We are doing an award show. Myself and Larry are co-hosting. That is already up and ready for you to go to hop in there and learn. Hop in there and set your notifications to come back. So make sure to check that out. We also will have a holo stream on Halloween, my favorite time of year. So again, many opportunities for you to come and join the Unity community and connect. Thomas asking, you're halfway through, how you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. I just hope that all of you watching right now are excited about Unity 6, about all of the things that we have going on, about all of the potential and opportunity. For me, it is all about basically seeing what you guys do. We're going to showcase all of these things, and then you're going to take them, and with the brilliant minds that you have, you're going to run with these things, and you're going to make very incredible content. So I'm very excited for all of this. We also have Tato Forever saying we need more of these streams more often. Quite informative and great to connect with the community. Tato, basically every single week. And if you want to stay in touch and keep an eye on what content we have upcoming, we have a section in the Discord for that as well. Bull calling out, let's do this every day. I'm going to go and lay down for about a week. I'm kidding. I have a meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. But I do look forward to the future of creating some new and exciting content. And again, maybe not in this specific stream, in the coming streams, I am all about collecting feedback about what kind of information you guys want to see. James, thank you for being here and thank you for your compliments. It's great to see you. November Wins, great to connect with you as well. Make Jackson stream 6 hours a day every day. No, don't do it. Don't you do it. But I also want to say thank you to a couple of people over on the Twitch side. We had Nurkmind and Layla Codes It, both raid in earlier in the stream. So thank you both for bringing your community over here. We appreciate it. I hope that you guys had good streams. We are good on both the Twitch and YouTube side here. So let me know if you guys have things that I can loop in to ask our wonderful, talented, and knowledgeable guests. Let me just take a sip of my water here. I know we're working hard behind the scenes to make sure that our next guests are set and ready to go. What I would love to hear from you, Unity community, is what game caused you to fall in love with gaming? For me, NHL 94 on the Sega Genesis, because I'm Canadian. And that was it for me. That was my first one, my first encounter. And I said, yep, this is for me. This is for me forever now. Game Man calling out next Unity 7 is 7 hours of Unity 7. I'm going to ask them to change the naming convention. I'm not. We're going to see how it goes here, though. EverQuest was the one for Liz, which I like a lot. We did it, Jonathan. We're halfway through the stream. Sly Cooper for Clayman, which I think is very, very cool. We've got some great suggestions here, some great games. Again, working behind the scenes here to get everybody back. Ooh, Tetris. Bradley Smith. I could talk to you about Tetris forever. And I know that there are people in the chat that would corroborate that. I think Tetris, it's hard to track down because I played it in so many different spots, in so many different modes. But Tetris might be my highest played game ever of all time. For Ludius, it was Crazy Taxi, which is awesome. Space Invaders. For Evi Win, I hope I got that right. Bard's Tale for Mr. Awesome, recent, that's exciting. Tales of Symphonia, that's a good pick as well for Makratos Gaming. Sonic the Hedgehog on LCD Tiger Game, I like that too. Biscuit Sanctuary. Neon White, Hollow Knight, Celeste, and Octopath remain. Gang, what I'm trying to get across here is basically to communicate to all of you that we are all inspired by games. And I think it's so cool for me as a community manager to be able to pull together so many passionate individuals to talk about said passions. We got Bill, who will be joining us momentarily, saying Sonic and Knuckles was the first game that inspired them. And I like that answer a lot as well. Boyer Works calling out Final Fantasy IV on the SNES. The original SimCity for the Bull was very cool. I have fond memories of that one as well. Mario Bros. 3 for Francisco. We've got Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition in a Chinese restaurant in the old neighborhood for Kirk. Kirk, one of our community managers here as well. Big in the fighting game community, as well as Thomas, who's also hanging out in chat as well. When we say Underground 2 there, Vensil, are we talking Need for Speed? Are we talking Tony Hawk's? Yeah, I know video games. Gang, we've got Toby N. Craft here on the YouTube side saying, I'm new with Unity and looking for recommendations on Unity courses to get started. Where would you go for learning essentials to create experiences? Toby, I would suggest that you look for the Learning Essentials pathway on Unity, learn.unity.com. There is a great way for you to kind of stepping stone your own development and learnings time over time, and basically go through and develop those skills as you go. Great opportunity, and something we might be doing some live stream content around in the near future as well. GoldenEye 64 from Sykes, which is very cool. Day of the Tentacle for Richard. I like that a lot. Autistic Game Dev says Pong. I'm old. Don't worry. If you were here at the beginning of this stream, Larry, the legend, you may know him as Major Nelson, also shared that one of their first gaming memories was Pong as well. We've got people that have never fallen in love with gaming, but got Civilization 2 for their birthday in 97 or 98. Mega Man and Pokemon for Giga Chad. Great picks. I don't think you can see them too well behind me, but I have Game Boy Colors and their associated matching Game Boy cartridges behind me as well. Battletoads, Double Dragon, Mortal Kombat, and Minecraft for Ford. Terminal Jack on SSX3, Super Mario World. These are all fantastic picks that are all pinging nostalgia in the back of my brain. Every little piece behind my head here. So I think it's great. We've got, who else? First game was Roland in the Caves on the Commodore 64. I had a Commodore 64 and played a handful of games here and there, but I don't remember Roland in the Caves. The one that I do remember, which was super weird, was there was a game port for Arachnophobia, and I don't know why, but that was a good one. Metal Slug from Jack the Crow, which is great. Hold on one sec. We've got some spam, but that's okay. Fable the Lost Chapters is a good pick too. I hope you're excited for new Fable coming out later this year. We've also got King Kong for the PS2 from Pro Gaming, Diablo 1 and 2 from Antic Games, Load Runner from Quake 2. Guys, this is fantastic. Is Caleb here yet? Garak has him asking. No, Caleb will be joining us later in the show. They will actually be part of the last segment. I'm excited that you're excited to have them here. Diablo 1, fantastic. StarCraft. We've got a lot of really, really good games being thrown out here. Kirk calling out the links for Essentials on Learn as well. A very cool gamified approach to learning the basics of Unity. So go and check those out. Even if you're like a very experienced dev, there might be some things that you'll pick up on that you may have missed the first time around. Steel Carapace saying, when I played the Atari 2600, graphics were not that good. 2600, shout out to the, I didn't expect to talk about the Atari 2600 today, but here we are. The poll says, wait, you guys play games? I think that's great. And in my short time here, 3 months at Unity, trying to see who are we talking to has been such an exciting adventure. But what I can say, regardless if you are more of a gamer or more of a dev, there is an undeniable passion for games in this community that I love as well. Populous. Destruction Derby 2 for Bradley Smith is a good one. Layla Codes It says, the game that got me hooked really early on was Zork Nemesis. I don't know that I know it, but I like the name of it. Halo Combat Evolved. I don't know if you saw it earlier, Darth Life Alex, but we had the legend Major Nelson joining us earlier in the stream to kick off and talk about how we anticipate the community at Unity here growing. And if you guys have joined us recently and missed some of those earlier segments, this will be available as a chaptered VOD after we finish up our 6-hour marathon stream. So come on back and check out all of that and catch up on anything that you may have missed. I'm seeing here that there are new tutorials for Unity 6 that have been launched on the discussions page already. So lots of exciting things going on over there. Kirk has also put that link in the chat here for you all. So go and see lots of new learning resources, some very cool things for you all. Myst was a classic. We got Contra and Oblivion. Darth, I always tried to get into Oblivion, but it wasn't for me. I never clicked with it. River City Ransom and Adventure Island. What was the first ever game made with Unity is a great trivia question, Game Man. I don't have the answers. I don't know that might be a tough thing to track down, but if I ever find out, you come on back and I'll see if I can get you that answer. Stalker Flipped My World Upside Down says for Chaos Legion from Jack the Crow as well. The Heart of Dark. Guys, we talked about this as well. Games are the thing that unify us, even if you like entirely different games in entirely different genres. If you are here and you are curious about Unity, chances are you want to make games. So we are all inspired by games all over the spectrum here, which I think is incredible. I played a game that had to load from a cassette tape, says Hackney Gaming on the Twitch side. Again, whatever ways we can access things here, it's an origin story for everybody. It seems like we're having maybe some internet concerns or issues with our next guest. So we're just going to continue to work through it here. We're going to chat about it with all of you guys. Alex saying Settlers 2 and Command & Conquer's on Windows 95. Command & Conquer was one of my very, very early, very, very early gaming memories as well. Thank you for joining us, Daniel, all the way over in Pakistan. Sorry. Again, I'm reading these all here. Thank you all for sharing. Let me know where you're tuning in from around the world as well. All right, Freeman, I'm just going to speak to you. I know you're producing behind the scenes, but I can't type and talk at the same time. If we are having issues with Alex's internet, is this something that we can chat with Bill about? And Is this a concern where Alex will not be able to appear on screen at all or will not be able to screen share on screen? Do you have any way to learn coding for Unity for beginners? I find it a struggle to code, says Game Man. I think there will probably be other people that can speak to this, but it's something that I've kind of started to learn as well, a little bit. And there's a ton of resources online, and there's a ton of people that are creating content for Unity specific coding, which is a really cool way. But again, that learning essentials pathway is a good way to get the ball rolling on those specific things too. Using the visual scripting option to get the logic is also a good exercise, Liz proposes. And then we've also got Orbe99s sharing that their first game ever was Super Mario Bros. And first multiplayer game was Counter-Strike 1.6. Very, very cool. We have people tuning in. First to respond, Mr. Awesome's in Alabama in the US. But like another world, that is true too. Some very cool things. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you for joining us and hanging out for today. We are going to make an adjustment here. We're going to be joined by Bill in just a moment. It seems like we've had to adapt on the fly. So thank you to everybody working behind the scenes to pull that together. We are going to continue to chat before we then dive into unlocking possibilities with runtime AI. And we're going to chat as best we can about that topic. Again, later in the show, we're going to be talking about our multi-platform reach here. We're going to be joined by familiar names in the chat already. They're walking among you before we wrap up the show talking about simplifying multiplayer game creation. So lots to look forward to. How many of you in chat have already downloaded Unity 6 and are ready to poke around in it? Age of Empires, Halo, and Command & Conquer from Victor. Crescent Tree saying, tell me more about mobile web development. I'm not the person to talk about that, but we are bringing on teams to talk about the multi-platform approach in Unity 6. So maybe we can get some questions answered for you later. Lurking Ninja calling out the legend Code Monkey as tutorials for beginners, and they have quite good ones. I will say that for myself, that's actually where I started. Well, that's not true. We had an internal onboarding process that kind of showed off a little bit, but once I kind of felt comfortable there, branching out and trying some new things, Code Monkey's tutorials are exceptional. People who have already downloaded it, we've got Ryerny. I hope I got that right on the Twitch side. Already downloading it, Renee Nielsen, Deborah Boscombe. We've got a lot of people diving in on this. People tuning in from Tasmania, Australia as well. People using it already this stream, been on it for months, testing it already. You guys are doing great work. I appreciate your drive and your curiosity and your eagerness to dive in on this. People are just downloading it right now, like Flamart maybe. Just released a web game tutorial on Learn recently, says Thomas. We'll see if we can get you a little bit more information about that as well. Downloading right now, says Hackney Gaming. Still, unfortunately, cannot, says Biscuit Sanctuary. Well, hopefully more in the future. And again, hopefully all of this information is going to be, maybe not this specific information, but the information that you find throughout this stream will be helpful in informing you if Unity 6 is the right choice for you. Thomas, thank you very much for posting in our link here. We've got a Learn tutorial on how to get started with Unity Web there for you all as well. Liz has already logged a bug. Thank you for doing that. But has already been using it for months. Great to see everybody. Does Unity have a merch store? I don't know that, actually. I have a mug. Oh, it's not here. Now that's kind of useless that I mentioned it at all. So the answer to that is a firm maybe. Maybe if you're nice, we'll be giving away some Unity merch at some point. That was something that we've discussed about the future of our streams. Perfect. Blumpy has been listening while migrating their game to Unity 6. This is amazing. I believe we posted it previously as well, but there is a guide that I saw fly by in chat that essentially showed off the process of bringing and migrating your game into Unity 6. I don't know if that's something that we can also throw that in here. So That might be very, very helpful for most of you. Thomas says we do not publicly have a Unity merch store. But again, we did talk about doing some giveaways on these live streams. So maybe if you keep coming back, that would be great. All right, gang, with all of that said, we are going to bring in our next guest to talk about how you can unlock possibilities with runtime AI. And bear with us as we, again, are adapting on the fly here, but please give a very warm welcome to Bill Cullen. Bill, you are live on the internet. How are you today?
I'm great. Good to see everyone. Thanks, Jackson.
What I will say right off the hop here, before we really get people to know who you are, I think we can learn a lot by the fact that you were wearing not one, but two different pieces of flannel. And I have to say that I appreciate that personally. The double flannel is already being called out in the chat. So is it chilly where you are? Where in the world are you tuning in from?
I am in Boulder, Colorado, and the temperature is nice, but I work out of my basement, so it's a little chilly.
Understood. And you know what? It really paints a picture. A big part of what we are doing, of course, is getting everybody to not just know what these tools are, but get to know a little bit about the people working on these tools. So, Bill, if you don't mind, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, how long you've been working at Unity, and what it is you do there?
Sure. I've been working at Unity about 5 years. Previous to that, I worked at a number of smaller startups and used Unity for about 5 years, building apps and games. And I currently am a product manager on the AI team, working on both our Sentis framework for running neural networks in the runtime, as well as our Muse offering, which is kind of our great time framework for generative AI.
So we're talking about AI now, and I mentioned it prior to switching into this topic that for some people, they hear AI, the walls go up, the blinders go on, there's no interest, it's a threat, it's a frustrating topic for people. How are we creating tools that will kind of circumnavigate that for people and really showcase the value of what we're making?
Well, I mean, the way that we've sort of, productized it or enabled it for Unity users is these two distinct offerings, right? So what we're talking about today, for the most part, is this runtime AI that allows you to bring in a pre-trained AI model that has some very specific player effect or game effect, or enables a player to interact with the real world in a new way. And generally, those things are just not very controversial, right? They're very purpose-built models trained on proprietary data, and they're not typically like scraped from the internet type training data. And they unlock some cool new player experience, like, you know, being able to do real-time body pose detection or something with just the camera and not requiring Microsoft Connect, something like that. And then the other side is a much more controversial side, which is more like, you know, I want to generate a sprite or a texture or a 3D model or an entire game level. And that's where these much more controversial models come in. But we're not going to be talking about as much of that today. We'll be focusing on Sentis, our runtime AI framework.
So you've touched on it a little bit, but if we were to elevator pitch Sentis to someone, can we tell everybody what this tool is and where it would most benefit them to use it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's my entire presentation. You want to just give it all away?
Ooh, no. Bill, I want you to drip feed it however you feel most comfortable. So where do you, let me take it a step back here, Bill. Where do you want to start?
Yeah. I mean, I think, so what we're going to do today is kind of frame up what the tool does and what it unlocks. And then most of the time, we're going to just show really killer things that our users have been doing with it to paint the picture.
Sounds great. So is the intention here, and again, everybody, we are adapting on the fly, is the intention here to have you screen share? Are we set up to do so?
Yes, I think so. Let me make sure that it's good to go, and I'll go ahead and do that right now.
Yeah, sounds great. I'm seeing from our producer as well that if you start that up, they will try to accommodate on the back end here as well. Bill did indeed come prepared, says Luis on the Twitch side here. Bill, a number of people recognizing your face. They said that you've been in webinars. Can you tell me a little bit more about different opportunities you've had to connect with the community?
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. I've been working on this for about 1.5 years, but Unity and Alex, who's our tech lead, has been working on this for about 4 to 5 years. And we really started connecting with the community a lot last spring when we did sort of like a beta program around the AI tools. And so we started a lot of conversations trying to understand what users were trying to do with the tool, a lot of the deficiencies that we could improve on. And we started going to meet people in person and actually seeing some of their studios and their prototypes that they were building. And then we were able to actually gather enough really amazing demos and start showing things off publicly, like at Unite in 2023, at GDC in 2024, and just this past Unite a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it's been amazing to go from kind of like a nascent product with niche use cases to a fully productionized product that can be used across a huge number of use cases, which is entirely owed to the development community that have pushed us to enable a lot of capabilities here.
I like it a lot. And again, continuing this narrative of, hey, your feedback and the way that you communicate it to us is essential in how we are creating these tools and features for you. So we're going to hand things over here. Bill, you've got the floor. What do you have to tell us, to teach us?
Okay, let's jump in. I was going to introduce Alex, but he can't make it. So that's
I mean,
what Alex looks like.
We can still shout out Alex. You know what I mean? Alex works hard.
Yeah, so if you have comments on the ghost of Alex, you can feel free to do that in the chat.
Yeah.
So let's jump in. I'm going to actually jump it off with hopefully the most exciting part. So we created this demo reel that has a ton of awesome use cases from the developer community and from Unity that we've built that just show off what you can do with Sentis. So I'm just going to roll that now. It's like a minute long, and then we're going to dive into a lot more detail. Hopefully the video plays nicely.
Video should play. Bill, I want to give you the heads up. We will hear audio. The community will not. So we can just chat through this if we want, or if there's anything you want to call out along the way.
Yeah. I mean, basically what you're seeing here is a ton of capabilities. So actually, I'm gonna pause for a hot second and rewind because now we're just going too fast.
Oh, apparently we do have the audio.
Oh, we do?
Apparently.
All right, let's just play it through then. It's better than my voice.
Okay, sounds good. I'll just vibe. I love a good sizzle reel.
Everyone loves a good sizzle.
Our team makes very good sizzle reels too.
This one's one of my favorite. Quadruped animation.
Whoa.
Okay, now we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about what that was and going a little deeper.
I like it. What you did was you baited the hook, and everyone's like, what did I just see? Well, we'll tell you guys. Thank you for asking.
Exactly. So quick product overview, more of these demos in more detail, and then we'll wrap up and do tons of questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so basically Sentis is what I call a function approximation engine. It's more generically known as like a neural engine, but basically it allows you to import a pre-trained neural network model, and neural network models are good function approximators. So given some input, it approximates some output. Okay, so for example, if you want to do something like speech synthesis or speech detection, you can provide it an audio file, like a wave chunk. The network will process it and take its best guess at what was said in that audio. Or if you want to take a feed from the webcam, right? Take in video frames, the network can process those frames and take a best guess at something about them. And the list of these use cases is like thousands long, so we won't go through all of them. But that's basically what it does. And so how would you actually put that into your game? It's basically a 4-step process. You need to go get a model. We have integration with Hugging Face and some other sites that allow you to easily get models, or you can train them yourself. You drop it into Unity, and we automatically do some magic behind the scenes. You need to tune it to make it fast, and then you can just deploy your game like you normally would. There's no sort of runtime platform restrictions at all. And by the way, even web and web GPU works amazing. So this is the basic process that you do. Now, why did we build this thing at all? Can't you just run AI models? Well, the main alternative people think and they know is like a cloud server inference, right? So I want to run ChatGPT or something. So let's sort of compare what that looks like. Well, I mean, you can't really sort of get the cloud into Unity. That doesn't make sense. But you can, of course, wrap an API with some web requests or something like that and set up a server. Can you make it fast? Sort of. I mean, if you have a giant model that requires some unbounded, GPU infrastructure, like a large language model or generative model, of course, you want it on the cloud. But if you want to run a very niche, high frame rate, in the game loop type model, you can't really run it fast if you're running an inference over the network. You're going to get at least a half second, potentially multiple seconds of network latency.
If I may, I want to pull in a question here from the YouTube side. Lurking Ninja asking, when we say fast, how fast are we talking about? There's always budgetary considerations for these types of things as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every user we talk to is running their game at a minimum of 30 FPS. So pretty much everything I show you has a minimum 30 FPS, and a lot of them are in like the 80, 90, or 100 plus.
Got it.
So that's how fast we're talking.
Cool. Thank you very much.
And then lastly, of course, if you're setting up some cloud inference, you have to be concerned about the costs. Okay, and then there's one main other alternative to sort of running an AI model inference, and that's a local Python server. So a lot of devs do this. They've been doing it for years. It's a great way to actually prototype. Can you actually sort of get that into Unity? Not really. Unity doesn't run Python natively. Can you make it fast? I mean, maybe. You can maybe make it fast, but it's not integrated with the Unity systems, like the job system or profiler or any of that stuff. So you can't really tune it. It's sort of like a black box inference. And then lastly, where this falls over is like deploying the game, right? You're not going to make your users have like a Python interpreter on the machine. This is crazy. You would never do that unless you were some, Sentis developer that wanted to have terrible game adoption. So this is the reasons we built the Sentis inference tool, right? It allows you to import a model, we automatically optimize it, we give you some tuning tools to make it really fast, and you can deploy it like any game with no restrictions. So blue is good on this slide.
I was gonna say, I like all the blue here. I know that typically green is good, but blue's good, and look at all those check marks.
That's official Unity blue right there.
Is it? As a small tangent, because we're on a live stream and we can do these whenever we want. Unity's colors being black, gray, and white is so difficult for me to create live stream templates and things to just be like, wow, look how colorful and eye-catching it is in black and gray and also white. So blue, I'm going to take the blue from now on. Thank you.
Sure. I'll share the hex value with you on the side.
Thank you. It means a lot.
All right. So let's get to the sweet demos to bring this to life. Actually, pause for a moment. I actually had a error in an early version of this that it said sweet donuts, or sorry, sweet demos. And I thought about just keeping that, but then I ended up fixing it.
No, I like the aside. That's really, really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so there's 3 big categories, and these were kind of framed up in that sizzle reel, but real world interactions, this is like taking some physical input and injecting it into your game, like the camera, the mic, or some sensor data.
Okay, cool.
Super cool. This is my favorite category. Like, I absolutely love this.
Starting with your favorite, Bill. I like it.
And then we got smarter gameplay, right? So this is like making your game intelligent or some new way of making levels, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then game effects is like really nuanced, particular game effects like animation. We're doing cloth deformation, rendering, simulation, all these things. And this is probably the category that will eventually have the largest number of use cases in the long run.
Right.
So let's jump in, real world interactions. So each of these kind of have like a subcategory, like a subgrouping. The first is kind of taking the camera frame input and then generating some interpretation of a body or user pose, hand gesture, or face movement. And so what we do is we take in the camera frames, run the model, and then we deliver like a skeleton index or something like this to you from the inference, and then you can hook that up to your C# game code. So let's show a couple of examples of how that actually manifests in real games.
Awesome.
So this one, let's see, what's the first one? Yes. So this is a developer in Barcelona who we just met with at Unite.
No way.
And this is the aquarium in Barcelona right here.
Oh,
and so this is a game called, it's like ocean cleanup game. And so there's trash falling from the sky. And he's using the full body pose detection from Sentis to swipe the ocean garbage out of the way. And then when he finishes the game, the crown actually lands on his head accurately as well from the head detection.
That is an excited child.
Yes. And fun story, Alex and I went and played this game a couple weeks ago, and it was super awesome. And I asked the aquarium for free admission, and they would not give it to me.
Well, we'll keep working on that for the next time we're back in Barcelona.
Yes. No perks to the job at all.
We have a request for you here can you restart your screen share and then share the full screen to try and just bring up our production quality a little bit. I'd say worst case scenario, definitely not a deal break. We can continue using what we're using, but we'll give it a shot.
1 second.
Victor also calling out that this is cool. Years ago, we had to integrate OpenCV to perform some of the computer vision in our project. So hopefully this is something that's going to make things easier for you. Thomas wants to know, did you kick in the door at Barcelona Aquarium and yell, "Don't you know who I am?"
You know what? I think I know how to do it full screen. 1 second. Sorry
No
about
problem.
the technical flub.
Oh, you are all good. That's the beauty of live entertainment and live streams in general, is these things happen. They're unavoidable, but it shows that we're human too. You know what I mean?
Let's see if I can get it working here. Okay, so now if I do slideshow. How's that?
I hope it's good. Meant share the entire screen from the screen share, not the tab or app. I'll just say, can we just roll on with whatever we have? I think that would be great.
Yeah,
Choose the entire screen as an option.
It's good enough?
I think so.
Okay, so super cool. All right, this next one is kind of similar.
Freeman, if I can get you to switch over to our slideshow again, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me know when we're good.
I will let you know. There we go. And then you can full screen that, I believe, as well, right?
Okay, we good?
Yeah, let's roll on with this.
Okay.
For the sake
awesome.
of time and simplicity.
Yep. So this one is pretty interesting. Here he's layering on another model. This developer, I'll pause it for a moment. This developer is taking in that full body pose, just like that aquarium demo. But then he's running a second model that interprets a body pose to understand muscle activation on the skeleton. And then he runs that model and then can display which muscles are being activated when he's doing some exercises. So the high level idea is like you could use this as like a physical therapy type validation app.
Yeah. And it knows it's smart enough to know, is it a full rep? Does it count?
Yeah. He's written some custom heuristics that measure the offset of the movements to do think like a rep count or something.
Yeah.
Okay, last one in this category. This is called Plinio. This is a super weird, fun, quirky game. This guy Gabriel, he's super fun. He's building these gesture-based games, and this little Plinio slime guy goes through these levels, and you have to use your hand gestures to guide him through.
Whoa.
Yes, it's like super fun, kind of retro game, and he has all these different like interactions. So like here, he's grabbing blocks, but then every level gets more advanced. Like you have to grab a sword and kill the little octopus man up there. And then here's a fun one. You do a number 2 gesture, which we recognize, and then he deforms to the number 2 to get through the door.
Oh, whoa.
and then you're dragging them across to the level here. So he's been able to write all these custom gestures like that number 2, given our body pose and hand gesture pose detection, where he can just write a custom heuristic for the offset of the joints that he wants, and it could be anything. Even, you know, if he was egregious, he would make a middle finger type gesture.
If we were feeling that risky today, you know?
Yeah, but luckily Gabriel's a pretty good guy. He didn't do that.
Keeping it PG for us.
That's right. So super fun category of interactions with the camera. Here's another sort of subcategory here, taking the camera and doing sort of like a full image to image processing on the full screen of that image. This one is another kind of non-games example. These guys out of University California, Santa Barbara, great place to visit if you've never been. They have a bionic vision lab there. And what they do is they've created a VR experience to simulate electrode implants that blind people use for sighted people, so that the sighted researchers can make better implants.
Oh,
so
cool.
basically, you know, a implant researcher can walk around the real world and see everything the same way that one of their users could see it, and they know how good the implant is.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So
that's really cool.
Through this simulation, they believe that it like rapidly accelerates their iteration on new implants, which is really exciting. And there's like 50 million, I believe, blind people in the world. So it has the potential to improve implants for all those people.
Helping a lot of people. That's great.
Yeah. Another interesting use case here is depth detection. Or depth reference. So if you want to do something cool in AR, like obfuscate some game object in your scene, you could do that. And you previously would require something fancy like a depth sensor, which is pretty expensive. But now you can just do it with the camera frames.
Yeah, that's kind of what Jesper Brown's asking. Can you motion capture for your models using just a webcam in Unity because of these tools?
Basically, yeah, and that's what actually the previous set of demos kind of shows. Yeah, you don't require motion capture hardware anymore.
That's very cool. Yeah, but this one depth of field specifically as well.
Yeah, this is actually our office, the Unity office in Montreal. No trade secrets in this video,
familiar.
But you're getting an inside look at one of our offices here.
That door right there leads to a stream room.
Oh, I didn't know that.
True story from your stream lead community manager.
Nice.
Thanks.
Okay, another subcategory here. Hopefully you're finding these interesting. And if there's real-time feedback on, you want to hear more about a particular type of demo, let me know.
Great.
This one is really awesome. Like I absolutely love this one. So camera or microphone to gameplay, right? So taking in some, in the little demo here, taking in some camera frames like a drawn object on a piece of paper, and then interpreting what the object is, and then giving some real-time like VFX feedback back to the user. Let's talk through some of these. So this is one that is handwriting recognition. Super simple, super old machine learning model, nothing innovative about that. Really, it's just the ability to integrate this into Unity that's cool and unique here. This is like a little escape room type prototype gameplay example where you can, write the code on the door, and then we interpret your handwriting with this model called MNIST, and then you can open the escape room door. That's obviously super basic, but what's interesting is that second example, which is kind of this, which is like, okay, I can retrain a model that does basic, handwriting recognition to do custom object recognition with my own objects in the scene, right? And this is a piece of paper. It could be the camera frames. It could be the Unity scene. It doesn't really matter. You can pass any camera frame to the model. So you can create your own sort of like real world lore interactions here, and have the AI model interpret them.
This is so cool. And this is the first time I'm seeing this as well. But like, I don't know. This is really exciting. This is really interesting to me, Bill.
I'm glad I could keep you entertained.
I mean, I'm here for 6 hours. If I wasn't, oh man, I don't know what would come of it. But this has been great. Keep it going.
Okay, so another one in this category is kind of taking the microphone and injecting some gameplay. So here we have a lot of users doing this. This is basically taking the mic input from the user and taking a chunk of that wave file and running it through a model to convert the audio speech to text. And then taking that text and passing it through to some agent and maybe asking them to do something or affecting the gameplay. This little prototype is actually built by one of our friends at Hugging Face, who we're good friends with, and we're always kind of tinkering on things with. But this shows the ability to basically build out kind of interactive NPCs with Sentis.
Oh, cool. And cute too, right? Like if you're gonna make a character for a demo, make it cute. That's a pro tip.
Yeah, well, I mean, cute is subjective.
Good point, Bill. Really opening my eyes to a lot this morning.
Okay, next one is sensor to gameplay. This is where things go over my head and smarter people usually explain. So the big idea here is that instead of taking something like the camera or microphone input, you're taking some sensor data. Typically, that means like something like the IMU or inertial measurement unit, for people who are not fond of acronyms, which is a little chip, and it's in almost everything. It's in your phone, it's in your Apple Watch, it's in VR headsets, it's in lots of things. And what it does is it can measure your movement on 3 axes, and it can measure your acceleration in a direction. So something here, like shown on the right, that first demo is actually doing motion completion. So taking some input from the IMU that's in a Quest headset and 2 controllers, and interpreting what the lower body animation, or actually full body animation, should be for a embodied avatar in a game. And I'm going to jump to this demo next and just not say anything, and hopefully you're awestruck.
Okay, I mean, I've been blown away by squiggling lines on a paper, so I think I'm going to be excited.
Okay, here we go. Okay. So you can see he's in his VR headset on the bottom right there, and he's got a fully embodied avatar in the game. So right here he's playing like a Beat Saber-like game, and he's got this full embodied animated avatar that's highly accurate.
And all of this data is from the feed in the bottom right corner.
That's right. Yep. So he's effectively guessing. He's taking the last frame of sensor data and function approximating the next frame. What is the most likely next frame of animation that would happen based on the training data set, so that we can complete this full body animation. Super awesome. And this is a prototype, but it's an open source prototype. And Sebastian actually works at Meta, so that's why he's so smart and can do this. But we see this kind of thing most likely ending up in real games, like probably within the next year.
Whoa, soon. Very exciting. I think, and giving it to more people as we are today with the launch of Unity 6, I'm very excited to see what people can create with this type of stuff.
Yep, for sure. Let's show one more here, and then we're going to cruise on to some other categories.
Sounds good.
Okay, so some of you may have seen this cool stylus that I think it's Logitech came out with for VR use. So it allows you to kind of like write and interact in the VR environment, and it has some sensors built in. And so what he's doing here is actually taking that and doing scribbling in the VR environment, and he's running a handwriting detection, which you saw earlier, model on that. And then he's layering on something else, which is adding a gameplay mechanism to that, which builds on the scene description stuff that recently was added to the MetaQuest by default. So like here, he's got a plant. He's doing it in Spanish. So I'll do the translation live for you. Planta is plant.
Okay. Thank you.
And if he gets it right, it turns green, right? So he is layering on multiple interesting levels of the tech here to make this really kind of slick experience.
Whoa. Again, just kind of visualizing what the possibilities of this type of stuff is once we get into the hands of everyone is so exciting.
Yeah, totally. Let's cruise ahead and get to some other categories in smarter gameplay. All right. So again, this category is all about kind of making the game, quote unquote, smarter. Totally overused word, but things like adding agents, for example, right? So this group takes in a game state. So let's say you have a game like Othello, which is a super simple game where you're trying to remove stones from the board. or add zones to the board depending on the state of the game. And then you want to generate some agent behavior, right? So an opponent behavior, or maybe like tips about the game, something like that. So let's see a couple examples here. So this first one is actually a poker game. This is built by a studio called Nomtech in Poland. These guys are super nice. What they did is they built this poker game, and they didn't really they just want to build a poker game. They're not experts in poker. They just want to focus on the gameplay. So they found this open source model called Pipox that is already trained and has pre-played the game of poker so many times that it knows the rules, and it can predict what is the probability that a move is winning or not.
Whoa.
And so what it allows them to do is basically very rapidly put together a real poker game that works by the rules, have AI agents to play against, and allow the user to basically, ask for an AI hint, like, hey, what is the probability that this move is going to make me win? And then if it's like if the player gives a bad move, then you can taunt the player and say like, hey, are you sure you want to do this?
A mild taunt in the grand scheme of things.
Mild taunt.
A very good one indeed.
Yeah. And so now you can see that pattern repeat in these other demos. Get to them. Yeah, here's the Othello example. Again, it's very similar. And if you saw a couple years ago, like Google DeepMind came out with this model to play AlphaGo. It's effectively the same exact type of model that you can train on any type of sensical board game or game like this, like Hearthstone or cards or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And here in this Othello example, like the little green VFX sort of show you the next most probable move to win the game. So if you want to win the game, you play that move. But what you can do here is basically you can unlock this really easy ability to set a very nuanced difficulty curve for the user in your game, and just focus on that. Just focus on the fun gameplay and the fun game dynamics, and the game rules have been known, right? There's nothing new there. There's no innovation there.
I know it wasn't important, but I wanted to know if the machine won in the end. But it's okay. We'll just assume they did.
I don't know. We're gonna leave that unanswered.
That's okay, and I'll handle it on my end. Don't worry.
Next subcategory here is taking some player action, like a gameplay input, and then generating actually some narrative from that. So actually using an LLM to generate some story or verbal response from a bot. So generally, asterisks on this right here. LLMs are very difficult to sort of get running and ship in a closed native inference like this. For example, the first one I'm about to show you is a very, very tiny LLM that just generates, it's actually called Tiny Stories. It just generates little short, cute stories and does nothing else. But I do see in a year or two from now, with the way the tech is going, between a lot of converging factors, that you will definitely be able to run LLMs locally and on Unity runtime, with how good models are getting, how fast they're getting, how much better the hardware is getting, all that. That said, we built this prototype with this Tiny Stories model, which is clearly built by developers and not designers. And you're this little Alice girl, and you run around this world, and you have all these little interactions with different game objects in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And that just basically builds a prompt, and then you eventually collect a few of them, and then you return to this. I'm going to fast forward.
Yeah.
You return to the
Lizard
Wizard here. And when you do that, it's basically just handing over the prompt to the Lizard Wizard, and it uses that little LLM to generate a story. And so this story right here is made up on the fly. Let me go back to it so you can actually see it. So you can tell it's super cheesy and it's kind of simple and whimsical, but it just shows the possibility of the gameplay here, that entire stories or storylines could be created in real time for basically no incremental cost, right? There's no server inference going on here to ChatGPT or anything.
Very impressive. Bill, I want to flag that we are close to the end of our time here together. If there's maybe one more that we want to prioritize here, that might be our way forward.
let's skip ahead to game effects, and I'll just show perhaps one here. You guys already saw that in the keynote. Let's look at this animation example for lip sync. So if you want to take some audio file and generate or hallucinate some lip synced animation or face animation from that, that's what this demo shows. This one has some sound. I'm not sure if you can hear it.
I don't believe so, but we did see it in the sizzle reel, which
definitely yes, you did. Yes. So traditionally, if you want to do this, right, like you could do some generic kind of like phoneme detection where you detect the phonemes in words and you have some really generic face animations. Or you could do mocap, which is actually the second or third time you mentioned that in this webinar. It's much more resource intensive. Like everything has to be pre-recorded. It can't be dynamic. So this is showing the potential for the best of both worlds, right? It can show varying emotion and it can be real time. You don't have to have it like pre-record mocap. Super cool.
I think it's incredible. Again, and we keep talking about it. Not only is it a great indicator of where we're at, but of just like an indication of the potential for the future, I think is very, very exciting for all of this. I want to pull in just one or two quick questions, Bill, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Mr. Awesome, actually, very curious, asking lots of questions, which is great, like you can in the YouTube or Twitch chats here. Mr. Awesome wants to know, is the AI processing GPU based?
Great question, Mr. Awesome. You can choose to deploy to, we call them backends, GPU or CPU right now. And you actually can do some parallel processing there as well. And Unity 6 actually allows you to do some cool stuff with async await where it's super efficient going between the chips. So check out the documentation for more details on that. And yeah, hope that answers that one for you.
Yeah, I think that's great. Will there be increased support of editor usage of Sentis? What is let's take a step back from that. Kind of what does the future look like now that we're getting this into people's hands?
Yeah, I mean, to answer the larger question, the future looks like two big trends, I think. First is that you'll be able to run what is considered today very large models. You'll be able to run locally in the future. So LLMs, generative models, and that's because things like quantization, where you can reduce the actual memory footprint of the model. There's the actual hardware that's getting way faster. And there's just the ubiquity of lots of innovative models out there. So be able to run these much larger models. And then the second thing I think is that like the hype is going to go away. Like the AI hype that is ridiculously high right now is going to calm down. And people are just going to see it for what it is, which is just another tool you can use to build a cool player experience. And hopefully that's how you're beginning to understand it now with these use cases, that it's in some cases, it's just the best way to build a player experience or to solve a problem in your game.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason we wanted to showcase it here, showing off what are the most exciting features and opportunities for people to check out with Unity 6. Use this as an opportunity to learn and expand your knowledge and your toolkit, so to speak. We've got some resources on screen for you guys right here. Another important resource, again, we are doing office hours for each of our key pillars today. So if you have really specific questions or feedback, make sure to come back. If you want to ask questions about Sentis, the office hours for that topic is on November 13th between 3 and 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. So take a look. Mark it in your calendar. We've got a link for you guys to discussions right there in the chat on both sides here. So go be curious, experiment, come back and see if we can help you learn a little bit more or find further opportunities to learn a little bit more. Bill, any closing thoughts here as we wrap up?
Closing thought, thanks to all the developers out there that have tried Sentis through the beta and pushed us to innovate and make our use cases possible. It's super awesome to collaborate with all you folks that are way smarter than me and teach us a lot about your games. So that's my closing thought, and I super look forward to all the innovative stuff that you guys build with Sentis in the future.
Awesome. I want to thank you, Bill, because you stepped in here relatively late in the process to kind of help out and then took on the lion's share once we got to today. So thank you for all of your knowledge, your expertise, and your time. And thank you for your flexibility and drive through the difficulties that we experienced today. I really appreciate it.
Anything for you, Jackson. I could high five you. Is that
High five.
allowed?
Perfect. Bill, thank you again. We'll say have the good rest of your day. We'll see you hopefully soon. Take care.
Later.
All right. And with that, Unity community, you've got my attention once more. We've got about 2 hours left, a couple more conversation topics here for us all. Stay right there, because coming up next, we are going to be talking to a legend in the Unity space about the multi-platform approach that Unity 6 is going to carry into its full release, why it's important, etc., etc. I'll let them speak to their expertise. But checking in with you, Unity community, thank you again so much for hanging out with us today. We are, of course, doing 6 hours of Unity 6. We are not doing exceptional deep dives into every topics because it's so expansive and there's so much to get through. Instead, we're going to be going through piece by piece to cover 6 of the key pillars and see if this is a good fit for you or if now is a good time to make that switch. The bull calling out, change is scary, and we totally understand that, especially when people have been working so hard on so many projects that they are in love with. So we want to help equip you guys as best as we possibly can. Is this the right choice? Where can I find more resources? Where can I follow up? All of these types of things. So we are going to, again, switch into platform conversations next. Swooby calling out. I'm doing a great job. 4 hours nonstop is nuts. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I couldn't do it alone. There's a lot of people helping here. If you are in the Twitch or YouTube chats, we're paying attention to you. We want to hear from you. And I'm not here by myself. Of course, we've got some of the community team and other Unity employees hanging out in the chat. If you have questions, drop them in there. Hopefully we can get you answers. And if not, hopefully we can point you in the direction of somewhere where you might find those answers. Sky God saying that I'm keeping your attention well. I am glad and happy to have each and every one of you here. Again, my responsibility here as a community manager is to create live stream content in a new community space, or develop an existing community space, I should say, here on both Twitch and YouTube. So if you like the live stream content, if you want an opportunity to connect with other Unity users and employees, if you want to feel inspired or learn something new, I think you are in the right spot. I encourage you to come back every week, as we should have some content ready to go, a different opportunity for you to connect, learn, and grow. So please come back and validate the hard work I put into this for me personally, or for you, honestly. Lots of opportunities. And with that being said, we are going to swing over to our next guest, but not before. A big thank you to Freeman working behind the scenes to make all of this happen. I know that the last segment was a little bit choppy, and I appreciate everyone's patience and our ability to rotate and navigate things on the fly. But it is with great pleasure that I can introduce you all to our next guest. Please say hello to the legend, James Stone. James! Welcome on
Jackson.
in. How are you?
How you doing, man? I'm good. How are you? 4 hours, great. Bro.
4 hours in, 2 to go. I'm excited. I can't be stopped. They will pry me from this live stream. Let's do 7. Why not? Let's go bonus time.
Let's just do it.
It'll just be me laying down on the couch. James, you're a familiar face to some people. Again, you were on our keynote stage last month. And that's not the only place people may have recognized you. But for people who have no idea, and maybe this is their first time meeting you, who are you? What do you do? And how long have you been at Unity?
Yeah, so my name's James Stone. I'm based over in sunny Brighton in the UK, although it's not so sunny here anymore, sadly. Mm-hmm. I am Director of Product here at Unity, and my role is to look after all of the platforms where Unity runs as both an editor and a runtime, and I specifically look after all non-XR platforms, so that would be desktop, web, consoles, streaming, Linux, HMI, embedded, like everything that's not in the XR space. We have a team of people that are working on each of these platforms. They're all incredible individuals, and I'm very proud to work with that team. And I've been at Unity for 6 years. Before that, I was making games. I was a solo indie dev using Unity.
Whoa.
Yeah. So, and I still make games now. Well, still trying to make games now. Still trying to do that whilst working a full-time role here can be challenging. But yeah, me, like many others, we're still trying to make games.
Yeah, I think it's it's the passion that I connect with, right? With so many people here that, like, even if game development isn't your full-time gig, you're still eager, you're still driven to go and try and create these types of games. And it's a great question that unifies all of us. And Lurking Ninja wants to know, what is your favorite game?
My favorite game, if you can see the artwork behind me, yes, I am a Dark Souls fanatic. To the point you can probably see my tattoos. Praise the sun for everybody in the chat who loves. Yes, I am a huge FromSoft fanatic. But between that and Monster Hunter, and yeah, it's but a big shout out for Final Fantasy VII because it is legendary. But yeah, it's I'm all about. I relax by playing Dark Souls. You know, going back to going back to Undead Burg. I'm like, yeah, that's my good. That's my calm spot. Yeah,
Good. I think it really helps paint a picture of who someone is, what their favorite game is, and knowing that you relax with Dark Souls it's definitely painting that picture. You've been working hard on as a part of this team as well that you are here to represent. Unity 6 has been a big launch. Today's a big day for the company and for all of the people working on it. What does that feel like to you to kind of be at this incremental finish line releasing Unity 6?
Yeah, do you know what? I think for a lot of us, we've been head down for so long, just trying to get, Unity 6 is an ambitious release. And for platforms, as you can imagine, we look after 20 plus platforms. So we're shipping incredible amounts of features and fixes and SDK updates and tooling and goodness knows what else. And sometimes you just get you get too in it and you're down in it, and we're working on it and we're trying to make, and we've got deadlines coming and we've got to get the launch and everything's got to be ready. So to go to Unite and now to be at the launch is like, it's so gratifying to see what people have already done with that tech and what people are doing and how game studios are just smashing it with this tech. Like, it makes it makes all the hard work, it makes all the long hours, it makes everything just so worthwhile that to be in front of creators again and be like, oh yeah, that's why we do what we do. And it's just been amazing. And Unity 6, as I've been shipping games on Unity since Unity 4. And we say internally we wanted Unity 6 to be the best release of Unity that we've ever made. And I can truly stand behind that. It's a fantastic release. It's the culmination of just so many things that we've wanted to do, and there's so much more to come, right? Unity 6 is just the beginning of that journey for us. And so yeah, it just feels amazing. And I'm really proud of everything we've been able to achieve.
I like it a lot. Again, a big part of the reason we're doing these streams is to show, hey, these are real people working on these things that you enjoy, Unity community, and the inverse, James, for you to be able to connect with them and see, wow, the work I do is impacting so many people. So I think that's great. Gang, if you have questions for James as we go, please drop them in chat. We've got our mods and community managers watching, and I've already got one that I want to loop in a little bit here. But let's start at the beginning here, James. From your perspective, from your knowledge set, why is multi-platform, this particular approach that we've taken to Unity 6, why is it a focus for us?
Yeah, so traditionally with Unity, like one of the biggest reasons why people choose Unity as an engine is because of the sheer volume of platforms that you can go to. And we're there usually at day one with these new platforms, enabling people to ship. And it's been a big focus of ours. And it's one of the biggest requests for anybody using Unity is like, whenever we do surveys into what is most important to you in the engine and what we use, platforms is always up there as like one of the top things that's important to our developers. And so for years, our focus has been on absolute performance and stability in our runtimes. We want to make sure that all developers who target whatever platform they want can be confident that when they ship on that platform, their game is going to run well. It's not going to crash. It's not going to have like a bunch of issues. And I'm happy to put my hand up and say I think we did a really good job of that. The runtimes are stable, they're performant, but with 6 we kind of changed our approach a little bit, and we've almost gotten to like, we've done that. We've got the rock solid, stable, performant runtimes. That's where we wanted to be. With 6, our vision with platforms is we want to go beyond the build. Like, we don't just want to get to the point where you can go in the editor, create a build for a target platform. It's like, I want to help you now take that build somewhere, help you start to get out there onto those stores, be successful. And so what we've been investing in is the multi-platform journey of our developers, because we hear a lot of feedback from developers and like even I feedback, all my team does, because we all still make games. I've shipped on pretty much every platform. Consoles was my focus as a developer. And I know how difficult it can be, like, to take a game across all of these platforms. So our focus is now, okay, let's look at that journey. Let's look at the journey a developer takes from the point where they want to make a game to the point where they decide they want to ship it across, mobile, desktop, consoles, like wherever you want to take it. What can we do to help that be more successful? And we started with one of the things that was a big frustration for developers is managing their builds, and build profiles was a big answer to that. Like, because often we don't just do one build. We've got multiple builds that we need to do for different platforms. You've probably got QA builds, you've got testing builds, you've got, the demo you want to send out, you've got the build you want to send to your publisher, you've got, and they change all the time. And it was one of those features that, when we released it, people were like, oh, how do we live without this? Like, I've been manually scripting everything, or you have to create all of these very custom sort of build automations to help manage all of these things. And so it's really starting to take a look at those and say, right, what can we do? We're heavily invested now in the 6 life cycle to start looking at all the areas where do developers have to do the same thing over and over again? Where's that repetitiveness, and what can we do to try and reduce that down? And then we started looking at build targets, and build targets was another thing. Now you'll notice there's new build targets coming in. We've got meta coming in, and you'll see more coming as time goes, where it's like, I want to go to that platform. So let's do a lot of the work that you would need to do in order to reconfigure things, install the right stuff, get all the right things in your project and get it configured in the right way. We can automate a lot of that for you so that you can just get up and running on that platform quicker than you've been able to do in the past. And so really that's our focus. For me as platforms, it's like, go beyond the build. What can we do to just make it easier for you to just take your game anywhere you want and get rid of these friction points that exist today?
I like it a lot. James, you're absolutely the right person to bring in to talk about these types of things. It's great. I have a list of questions and I asked one and you answered 3. So and no, it's good. For full visibility and clarity and transparency for everybody. And prepping this with James, I was like, okay, so how are we feeling? Are we feeling confident? And James was like, if you want me to just talk for 30 minutes about this, I got you. And I was like, all right, great. So I'm excited to kind of see this going on. So we touched on it a bit, but maybe we can kind of circle around a little bit more, because I really just want to iterate and really hammer home for people how much does the community feedback influence the pipeline here? Like, we know it does. We keep saying it does, but like, can we put a little bit more oomph on that and really just kind of hammering home just how impactful it is?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the reason why I do the work that I do is because I use the product. And the reason I joined Unity is because I had my frustrations with certain things in Unity and I wanted to make them better. I wanted to be part of the solution to some of these issues. And so, like most of the community, a lot of people internally to us are very passionate about Unity and the product. I feel very close to it. And so it's really important for me that I get as much of the community engaged in giving me that feedback, because do you know what? It's lovely to hear all the wonderful stuff that people are doing. That's great. And I love to hear all the success stories. But it's also somewhat more important to hear where people fell out of the funnel, where they had to stop development, or where they got stuck, or where they couldn't proceed in the way they wanted to do, because those are the people that we most want to unblock. Like, and it's with Unity, because we cover such a wide variety of projects, right? From the solo indie like me, all the way up to the very large, well-funded studios with hundreds of people working on these massive productions. But we have to get all of that feedback. And so you'll often find us at events. I'm very still connected to the indie space. I have a particular passion for helping indie developers because that's where I came from, and I still consider myself a solo indie. And some of those developers went on to become some of the most successful game developers in our industry. And I want to keep helping enable people to go on that journey. So we gather feedback from all different places. We're in Discord, we're in Reddit, we've got our discussion forums. Like my morning coffee is often, I just want to take a look, see what people are talking about, try and get that back. But that's just the passive stuff. And then we get out and speak to developers. I want to speak to studio developers and studio programs and developers and tooling creators and the platform people, anybody I can speak to try and get as much feedback as I can about what we can do to help you get onto these platforms. And we've received a huge amount of feedback about platforms, because it is kind of tricky, and there are some platforms, for example, where if you're going to consoles, for example, it's a difficult place to know what you need to know going in, because a lot of these things are behind non-disclosure agreements and programs that you have to sign up to. So it's just, I'm out there trying to help people learn about how to go through those processes, and also then receiving the feedback of what it's like to go through that process and what could Unity do to try and help. So I think it's really important. And the more we can engage with people and the more that we hear, the better we make the product. And my team are very dedicated to listening to that feedback. And I tell you one thing that I really like when I hire in the team and the team I built, and if any of you are listening, you know exactly where I'm coming from. Like, I wanted to hire game developers, specifically with a game dev background, or people that have shipped, because you truly are. You feel it, right? We're really passionate about fixing these problems because we care, because we've come across them. We know what it feels like to come up against these things. And so as a product person, I have to deeply care about the issue in order to really drive myself to solve it. And that's why I care about platforms, because it's the thing that I'm so deeply connected to. So yeah, bring it on. Like, I want to hear as much feedback as possible. Please come and talk to us on discussions. All of that makes it back to our product teams. And a lot of those suggestions, things like all the feedback that we got around like build management, is what led to build profiles. It directly contributed to us saying, do you know what? The volume of noise that we're getting about this issue, it's time we solve for this, because this is starting to become an issue. And that's how we kind of drive these things.
I love it. It's important. Like the amount of feedback that we get is gargantuan, but that's the community team is there to take that information, sift through it, summarize it, simplify it, and communicate it around. And it doesn't just stop there. Like James said, the teams are in these spaces. So again, we've linked discussions, hop in there. We'll link the Discords as well. Be a part of this community and give us that feedback. I understand that there's not often, but frustrations arise throughout any process. So you kind of are met with two choices the way that I see it. You can be frustrated by them and ignore them, or be frustrated and tell people why, and then hopefully see some change from that, because it is very, very, very important for us. I know that we had another guest, James, as well, Ben, who is very ill by the sounds of things, sending Ben healing vibes for sure. His focus more so than yours is on the web side of things. So we'll talk a little bit about it. If we run into territory where you're not sure, you just let us know. That's no problem whatsoever.
No worries.
But we had Null X ask this question earlier. Do you think that web games will see a comeback? Unity seems to be focusing on it more. And kind of with that, I was right in line with that. Are we hoping to see a revitalization of web gaming? For me, it was a massive part of my childhood. I remember learning about computers and immediately finding web games. And now, in seeing some of the stuff we're working on, it's better than it's ever been. What do you kind of think that we're expecting to see in the near future here with web games?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely is the answer to that, which is why we've invested so heavily into web in Unity 6. Like, web has been there in the background. It's always been there, kind of up, down, and people have used it, dipped in, dipped out. Like, now we're starting to see this real resurgence coming in. And with the advent of things like WebGPU, which have opened up like huge possibilities for rendering in a web browser. And now, that you can see bigger companies starting to dip into like, okay, we can start embedding these kind of web experiences, or we can start building on that. And there are companies out there like Crazy Games and Pocky and others who are now seeing huge usage of like web gaming. And I do believe we're at a point of resurgence on this. And so at Unity, we said, well, how do we contribute to this? And what can we do to enable web as a platform in Unity that could grow? Because I think we're at an inflection point. I think the market is rife for something different to happen that could, and the mobile app stores are opening up, and that's going to usher in a completely different type of of way that you can publish web applications to mobile, of course, because we've got full mobile browser support now in Unity for the web player. But it's just that now we've invested a lot into trying to solve some of the issues that we would have seen in the past that could have prevented web from going forward. And one of the big pieces of feedback we got from the community was around build size and about time and load times of web experiences. So the team has been hard at work working on, and you might have seen at Unite, we talked about the work that's being done on the WASM stripping tool. So we're looking at like, okay, how do we get the web binary down to a much smaller size than it is now, and how do we get those load times down? Because that's going to be key to the success of web, is getting into an experience really quickly in a frictionless way where somebody can engage with something in an interactive way in as quick as possible. And so when we started this, we worked with a number of titles where load times were fairly significant on some of them and could have been a barrier to entry. And on some titles, we'd seen what those engagement rates look like. And across most of them, I think Ben knows these stats better off of the top of his head than me, so apologies. But over 50% of reduction across the board in like load times, I'm pretty sure is what we talked about at Unite. And so what it actually translates to is a higher rate of engagement and a higher rate of the user going through to interactivity. So it's really important, and that's where we see the benefits of this, is like if we can continue to get that build size right down, get those load times real quick, and improve like the graphic capabilities of what you can do. And with things like WebGPU, just opened up a whole new world of capabilities on the web. And what we showed at Unite, at Stratton Studios, and they put together that sort of vertical slice of a first-person shooter called Project Prismatic.
We actually have it if we want to roll it.
Yeah, like, and please do. Let's because and this is running in a web browser using wild. Yeah, man. Like, and it's using WebGPU in experimental, which we've currently got in Unity 6, but it shows you this is just a glimpse of what you can do today. Mm-hmm. Imagine where this is going when the technology gets into full production and we're able to really leverage the power of Unity's rendering engine and all of those shader technologies inside a web browser. Like, it's going to be a game changer for a certain type of developer. And I think there are I've heard people asking about, well, what does that mean to me as a developer? And does that mean I can take like large scale games? And I think right now, I think it depends on the types of games that you're making. But I think it's of much interest to mobile game developers who have already used to like hyper optimizing their experiences for mobile platforms, which means they've actually done the majority of the work that we would normally say if someone's trying to translate a desktop game down to web. And we're talking about you've got to optimize and you've got to think about like you've got much lower power footprint when you go to these things. But actually, a lot of that is now changing. And so I think it's a brave new world, and it's one that companies are already embracing. And it's just, we want to make sure that we're there before it happens so that you can use Unity to go and explore these places. And, and this is our commitment, is being there day one, right? At the launch of a new platform, at the launch of an entirely new ecosystem, we're ready to help you. Like, we're ready, you can go and use it. And we want to see people be wildly successful in these new areas. I think web is going to be fantastic. And it's not just for gaming, right? Web opens up a whole new opportunity in the world of non-gaming and application development, like being able to just frictionlessly get into, you can literally scan a QR code and you are in to an experience, a rich experience on your phone without having to install anything, without having to go to the App Store to go and download something. And that, I think, is going to be a game changer for a lot of industries.
I think we are already kind of seeing some of the really impressive things, not just Stratton Studios, but we did a creator spotlight on this channel a few weeks ago, a little over a month ago, with a studio called Pajama Kasama, who created this web experience. And I spent 15 minutes of the stream playing through it, and the whole time just being like, this is stunning. This is an incredible game. It took me 2 seconds to load it from just clicking a URL, and like, to just have that level of accessibility for people, I think is going to be really impressive. And, on the consumer side, as a gamer, when I was young, I couldn't afford consoles. Web games were it for me. So I'm just thinking of young gamers now who maybe can't afford or don't have access to even like a phone, even a smartphone device, which yes, you can do a lot with, but to be able to step in and just be like, oh, load this link, and boom, to be met with like the beauty and depth of these web games. It seems like the possibilities are limitless here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I also remember when web games hit that peak time, and I was working, I was an IT guy back in a previous world, and we used to have those open in our browser, because do you remember they used to have boss mode? So you're like, oh, someone's coming, click, and it would display a like some fake screen or whatever. And I remember I remember the evolution of that was the first multiplayer where you would play a game and it would send an email, and the email would be the next set of moves, and that person it would kind of render it out in the web player, and then they would send an email back to you. And our company cottoned onto it because they saw vast quantities of emails going to this. They were like, let's just block that thing, stop us all from playing. It's like, no, that was great. But yeah, I mean, it was those times where it was like the early days of being able to just because, back in the day in the games, like releasing a game was tricky, right? And it had a lot of barriers. You couldn't get to a lot of places to publish because you needed a publisher and you needed to be established and you had to go through processes. So that early days of web was where people could just build and make stuff and be able to just get it out there to anybody who wanted to play it. So to be a part of that resurgence, and we were there with the web player, like back in the day. And like, so for a lot of developers, when we released this, there was a lot of people who have been using Unity Web for years who are like, hooray, web's getting some love again, we're back, like with a brand new web player. And it's like, yeah, it feels good. I'm really, and yes, our focus at Unite was to talk about these opportunities. Of course, it doesn't mean that we've neglected any other platform in, to favor web. It's just that it's nice to tell a story about web because it hasn't had a lot of attention in these last few years of Unity as we've been pushing out some of these like major new platforms and building on stuff. So yeah, it's a lovely full circle story. Like, we're back to our roots.
I like it a lot. And James, I admire the passion with which you speak about this topic that you work so intimately with. Gang hanging out here, the Unity community. If you have any questions for James, we've probably got about 5 more minutes here. I'm going to pull in a couple that I've already seen. Again, if you're watching live on Twitch or YouTube, we have people coming through the chat to pull all of your questions. So just let them fly. I want to pull in one from here from FleckP, I think. Is WebGL WASM stripping tool available right now?
It's not available right now, but it is coming in the Unity 6 cycle. I'm afraid I don't have a release date for it at this moment. We're still in final tuning of a lot of the things that we want to look at. Like with all of these things, we find more and more things that we could be, we could also get this as well. So we want to make sure that it's performant and it works really well for there's so many use cases for web that it's a big challenge to write these kind of tools. So but we're making great headlong, and we will have news about it later. So it's not available today, but it is coming in the Unity 6 cycle.
Yeah, Unity 6 is a big launch. It's a big day, but we've seen it so many times already today that it's not the end of these systems, these functions, these tools. They're going to continue to develop. We're going to continue to see more of them. So that's very exciting. Something to look forward to. Mr. Awesome on the YouTube chat asks, is there any work being done on streaming platforms like Stadia or Luna, or is that looking like a full dead end at this point?
It's an interesting one. So we, the last streaming platform that we supported fully was Stadia. There are still streaming platforms out there, and you can go and target those today. So, for example, there are streaming platforms on console. There are streaming platforms on PC, and actually they're the same build target. So you can use the current builds that you have today. If you're shipping a build to a platform that supports streaming, then pretty much everything is there for you anyway, because they're effectively just running the game and then streaming it out to you. We're not doing, there's no particular platform as of today that has any specific requirements that we need to go and build for to go and support. I think everything that's available in the market today is represented in Unity. That doesn't mean that people aren't looking at streaming, and maybe that there's a number of challenges around streaming platforms, and proliferation of infrastructure is of course the key thing that prevents true available to all, right? And so when infrastructure improves over time and all mobile networks get to the point where they can deliver very high speeds at low latency, and it becomes available for, it's great when you're in sort of European countries and Asia and parts of North America, but for a lot of the rest of the world, it's broadband and access to fast internet is still a real issue. But I would love to see developments in this area, and should any platform holders start to really push into this, hopefully Unity will be part of that journey too.
Yeah, great answer. Again, I think it definitely speaks to the future in a way that's so uncertain, and we don't really know, but to say that we are hopeful that things might swing in a way that allow us to be a part of that journey is I think a very, very direct way to answer that question. James, we're coming to the end of our time here. Are there any closing thoughts that you want to share with the Unity community before we wrap up?
Just a big thank you, really. I mean, it's just, for all of us, it's just a great moment. It's a cool moment. We're to release something that we've worked for years on is fantastic. To see the response from the community has been amazing. I've been watching the live stream throughout, and it's just lovely to see such engagement and people hopeful for their projects, and people desperately wanting to get into the editor and make games. I just thank you to all of you who have supported us, and thank you to all of you who build with Unity. It genuinely means the world to us internally. We love seeing what you make. And there was to coin a phrase that we have internally, which is we believe the world is a better place with more creators in it, and I genuinely believe that, and I love seeing what everybody creates. So big thank you to you all. I look forward to talking with you more, and if you ever see me at events, please come and say hi, because I may be covered in tattoos, but I'm a really nice guy. You can just come and talk to me. Please reach out. I love to hear from you all. And a big thank you to you, Jackson, because this is a mammoth effort, dude, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me, for sure. It has been a ton of work, but being able to work with people that are carrying themselves with such knowledge, wisdom, confidence, passion, etc. as yourself, James, it makes my job a whole heck of a lot easier. So with that, we'll say one final thank you and a goodbye to James. We'll see you again soon.
Thank
friend.
you. It's
Take
been
care.
great. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. With that, Unity community, I want to let you know that the office hours for platform-related questions are now in chat there. So as of on November 6th at 3 to 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time, the whole team will be hanging out in the discussions channels, making sure to answer as many questions and provide as many insights, as well as collect as much feedback as possible from all of you. So if you get in there, you start exploring these tools, and then you have a ton of questions, make sure to join us on that discussions page. But hey, even if you're not waiting for those specific days, the discussions page is a great way to find information and connect with fellow Unity users, as is our Discord. And we put links in both sets of chats here for you all to make it super easy for you. We are getting close, gang. 6 hours of Unity 6 was a big undertaking, and I'm so grateful to be able to spend this time with you, the Unity community, while we go through this. We have one more segment coming up here to close out our stream, the multiplayer segment. So if you have been curious about how to make multiplayer games and how to make them easier with Unity, we've got some insights for you all coming up. We've worked with this team a handful of times on different stream content. I've seen them take their sessions to people live in Finland, in Barcelona, all over the place. They are a very knowledgeable, very dedicated team, and they've got some very cool things to show off. So if you're looking forward to that, that will be coming up soon. Again, Unity community, checking in with you. 6 hours of Unity 6, breezing through our 6 key pillars to showcase what might be appealing to you and help inform if it is the right choice for you to use Unity 6 starting today. How is everybody feeling so far? I would love to have you here and hear from you, I should say. Beyond that, I do want to let you know that our next live stream will be on the 23rd of October. Those are the 16th Unity Awards. We are doing a showcase. Myself and the legend Larry Hryb are co-hosting the awards showcase. I'm very much looking forward to it. There's a lot going on. Please, please, please come and hang out. We have the YouTube event already available for you. I'm going to put the awards link in chat for everybody. You can hop in there and hit the get notified button, I suppose. So you can come back and hang out for that one. But again, my job here as a community manager is to bring together all of our Unity community for some fun, interactive, and exciting live stream content. If you are looking to learn new things with Unity, connect with other Unity users, or just feel inspired by other Unity dev experiences, please come on by and hang out, because this is my whole job. I am dedicated to making content that you can connect with and make sure that you all enjoy it. We will have lots of opportunity for feedback and insight like that throughout our stream. So again, the 23rd is our next one, the award showcase. But following that, on the 31st, we are going to do a holo stream, sitting down with a couple of legendary horror game designers. I'm really looking forward to that one. And it's always exciting for me to see familiar names in the chat here. The Bull being here pretty much from day one for me, and all of these lovely people. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back. Please continue to do so. I appreciate you all immensely. The award showcase is going to be awesome. I do have to say that. It's been very fun to see that come together. That one's largely been not my production, but I'm excited to come and hang. Everybody, James is in the YouTube chat right now. Make sure to give them your thanks if you can spare it. Mountain Storm on the Twitch side asking, how am I feeling? Almost 5 hours and still great. Hey, I'm doing my best. We knew that this was a big undertaking, and basically I got to a point where I said, hey, I'm putting everybody in a room together. I'm going to give them a microphone and a stage and let them take it from there. So it's definitely not just on me. A lot of people have worked very hard to make this happen. Again, a big shout out to all of our community team and to all of the Unity folks hanging out in chat. Thank you very much to Stacy, who I've not mentioned so far, but for bringing together all of the right names, putting people in the right places. We also had some help from Sylvia. Of course, we've got Freeman managing the production behind the scenes. as well as, of course, Larry at the top of the community team, making it all happen. It is a massive team effort here, and we couldn't do it without every single piece in the right place. So we've got Laurent hanging out in chat. I know that they will be joining us again soon. We have, again, this multiplayer segment to throw to. Sorry, just making sure that we are ready for our next segment. Of course, before we dive into that, we do have another testimonial video to show you another studio using the tools to create multiplayer content. So that's what we have going on next. Again, Unity community, just reading off names, I feel like at this point feels good. We've got all our guests ready to go, just waiting to hear from production that we're ready to roll to the video here, of course. But again, do we have an Aya here? Oh my goodness, I see an Aya in the YouTube chat. Thank you for coming out to help. Of course, a legend indeed. Stacy popping in chat to say thank you. I am incredibly grateful for you. We wouldn't have had this stream without you, to say the very least. But so far, as we've gotten through 5 of our 6 key pillars, Unity community, I want to hear from you. Which one of these is going to be most useful to the things you are making? Because realistically, we create the tools, we put them in your hands, and then we are, I am continuously excited and astounded by the things that you're able to create. And that level of just, it's creativity, it's artistic integrity, it's all of these things. I'm so excited. So we've got Nurkmine calling out for multiplayer segments and things. Of course, going to be a big one. James, we'll work on getting the praise the sun emoji for the official team. What is going on? Kadir on the YouTube side, welcome on into the stream. Again, if anyone is tuning in a little bit later here, we will have this video available as a VOD after the fact, so you can peruse through at your own heart's content. We will be chaptering out the video as well, so that you don't have to sit through segments you don't want to. Freeman, I see that we're back in the producer seat. Are we able to throw to our next video so that I can take a quick break and refill my water bottle and then head on back? When we return, we will be joined by the multiplayer team. We will, I'll introduce them before we get there. But for now, we're going to leave you all with a user testimonial video from Stratton Studios, and we will be back in just a moment.
I'm Josh from Stratton Studios, and we're a co-development studio. Been around for about 10 years now, mostly focused on A to AAA game dev. We're also now, and more recently, doing our own IP-based licensed titles, and with games like PGA Tour Rise. I've always been a big believer in you either innovate or you die. It's always been a big, strong component of our value. When we go to and look to innovate as a company, there's really one partner that we look to do that with, and that's Unity every time, because it's always at the leading edge, and you know, it empowers us to do what we want to as creators and create really cool experiences that haven't necessarily been done before. So multiplayer Unity 6, it's changed the way we develop games. Traditionally, we had to spin up different editor instances and do all this sort of stuff, which was honestly painful. Now with the new multiplayer play mode, we can simulate multiplayer game experiences directly from one editor, which is amazing. It's really shortened that production pipeline so we can iterate faster. And when you're building a multiplayer game, it's all about iteration. I no longer have to go outside the editor to do what I want to do. I can do it all directly from the editor. There's less bugs, more stable. It just enables us for this holistic development mindset, which is great. And then on the multiplayer side, you know, we're a big adopter of netcode for entities and using the ECS and DOTS ecosystem, mainly, to be honest with you, because we are building highly scalable titles. really does enable you to do more, build these open world games that we're trying to build, and build these seamless experiences, whether they be synchronous, asynchronous, through a dedicated game server architecture, with a deeper integration with Unity Gaming Services also, which it powers a lot of the games that we make. You know, being able to deliver content seamlessly and being able to simplify that production pipeline compared to the traditional AAA production pipeline is just iconic. I would say the whole holistic stack, the way it's architected right now, you know, from your multiplayer, matchmaker, relay, authentication, all these various different modules that can be fit together to build a holistic multiplayer stack is very seamless. Like, I come from a background of having to spin up my server, having to spin up my, you know, my matchmaking system, and to be honest with you, it's painful. I don't want to manage it. I want to spend time creating. I don't want to spend time worrying about my DevOps team. We're working on a couple really cool multiplayer titles also, like TCG World. It's an MMORPG where you define how you play. You are given this open world sandbox where it's like a 700 by 700 square kilometer open world environment, vast terrains, various different environments, from arid deserts to murky swamps to lush beaches. You can play wherever you want to play. You know, you can do everything from mine, shop, interact with users, battle various different creatures that inhabit this world. You can do it all within the environment. We needed to move over to an entity component system because that was the only way I know how to build strong, persistent worlds. The one cool thing I love about netcode for entities is that it traditionally, when you are, you know, building an ECS-style network game, it's challenging. Your developers that work on the netcode side of things or networking are segmented from your core development team. But one thing for a netcode for entities that I really like is that we can just run our whole team into it. They understand it. It's very familiar to them. The documentation is really solid and it's stable, which is one of the core pieces that we need and rely upon when we're working with any sort of, you know, highly scalable MMORPG title. It needs to be reliable. We need to not have issues when we're sending stuff across the wire, and there's never packets missed, which is amazing. That's the core thing I look for, is reliability and stability. Because the last thing I want when I'm publishing a game, especially a highly scalable title that's got hundreds of players in the server, is for it to crap out on us. We just can't have it. It allows us to choose which network topology we're using, whether it's a dedicated game server architecture, peer-to-peer architecture, or if we use like a distributed authority kind of style, we can do it. You know, it's up to us how we want to implement it. With the netcode for entity stack and the dots ecosystem, it scales very nicely, and we typically don't see as much of a tranche drop off when we start to hit those high player counts. It typically holds up very well, and we're able to scale the title both horizontally and vertically across the network stack, which is awesome. The core target as part of it is to push the technical boundary from a player count perspective on what can be achieved. The core design goal is to have 10,000 people in one server playing together consistently, which is very challenging. PGA Tour Rise. It essentially is a mobile game made in Unity 6 that is a social gaming experience delivered through the medium of golf. So you start out the game as an amateur golfer and you work your way up to the PGA Tour. You do this through competing in multiplayer tournaments against your friends, essentially, both from a synchronous and asynchronous perspective. It's an entity component system that powers the game. You know, so we can create these vast world environments where, you know, it feels like you're actually at a TPC course, or it feels like, you know, you're at the 9th hole on any of your favorite courses. All of these core things you would expect as part of a golf game are in there. But we're really excited as it is pushing the technical barriers of what can be done as part of a mobile title, because again, we're not really going to compromise from a visual fidelity perspective. We're going to be rendering millions of trees on screen each time. And the only way to do that is through an entity system, essentially. Unity 6, it's been awesome. We've already shipped 4 titles in Unity 6 for clients, which is great. You know, there's been so many new stability improvements that have seeped into the runtime. Everything is a fully holistic, stable environment to build a highly scalable multiplayer game. Whether you're working in dots or traditionally game object mindset, it just works out of the box, which is great. So it's really simplified their development process. We want to be giving gamers the greatest experience that we possibly can, and we believe the easiest way to do that, and I believe, is through new technology. And like adopting web GPU early, like adopting DOTS when it first came out, or the entity component stack, or netcode for entities, netcode for game objects. All these core cool features that come out, they just enable new gameplay experiences that players haven't seen before. And when you're one of the first people to adopt that and get that in front of players, the reception's always great.
What's up, Unity community? We're back. Of course, we are moving into our 6th and final key pillar here in our 6 hours of Unity 6 live stream. My name is Jackson. Again, I am one of your community managers here, responsible for all of our live stream content. Thank you for being here. Those of you that have been here the whole stream, absolutely blown away. Thank you so very much. If you've wandered in at any point here, I'm so grateful to have you. We are moving in to a multiplayer segment here. Jordan calling out a Jackson jump scare. I'm really sorry. Sometimes I come in excited, and I am excited. We're in our 6th and final hour, and we get to talk to some of the smartest, most energetic, charismatic, intelligent, other adjectives, individuals that I've had the pleasure of working with. So without further ado, we are going to tell you about how we simplified multiplayer game creation with Unity 6. Please welcome to the show. We've got Caleb, Laurent, and Esteban. Welcome on in, everybody. How are we?
Hey. Hello there, everyone. God,
so
it's a good day.
You are in 3 different countries right now. Where okay, let's loop it into everything. Where are you tuning in from? Who are you and what do you do here? Let's go clockwise, starting with Laurent.
Yeah, I'm Laurent. I'm based in Montreal, originally from France. So my accent is kind of a little bit everywhere now. Like when I'm with friends, people are telling me, "Oh, you have a Quebec accent," and vice versa. But yeah, I'm product management at Unity. I've been taking care of a bunch of different things across the engine, but more recently been particularly focused on dots and multiplayer.
Love it. Love to hear it. So country 1, Canada, also representing France. Well, maybe that's 2. Maybe Laurent counts as 2. Esteban, reintroduce. We just had the summer of Esteban, so naturally everybody knows Esteban. But for those who may have missed it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Esteban Maldonado. I'm actually tuning in from the United States in the city of Seattle, but I am originally a very proud Puerto Rican game developer, Boricua, Wepa. Hope that everyone has been having a good time today. But yeah, I'm a developer advocate, and I mostly represent like the multiplayer tools. And by the way, Jackson, I think we've officially I think it's the torch. We need to pass it out to Thomas Winkley, because it is gonna be the Winkley Winter.
Winter could be fun.
That's what's up.
Absolutely. Caleb, our 3rd and final guest in this segment, tuning in from. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Great. I'm Caleb. I'm tuning in from London, but you probably would guess that that's not where I'm originally from. So I was in Seattle for the last decade. Been at Unity, I guess, coming up on 7 years. Mostly focused on online game features, gaming services, backend, so matchmaker, lobby, relay, and game server hosting. I'm on the engineering side, so I like to get into the weeds.
And each and every one of you have joined us for a stream in the last 3 months. I believe Laurent and Caleb, it's been a couple of months for you, but you've all been in front of a community in the past. And then Esteban, as an advocate, you're in front of the community all the time. Do you guys want to share some of your favorite opportunities to connect with the Unity community? And let's go counterclockwise this time with Caleb. Oh, wait, unless you're not ready, and then we can just...
I'll just right off the top, I got to be in the keynote, and it was such a cool experience. Just the prep and getting those demos put together. I got some comments afterwards that was, that classic, that couldn't have been what we saw, especially around the widgets. But everything was actually live and connected to the internet. So it was cool for me as a moment connected with the community to get to demonstrate this work the team did. But then it also be very, very, very real and live and in front of everyone at one time. It was very fun.
Yeah. And you did a great job, I have to say. Like, I was familiar with your work, but I think you and I met for the first time a couple days before that keynote. We hadn't really interacted much. Now, prepping for this, much more. But yeah, you crushed the keynote. Like, you had such a level of confidence and put out some really cool information that a lot of people connected with. So we're also seeing some other Unity names in the chat here on the YouTube side. Of course, Richard's still hanging out. I did 6 hours. Richard has done 6 hours as well. But we, of course, also have Hirsch hanging out. Great to see you. Shout out to you.
Sounds like we have the entire crew of the keynote.
Honestly,
kind of on the chat right now.
If
What's
all
going
of
on?
the Unity offices were just hanging out with us right now, that'd be great. I'd be happy with that. Esteban, you're an advocate, so you interact with people pretty much as part of your day-to-day job. Can you kind of walk us through what's your favorite thing about being so connected to the community?
What the gut thing, the thing that comes to mind is that we get inspired by what people are doing. We visit, and of course, video games, they have different kinds of genres, and of course, like some mechanics you see that are repeated here and there, but the way that people execute on those ideas is one of the coolest things. And by the way, I gotta give a shout out to a group that we collaborated with in Colombia, Tan Grande Jugando, which was my recent trip in Colombia, Bogota. And by the way, obviously, lots of cool talent around the world, but I was very inspired by this community. But by what they're creating, and multiplayer games, non-multiplayer games, Unity games, non-Unity games, it was such a cool celebration of game development and creation. And also to piggyback a little bit from what Caleb was saying, though, one of the cool things that we did around this Unite, we also gave Hirsch and I, we gave the breakout session on multiplayer, and it was so cool to expand on the points that Caleb and Hirsch delivered during the keynote. To show this multiplayer tools even more. Which, by the way, that breakout session, as many more, are already available on the YouTube channel. So check it out.
Perfect. Yeah, I know we've been talking about them because we did live streams from Unite, and we encouraged everybody to go and check out these sessions. We told them at that time we weren't sure of the timeline. I think all of them, if not all, most are available now. So if you want to kind of catch up on what Unity's discussed over the last kind of 2 months, last month and a half here, lots of opportunities to do so. And speaking of that Unite live stream, Laurent, I misspoke. You were on that Unite live stream as well. So while Esteban are more frequent in connecting with the community, and Caleb has their own kind of pathway to do so as well. Can you speak a little bit about, I know that you also get up in front of groups all over the world to discuss these tools.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. It's kind of, so I have to tell you, like, honestly, what happens with me is that I'm going to all those events and roaming the corridors, talking to game developers so that I can fill up my wish list on Steam and just get like all those games lined up for playing over the weekend. There's a little bit of that happening, and then I'm counting hours, like having meetings with game creators, and I'm like, okay, I've been playing this game for like 30, 40 hours. Okay, I need to crank that up a little bit. Oh, there's a DLC coming. So cool. So there's a little bit of that going on. But in general, yeah, I've been like going to a variety of developer days, U days, GDC, Gamescom, Unite, and a bunch of those things. It's fantastic every single time. Like the amount of creativity that are coming from game developers all across the board is just insanely high all the time. So I'm fascinated by that. That's what I like, doing. So working at Unity is a joy for that.
It's interesting to see. I think we're all kind of connected by the passion that game developers carry themselves with, and so much of the feedback and the conversations we have with them, I see it get passed around internally. To be more transparent with our community, the conversations that you have with us, even when they're live in person, it might be a one-on-one conversation, but that feedback ripples through and people listen to it and people take it and allow it to inform their day-to-day. So here with Unity 6 out the door as of this morning, why was multiplayer a focus key pillar here? And I'll just throw it to the room, and if anyone wants to hop in on it, as long as it's not all at once, I'll leave it to you guys, whoever's best to speak to it.
Who wants to get in? I don't know. What's the thought?
Mr. Product Director, Laurent, would you like to give your point of view?
Okay. So you want to like the business pitch about it? No.
Give it to
no. Seriously. So what happens is like anywhere you go, conference, business events or whatever in game development, and we kind of poll Unity users about what they're doing with Unity engine. Pretty constantly everywhere, what I'm finding is roughly 1 game out of 2 is a multiplayer online game. And we've been having we had solutions for online multiplayer game back then, like a few years ago. That was kind of like bare bone kind of solutions, and it's been taking a little bit of time for us to actually get and come up to market with a real offering for both front end, back end features. But it was like critical and important for us to bring that up together, like multiplayer game, live games. That's so much present in the community. So I think it just took us a little bit of time to get organized and actually execute on that. And that's what Unity 6 is a little bit about, like one of those milestones where we actually bring a lot of those things together inside the tool, connected with the features on the backend side so that you can assemble a multiplayer game as fast as you can. And that's amazing. Like we're so proud, like internally, like everybody's been so excited to be able to get that version out the door.
Is this would we classify this as a game changer? To the best of my knowledge, again, only new to Unity, how drastic of a change is this for people? Is this like a complete overhaul? Esteban, yes. Thank you for raising your hand. You don't need to, but I appreciate it. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
At least for me, as a point of view of a user, game changer, I see it, yes, because it is incredibly faster. It is incredibly faster to get started and testing out different mechanics that you want to build. And I see this firsthand. Like straight up, literally an example from last week. One user in a meetup that we had in Bogota asked me a very interesting question, and I literally tried it out. And I answered this person's question eventually because I posted a tutorial about it, which was how can you have 2 connected players in one device or in one computer versus 2 other players that are connected in another computer, and I wrote a tutorial about it. Very cool. But the cool thing is that I was able to do this comfortably on my flight back to Seattle, and thanks to the play mode tools that we're going to show later, that faster iteration, I was able to quickly test it. You don't have to make a separate build and then and connect the editor and the build. Like it is much easier, and from the point of view of purely getting started, like basically you don't have to start from choosing what kind of tools you get to start on what kind of experience you want to create. So that is one of the most interesting things from the point of view of a user.
Something that happened to me, like it was kind of funny. I was coming back from Gamescom, and I don't know, I kind of spent some time in Germany to meet up with a few colleagues we have over there. Came back to Montreal, was Wednesday morning, completely forgot. I had a meeting where I had to train some of the folks about the new features in Unity 6, and I was completely forgot about this thing. I was in the morning, okay, this is in 2 hours, what do I do now? So I fire up the editor, open up Multiplayer Center, put a bunch of the widgets together. It took me 5 minutes, and then I had a working game, pretty much similar to what Caleb's been doing in the keynote.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been there the entire journey. I've been with the team, building those things, but still just realizing that in 5 minutes I could actually make something work. It's mind-blowing. And I think, Caleb, you got some of that interaction with users on the show floor at Unite.
Oh yeah. I think that's kind of the eye-opening moment is when someone walks up and says they want to try out an idea, and the time to get to that creative play where I'm gonna actually try out the idea is super short. I was opening my laptop, throwing some stuff in a scene, and all the UX scaffolding to get 2 people on 2 different devices to connect across the internet is just there. And so, it's no longer just about pushing the functionality of stuff moving around on screen together. You actually have a shareable build. And that's the stuff that's all weaved together in Unity 6 when you open the Multiplayer Center and just start clicking through. I think that has an immediate effect on someone who's had to prototype through those steps before without this.
Yeah. We also did a 5-part series on our streams during the summer, converting a single player game to a multiplayer game. And it was laborious, and it was an adventure. And it was great that we were able to do it. But then literally in the last stream, Esteban swooped in and went, "Hey, have you seen multiplayer center? Here you go." And just like did it in 15, 20 minutes. I was like, I was so new to my job that I was like, wait a second, did we just do the whole concept in 20 minutes?
That was so cool. And Thomas, Kirk, like all four of us joined from different parts of the world, and like that in a matter of minutes.
Yeah. I'm seeing some great questions come through. Please keep asking them for our team here. We're going to dive a little bit more into these tools so that you have a point of reference for us to get into. But if you have them, throw them in there. They'll probably make it to us. You guys are doing some great questions. You are providing some great questions already. I guess.
Do you want us to try to answer a few of those already? Or?
Yeah, you know what? I'm seeing some that like, I always try to find the right moment in the flow to kind of get into it, but some of these are kind of already great. So Boyer Works asking, understanding that every project is different and it depends on the complexity, how difficult is it to add multiplayer functionality to an existing project post-launch using these new tools?
Post-launch. Maybe we should like talk about both post-launch and not post-launch. But
sure.
Like, I don't know, Caleb, Esteban, do you want to get started there? I can share also some perspective.
Well, at least for me, from my simple experience, like yes, like converting a full game into multiplayer, that is definitely the longest route. Like the best way if you want to make a multiplayer game, it's best to think about it as a multiplayer experience from the start, because not only technology wise does it change, but also even design wise, mechanics like yes, because now you're going to have multiple players engaging, and that might not necessarily fit your design, your original design of your game. So, but it is definitely easy. It is definitely easier as you start to converting a game and keep on testing. Like for example, what the 5 episodes were that we converted an offline game to a multiplayer game. We actually, every time we wanted to test, we actually had to create a build, and with these new tools, like you don't have to, and it saved us a lot of time, even in that 5th episode.
Yeah, I feel like what the big takeaway we learned from that series was, hey, if you're going to make a game that has multiplayer, you want to start with that in mind. But that being said, the tools exist to make it work down the line for sure.
But I mean, there's different, like, game development is messy. A production is messy.
100%.
Like you always go back and forth, you try things and then you get back and so on. So I think it's kind of important to stress that there's not going to be a single recipe that's going to be like the perfect recipe to get up, and come up with like the exact game you wanted to. The key thing that happens when you try to turn single player experience into multiplayer experience is the code you originally written is done in a way that makes it easy to just have one synchronization point for data state of your gameplay. So let's say, you have like some things happening, interacting, players interacting together, and then at some point during the frame, you have some data available that is the right time to synchronize and do something else, that data, and bring it over to the other players. Good. But then if you have like complex gameplay capabilities and then there is no good time during the frame to like have the synchronization point for the netcode to pick over and just do the synchronization across the players, then there's going to be some amount of refactoring to do, and that refactoring might be messy, definitely. So it depends on the game. It also depends in particular if you had good practice in isolating the data that needs to be synchronized or not. There was a very interesting session that we did back in 2023. GDC 2023, check it out. It was Sandling, Justin Larrabee was talking about Hero-ish, and they actually added multiplayer very late in production, like very close to launching, but they had considered multiplayer in the design of the architecture of the gameplay, and that made it relatively easy for them to actually add multiplayer very late in production. So there's no like single answer. It's if you know that, like if you know a little bit about what good code architecture can make it easier to have a multiplayer game, you can add multiplayer very late. But sometimes it might result in having to re-architect a bunch of the code.
Absolutely. Caleb, anything to add? You can nod. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's enough.
I'll hop in. I was just going to say, there are definitely formats that are easier to convert. So, for example, if you're just working through like Social Hub, you're going to have minimal collisions, minimal interaction, or you're going to drive the interactions through a single point, or like, only one person can talk to like a vendor in your game Social Hub at a time. Like, that's going to be a little easier. You're still going to have to find and network those synchronization points. When you get into your actual game systems must be networked, and you have those collisions, and you need things like prediction, and the competitive integrity of the game starts to matter. It's messy. It's meant to be messy in some ways because the game design mechanics get more unique. But yeah, that's the post side, the pre side. Starting to design from the beginning for multiplayer, and the name of the game becomes how fast you can iterate and how many of those ideas you can put down. And I think that's definitely getting easier.
Yeah. Great insight. Thank you, everybody. I think we should show some stuff. We should show, not tell in this moment. Let's show people how easy it is to start a project and incorporate multiplayer tools. So I think we're going to hand things over to Caleb on this one, if I'm not mistaken.
You make me want to start a timer, but that's not...
You want, honestly, speed run? You want to...
Nice. I want to know I don't want to say time to cubes because I don't know if time to cubes really has that effect. Right. But let's do a tour, and then we'll kind of, after we give a bit of a tour, we'll kind of have like a watch this part of the screen moment, and then we'll see what happens on the backside.
Sounds great. Hold on, we are in a moment of holding from our producer on the back end. Before we get started, Caleb, for your screen share settings, can you elect to share the entire screen instead of just a window or app specifically? And again, keep these questions coming. I'm seeing some good ones.
The chat is throwing some good questions.
Good questions, right?
Like honestly, I'm super happy.
We're gonna try to get to as many of these as we can, and I'm looking forward to kind of seeing where these conversations take us. All right, good to go. Starting
there we go.
A multiplayer center.
Yeah,
I see it. We're ready.
So I'm here in multiplayer center, and just to make sure none of this is smoke and mirrors, right? I have in the background my Unity scene, and I've gotten there, a little bar there. There we go.
And just so people know this isn't an edit video, maybe you should just shake one of the bars. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
See? Whoa, live.
That would have been difficult to time because we were several seconds in.
No, it would have been impossible.
And I'm 5 hours in. There's no way I could have timed that.
Oh my goodness. So if you go to window, go down to multiplayer and multiplayer center. That's where it was. It brings up this window. Feel free to dock it. And we have this amazing thing called the recommendation engine. And so we have two options we're going to select. I'm going to get my cursor back from being two sideways arrows. There we go. Esteban, what type of game do you want to make?
Let's go with something like a shooter game.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, wait. Let's pick something like 64 players.
Sure. Okay. Well, we'll stick with that. That's perfect. So we now get some more customization that we can work through. But the important part is it's going to help you try to figure out which packages you need and some explanation as to what they are. And we have some particular highlights to call out here. And Laurent, feel free to interrupt and hop in at any point you want to.
Interrupt.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sure.
I'm just kidding here.
Okay, good.
That was
it. Something that is very interesting to say about like the experience of Multiplayer Center, because I got the question a bunch of time, is it's like creating your game. Like there is not a single recipe that's going to be perfect for everything you want to do. What we're trying to do here is to give you a decent, reasonable baseline for what should happen for that kind of game. And then obviously you're going to be like having tons of edge cases about like the kind of games you want to make. But this should be like a decent recommendation to get started. And then, all those explanations, the tool tips, and you kind of like mass over some of those explanations and some of the information. And then it tells you, okay, so we actually selected that one recommendation because of that selection you made on the left. And then if you play with those parameters, then things kind of change, and the information about like what matters to your gameplay actually change too. And it tells you, oh, now the recommendation is different because of this parameter.
So you can see me clicking around, and you can see how it's changing. So let's actually do a little bit of that. Let's do something kind of more simple. Let's do like a card game. In this case, the hosting model for an async type of game, you get something like Cloud Code. When we pop back over to let's do like 4 players strategy game. Let's do... As you can see, I'm kind of clicking around to get interesting results here. There we go. So here's one, an adventure game for 4 players. It's going to have netcode for game objects recommended, right? So let's go back to one that's going to be a bit more beefy. And yeah, like Laurent is saying, like there's not a space here to go into immense detail, 65-page document explaining exactly what you need. This is so that you can discover and begin to start and learn what's available. And so here, just kind of covering some of the recommendations. Hosting model, we have dedicated server. You can also do a peer hoster, client hosted one as well. We've got a couple netcode options. So netcode being the patterns and techniques you use to synchronize the objects and the game systems between your game clients. We also have some interesting things like Vivox voice chat, with the multiplayer services package that seamlessly lets you stitch up things like sessions, lobby, matchmaker, the widgets, which we're going to show off in a second, as well as play mode. And so what's great is this is kind of a wrapper on what is effectively the package manager as well. So you can come down here, click install, and you don't have to go browse through the package manager, right, in terms of discovery.
Yeah, and another thing that is also very useful to understand here is that we wanted that little experience to be educational. We wanted that to be, productive, so you can really get quickly to where you need to get to. But you actually don't need to like choose everything just right now. Like maybe you want to get started minimal with just some of the element of the mechanics. So you deselect, let's say we were talking about voice chat here, Vivox, whatever. You don't need to put that like in the first pass of whatever you're trying to do. Maybe you're going to iterate on your gameplay first for a little while and then get back to multiplayer center later and add Vivox and add text chat and add a bunch of additional things along the way. Like it's not meant to be some sort of wizard where you need to decide everything right now. And then you're kind of like stuck with your choices for the entirety of the production.
I think a lot of people, especially once they get onboarded through this, they'll come here because they know what to expect. They'll install what they need in order to like get into their rapid prototyping, and they'll, pick what they need and bypass straight through to things like quick start or just using the game systems directly. Let's go ahead and pop. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, I want to address a good question that I got. Like, hey, are some of these tools like specifically for netcode for entities or netcode for game objects? And like, no, like the multiplayer, the play mode tool, the multiplayer services SDK, the widgets, they can work with netcode for game objects, netcode for entities, like Bbox as well. Like, so no, like these tools are in a way like orthogonal, but they work really well together.
Yeah,
there's a few details where like certain tools are only compatible with certain packages, but that's also why we kind of like we cooked that into the recipe of the recommendation. So if there is certain things that only work together, then basically when the recommendation pops up, it just pre-select things that work together. So it's also meant to be like making your life easier when some of those things like need some extra careful like knowledge about how they work together. So there's a few subtleties, but hopefully, multiplayer center is just making that simple for you.
Right on.
I found in conversations with customers when they might have an out of ecosystem solution or they get something from the asset store, right? I think when you start to open these tools, you do find the decoupling, and you can use like the play mode windows with just about anything. I mean, there's obviously some components of the UI that will take you to like play mode tools. There's play mode windows and then play mode tools. Play mode tools is going to be more netcode specific, but a lot of these things in like the multiplayer services SDK also not necessarily coupled in a couple spots. So if you want to tease those apart, they're designed to do stuff like that.
Also, I think something else that is also good to mention is that Unity 6 was an ambitious release where there was a lot of pieces that came together. Mm-hmm. I don't think the journey is done. Like we did a good iteration here, and there's a lot of work and a lot of love to bring to these things to make it even better. So that's just a starting point of the journey here.
And we also welcome as much feedback as we can from people that are using these tools.
Yeah, and on that, and then with this, we'll let Caleb get back into things. This team has created a form online that I've just linked into both of our chats here. So if you have feedback on what learning resources you would like from the multiplayer team, please go check out that form. And Caleb, go.
Great. I'm going ahead and pop the multiplayer center because I'm going to demonstrate something. Because it's not fun if we can't click buttons live in the editor on stream, right? So I'm sitting here in the quick start in this netcode and tool section, and I see this netcode for entities. mouse is freaking out. There we go. I see this netcode for entities thing, and you know, there's documentation, there's tutorials. We've made it simple. We're going to click this button, but I want you to pay attention to this section over here in the scene. It says create an open scene with netcode setup. I'm going to go ahead and trigger that. You're going to see some changes happen. It's going to pop open this scene. Let's go take a look at that. Okay, so it's gone ahead and dropped in a quick start widget. It's going to reload some stuff. I've got a lot of editor windows running. Several. We're going to see more of those in a second.
Yay!
But I'll go ahead and click play. Let's see what happens.
It loads. That's what happens.
There we go. So I'll click start host. Okay, so
I love this.
You know, we're not doing the UI scaffolding yet, but in terms of just having, you know, a way to get in and out of host and client, it can spin up those worlds as
Wait
part
a minute.
of the ECS
Wait a minute.
world system.
We need to read that comment from the ball. Unity does your dishes now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Sorry, go ahead. You told me to interrupt, so.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I'll just say, you get to this screen at the end of a series of tutorials, reading documentation and getting things set up, and setting up the bootstrapper. It's here, it's working, and it was just a click. Let's go back into the multiplayer center, take a look at some other stuff here. Multiplayer play mode. So we've got some quick links to get into some stuff. We'll show this with Mega City Metro in just a second. And then we can also get into our play mode tools, which we'll also toy with in a second, just clicking on those so people can see them. Oh man, I love widgets. So this is another one. I'm going to click. We're going to watch over here. I'm not going to save that scene because it just created a sample scene for me. And here we are. So now we're talking about UI scaffolding. Now, when I was learning Unity a little while back, I said that like it was many years ago. I tried to implement a session system on top of like a lobby service. And so I was using the API to update UI elements. And it, I admit it probably took me longer than it was meant to. But now with widgets, like it's just there and you can skip past that part. So let's use the quick join button. This uses the Multiplayer Services SDK, which will stitch together our session system on top of a lobby backend. And what's cool about this, and the fact that I just clicked quick join, and I now see a join code, I see the ability to join from session code, and I see players in session. You could share this build with someone. I can make a build and give it to someone across the internet, on a different device. And when they click quick join, they will then connect to this. We'll see this in just a second when we move on to the next bit.
So I've got like, sometimes I've been doing that same demo and I got people in the room like pausing and be like, wait a minute. So I didn't see you wiring up services or backend infrastructure or whatever. So what's going on there? How does that actually work so fast?
There's a new session system inside the Multiplayer Services SDK, and we won't open up the code on stream and kind of click through it. But what we've done is we've implemented a bunch of wrapping systems that you can just call into. You can say create session. You can pass it matchmaking information. You can pass it quick join information. You can pass it netcode configuration information. It basically looks like start game. And so you have this, session.startGame, pass in this options body. And what we're seeing with the widget UI is they're just consuming that. And so when you drop this widget in, it's just UI driving this simple, like couple lines of code that you can go and implement and customize to your heart's content. And it just implements all this services functionality into that single request.
And the other question I often get is, okay, so that's a very like rough starting point, but is that easy to customize, like make it look like my game? Like what's going to happen from there? Like basically so that I get further down the line of like making that my own game UI.
Absolutely. And this is the fun part because again, we're in a live editor. I'm going to go ahead and hit stop and let's just add some stuff to the scene. This makes it sound canned, like you asked me the perfect softball question.
Did we rehearse this?
We're super well rehearsed.
Let's drop into this menu. So I'm going to right click on the scene on the hierarchy and go down to multiplayer widgets because that multiplayer widget was installed through the recommendation system. And we see a couple widgets here. We have create session, join and leave. So I have some options here around session listing, leave session. I have some info, player list. and communication. So what we're actually seeing here is players and sessions. So we have player list. We have join on code. Let's go ahead and add, what's a good one? You know, I want to be able to name my session. So let's go over to the scene, and just for fun, I'm going to scale this up. So I'm editing the UI elements that came with this thing that I've now added to my scene. And you can see that it's sitting here and it's wired up with some, let's get that off the screen. Oh, that's actually a cool thing. We'll show that in a second.
One of the coolest things about this is that this took hours to make in the past because you needed to create all those UI, connect, make sure that you go to the Unity cloud and enable the necessary services, and then create and hook up all the code, read the documentation, and now it's a matter of minutes. Like, and it's amazing. Like first time I saw it happen, it's like this is great.
Oh yeah, and I just added my favorite a second ago, which is the session list. So I'll stop there because we're gonna do some more UI work in a second. But I'll click play, get into it, and this time I want to create my session. I want to name it. So I'm going to go and name it. Laurent, help me out here. What should we call this?
Sorry, I was distracted by the chat. Call it.
Sorry, I was just distracted. Perfect. I'll create that. So we've joined it, but we have this other thing. So I'm going to refresh the session list. So this is a very simple one, but this is session browse. So you want to drop this, you know, you have your matchmake, and right below matchmake, you have your browse games. This is browse games. If I was on another client, which maybe I can pull up in a second, you could have this refreshing, see that this game was here, and go ahead and click join. You can also copy this and send this to your Discord friends. And I'll go ahead and leave just to prove that this is real. This is real. I'm not sure people, you know, doubt specifically that this is real, but yeah. So there you go. And let's go ahead and talk about, you know, maybe the end step here, which is, you know, I want it to be pretty. So this is actually the Keynote project that we use to demonstrate stuff. So I'm going to pop over to this screen. So the same elements, right? I have my quick join button, which is basically matchmaking through the lobby system. We can create a session, we can join a session, browse for sessions. I've got my list of players once I've joined. And then I also have text chat through the Vivox text chat system. So I'll click play. And there's someone added a great background to this. Oh, here, let me make sure that's loading. I said a great background, and then just like this flat thing appeared.
I was like, "Wow, where's the bar?"
maybe I broke it between then and now. It looks like I did. That's
See?
all right.
Happens.
It should still work. Okay, so we're back to the floating cube, but text chat's now spooled up. And I bet, let's go ahead and do it. Let's bring in play mode.
Second player, bam.
Yeah. Oop. So play mode is basically a whole nother editor. It brings it up. It has a console. It has a hierarchy. You can debug against it. It does a special sort of setup for that other editor window. It takes a second to spawn in and activate. But once it spawns in, I'll have to drag it over to the scene.
Is it just as taxing on a computer to run it this way as it would be to open up the editor twice?
That's a great question.
Okay, good. I'm glad, because I didn't know. I thought it could have been a dumb question.
No, it is not.
So the fact that so it's a separate process. So it's very similar to if you were running actually different like editor version. But since we're kind of starting that from the set asset library, we can share some of the services between the two windows and the two processes, and it kind of loads the data from the same place on disk. So it doesn't kind of duplicate the project or anything. So it's kind of pretty similar, but it's all pre-integrated in a nice workflow.
Cool.
It's loading here. The only thing I forgot to do was set my aspect ratio. Like I said, I'm running a lot of editors in the background.
By the way, while some of that is loading, I just want to officially make an apology to the UI team that's been giving me some heat because some of that is using IMGUI instead of UI Toolkit. So guys, I'm really sorry about this. We should have made it with UI Toolkit, but you can like mix and match UI Toolkit, IMGUI together, and also soon enough we'll just bring that over to UI Toolkit.
Well, but like you said, this is not the last iteration. This is
Exactly.
this is a good. Yeah, there you go.
One of the reasons why we ended up with IMGUI is because initially when we started the work, we were planning to release that on
Switch.
22 LTS, and then later it's been retargeted to 6. So at some point, like we could have done it, we just didn't want to redo it. We're kind of close to the release.
Well, I
There we
accidentally
go.
worked my player 2 a second ago. Right before stream, we'll bring out
Sweet.
the player 3. There we go. Player 3 does not seem to be continuously dying on me. There we go. And yeah, let's leave the console up. That's kind of fun. So I'll go ahead and click play here. And the last thing, yeah, I'll click play. Oh, the aspect looks fine. Mega City's eating me in the background. There we go.
We're ready for that.
You got
Oh, yeah.
Mega City? Nice.
Oh, a little peek brought through there. So I'll go ahead and do a quick join on this side. There we go. And then I will browse on this side. Click join. There we
2
go.
cubes.
2 cubes.
Two
We
ghosts.
did it. And next chat. There we go.
Just like that.
Laurent, did they change the floating cubes to this because it's an actual floating ghost? Because in Neko for entities, it's a ghost. Please tell me that was the reason.
I think you're over engineering. Like,
Let me dream,
actually,
Laurent.
I actually don't know. Like, maybe we should reach out to the
No,
team
kidding.
and ask. I actually don't know.
I literally just made the connection now.
I really okay. So that again, all to show that from opening the box to getting to a place where you can connect multiple people, it's that quick. I do want to call out that Stacy came into chat and said the speed run is not so speedy. I really thought that was enjoyable. Anyhow, Caleb, is there anything else that
You know,
we want to show
they-
people to wrap it up here?
Oh no, I think we can pop over to Mega City.
All right.
You know, I don't want to say my machine. That's definitely not an excuse, but the overall iteration time when you don't have me talking over it is quite quick.
Yeah, and other people will do the speed run. That's an idea for you out there. If you want to be a content creator, or if you already are and you want to speed run, maybe we compete. Maybe that's a new official event at, well, it's Games Done Quick, but I mean, kind of.
Well, but I mean,
creating
like,
games.
I mean, putting a game together takes weeks, months. Like it's
Oh, yeah.
it's a journey. So if you can do some of that in minutes, like that's mind blowing. Like it's absolutely
Game
insane.
Jam friendly.
But of
Hackathon
course, we should probably have some sort of contest where we kind of build an entire game in just a couple of minutes. That would be great.
That would be cool. The world's fastest game jam. We're talking like 30-minute game jam. Go. All right. So with that, we have another set of not another set of demos, but another demo that we want to showcase. Kind of just the full power of this tool. So we have Mega City Metro here, and I'm going to hand things back to Laurent to run this segment. We're looking at about 15 minutes left on our time for this conversation. So hop on in.
Yeah, so a little bit of background, like information about Mega City Metro. Some of the folks on the stream here, like watching us, might remember that 2018 we first announced Mega City, the first version of it. It was all about like how we could really scale the power of Unity to address larger content, larger games, and so on. And it was all based on HDRP, targeting large-scale platforms, high-end platforms, and so on and so forth. That was kind of all good, but also in the meantime, like a lot of the feedback we're getting is actually I need to be able to ship complex games today on a variety of devices, and I need multiplayer, and I need like a ton of things, and like we couldn't wait for the entirety of that to be done. So we decided to kind of repurpose, go to market a little bit faster, bring a lot of the power of data-oriented design to Unity earlier. We did that in 22 RTS, and then it just made sense for us to retarget Mega City, the original demo, and make it compatible with like devices, like the wide range of devices. Cross-platform is an important value proposition for Unity. So that's basically what we did. We redid the asset of Mega City Metro into like a URP version, and then we basically playtested that with a large number of players. I think one time the team has been able to get 134 people together into one playtest session. And so that was kind of the point of that demo, was to say, okay, I can actually run this like in, high-end PC and maybe on a console and, on a low-end phone. Like, I'm going to quickly also like fire that up on my phone here. I have a Galaxy S20. So wait a second.
Just want everyone to aware there's an imposter. I'm not playing this game. I know it says Jackson on screen, but I'm not playing.
We got a little bit of that too. Like some people have been impersonating other people here. I saw that. So yeah, like joining on my phone here. So same thing. So what it does is basically like it's all wired up together with the services we have, the same that Caleb was kind of showing with like in the editor. And so basically like we get those things running. If any of you were at Unite, you might have seen that we were kind of making that run on the Switch, making that run on the Galaxy S10 over there. So the general idea of the performance of data-oriented design is that it's not only give you the opportunity to increase the complexity of the games you want to ship on the same device, but you can also like lower the the constraint for the same gameplay and basically reach out to more devices and have more players and be able to scale a lot more the experience. So crossplay, competitive, multiplayer is now something that we hope is a basic for Unity Engine, and that everybody's going to feel like, okay, if I want to create a multiplayer game and reach out to the largest audience possible, then I need Unity to do that. And bonus, in Unity 6, I can like do some of that in minutes. So we're like so excited about where we ended up with in terms of like working runtimes, like the infrastructure, the tooling in the editor, the like netcode capabilities, all those things you can wire up super fast and get to do amazing games that gonna be like reaching like as many users as you could expect on so much different devices. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff.
So right now, excuse me, Laurent, you're in this game in build.
Yep.
Esteban, you're on your phone?
I am in the phone and in the computer running it from
You're
the
playing
and yes, I'm the one who's Jackson.
Okay, so you're playing two versions of this game.
Yes, I am.
And then Caleb, are you in right now as well?
I am. I'm in the editor using play mode. So I have two instances of running with one of them in play mode.
Cool. I think
that's actually very cool. Like, can we see Caleb's screen?
100%.
Got it right.
If we're able to flip over to Caleb's screen just to show it running in editor, I think it is a very, very cool opportunity. So we got you. Good barrel rolls.
Yep. The left side is the main editor window, and the right side, if I can switch over to it, is the second play mode window, which we did this with 4 on stage for the keynote. But yeah, it's cool to see, and just to give a sense of some tooling in here, like the profiler as well, that you can see. So this is actually the editor.
Wow. I'm excited to see what people are going to create. You guys know what I mean? Like, we've put so many exciting tools into Unity 6 and then just to put it out into the wild. And once people with massively creative minds get a hold of it and run away with it, I'm so excited to see what they're able to come up with.
Yeah. And you know what I think is going to be happening, Jackson, is it's going to be like not only people doing amazing new things that maybe, they I don't know, new project and new ideas that are going to come up to market, but also everybody that has been struggling to actually reach out to the exact gameplay they were having in mind initially with their game. Like, there's so much game developers that are starting the project, they have a precise idea of what the kind of experience they want to bring to their users, but then it becomes complicated. They might not have the expertise on staff. They might be lacking funding. Like, it's kind of getting complex. And so there's a lot of games that are actually landing on the market, but those games are not exactly what the original creator vision was. And that's a shame. Like, we need to be able to like not only help like this project come up to life, but also to realize the exact initial vision. So what I think is going to be happening is that a lot of game developers that were already like shipping amazing games, they're going to be able to do like the original idea they were looking for more easily and going to be able to reach to market with like super amazing experiences and like not throttling down that ambition because it was too complicated.
Yeah, no, like fewer points of compromise because of the limitations of the tool set, right? Like there is this concept that creativity thrives under constraint. When you are limited, that's when you get creative. But if instead of using that creativity to solve problems. You're using that creativity to create stories and create new experiences, because you're not using the creativity to solve problems. We're here to help you do that. So I think it's a very cool prospect that, again, I'm really excited for people to dive in on. Turtle in the Twitch chat is saying, I can say that the multiplayer windows would have helped so much in our previous project. So these tools available for everybody now should be able to hit the ground running. And
actually, something pretty cool we could do, like, I don't know, maybe Caleb or Esteban, do you want to spawn a bunch of thin clients?
Oof. Oh yeah, let's definitely do it.
So basically, like, what's happening here is, so this specific demo is based on dots ECS because like we needed to scale to a very large number of players. So something that comes with the tooling of Netcode for Entities is you can spawn something called thin clients. Thin clients are basically NPCs that you can like spawn into the game. So here, like you see, there is a bunch now on my screen. It's actually not showing every single name on the list because it's kind of just select the top 5 there. But you can see on my screen that there is a number of like NPCs now here on the level. And so you can easily, like in ECS, write systems that will be filtered and executed specifically either for thin clients or executed for the client or for the server. You can like easily manage how you want those things to work. And then you can spawn a bunch and then test your gameplay and just make sure that you can handle the load. And then you can play with network configuration and network like, conditions, or what happened if I'm losing 10% of the network packets now, and what happened if like I'm meeting some restriction on bandwidth because I'm targeting a mobile phone, ecosystem. So like there is so many tools also, not only to get started and make it work, but also start like cranking up the quality of what you're going to be shipping with your games and address a lot of those risks upfront so that, maximize success basically.
One cool thing I like to add is that the thin clients. So Caleb and I, we spawned a few of them. So I spawned 10. Caleb, how many did you spawn?
I only did 5. Let's go up.
5? So obviously, like the thin clients that you spawn, they actually connect, but that client, those thin clients actually run on your computer. But the cool thing is that they're actually connecting to the server per se. Like they're joining the online session. And
so this is simulating what like server conditions would look like and what that complexity is, right?
Exactly. So right now the server is handling my cell phone, my device, my 10 clients, Caleb's 2 play mode windows, the his thin clients, and then Laurent. So probably got like around 30.
I think my phone is still running the game too on the table here.
Well, it's absolutely impressive. Is the Mega City Metro demo available for people to download? I feel like I saw someone just post it in the chat a moment ago. If one of our community managers / moderators is able to grab it again, people are able to download this, tinker with it, and really dive in and see what's here. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's available on GitHub. You can grab the overall project, open that up, just follow the instruction, and I think like it doesn't take very long to get something running. So yeah, it's relatively easy. Of course, this is kind of all pre-wired up with Unity services. So like I think we have authentication and matchmaking and multiplayer hosting and VVARX, and like there's a bunch of things that have been pre-integrated in there to just show like how everything come together, but also to dog food the integration of those things together.
Right.
But now you can just take the project and rip out whatever you want and integrate all the things into it, and have fun.
And this question is less topical, if you could create your own multiplayer game, no limitation on cost or creativity or technology, what game are you making?
That's a very big question. Like, is that like?
You want me to? I'm gonna go first. Okay, you ready? And this was probably a very Canadian answer, and also considering that I've been live for 6 hours. So take that into consideration when I'm about to speak. There was an old arcade hockey game called NHL Hits, but you could create each of the individual characters, and then later you could unlock dinosaurs. And so you could be a dinosaur playing hockey, and I loved it. So I would make a massive hockey game where everyone's online together and you can be whatever animal you want, and it's just animals playing hockey and each person controls one character and everybody on the internet has a great time. So if anyone else has their pitch, otherwise No Name wants to create an MMO, which is great. This is a good question as well, from while you guys ruminate on which games you want to play, which games you want to create. There was a question here from Lewuko saying, what was the biggest number of players that you were able to get into a multiplayer test, as we talk about MMOs here?
So, like, how many types of games we've been
Sorry,
trying
how
to make?
many different, like, I know we've kind of stress tested the Mega City Metro a little bit. What was the most we were able to kind of get in live on that before things started to have a hard time?
I don't think we hit any specific limits there. We did playtest that with more than 130 people. And the problem for us was to find people to test it. So, like, we've been having on Slack internally, like, we were basically screaming out loud in like the biggest Slack channels we could about like who wants to help. We were building spreadsheets and so on to try to attract as many people as possible to playtest this thing. So yeah, I think we could have gone a lot higher. It's just finding the people to do it. Of course, we can fake that a little bit with pin clients, but it's still like fake the thing a little bit. So I would say try it out and impress us, like do something with 500 people and let's see what happens.
Turtles on the Twitch side saying we use transport but custom netcode and have been testing over 1,000 players.
Yeah, I believe it.
I know that there's a studio in Germany that they actually modified it and they try to get as many clients, I think over 1,000, but that's a modified version of netcode for entities and Mega City Metro.
Yeah.
I gotta give a big shout out to Matthias Rudy, Sipsoft. They really like to like stress test our tools, and they give us a lot of they have given us a lot of feedback over the years. So, and yes, like so not us, so at least not myself, but like other people have definitely tried and modified this. So it's really cool to see what people experiment and try to achieve with it.
Yeah, that's very. I mean, I'm excited for the future. We've touched on so many different key pillars here today, but each one of them, while like an important point in time of release, at the same time, it's like also kind of just the beginning of how much more people are about to accomplish here. So I'm really excited to see what the future holds. Gang, we're almost there. We're at the end here. I know, as someone has called me out, I asked a question and then I answered it and didn't let you guys answer. So if you want to pitch your limitless multiplayer game, feel free. Otherwise, are there any last second thoughts here?
You know, I am a co-op sandbox fan. I love those games, factory builders. I love getting together with a small group of people, but I would love to see a larger group of people factory builder. I think one of my fondest memories when I was at Xbox was we set up a game server. We set up a game server. It was an Xbox at the time for Minecraft, and we just kind of kept it running. And 10 people would sign in at any given time, and there's like a limit to the number of players that would play. But that world must have done thousands of hours. And of course, we've seen what people have done with Minecraft. But I couldn't help. The whole team couldn't log on at once. So I'm really interested in a larger scale co-op sandbox for factory build. I think that would be super cool to see.
Sold. I buy one. Esteban, Laurent, any multiplayers or any multiplayer games, or just closing thoughts here?
One thing, well, for at least for me, closing thought, I would love to see more of like what people make with these tools when they try it out. What kind of games I'm super ready. I want to see their questions. I want to like try to help them out. But at least one game that comes to mind, and I think it's because I'm about to go back home and visit and see my family. But I would make like a kind of simulator where we eat this very nice, refreshing kind of like dessert drink, like shaved ice on a little cone. We call them piraguas back home. And I would make a simulator where everybody is a piragua maker, and everybody's like they want to drink something, and somebody requests like a strawberry one. Then you got to make like the strawberry one, shape the ice, and then bring it over. There we go. It's like whoever delivers the most piraguas. That's what I would make.
Sounds fantastic. Laurent, the floor is yours.
If I had to do something right now, I would just join the team at 10 Chambers and work on Den of Wolves. I've been playing that game. Like it's really, really cool. For anybody who doesn't know it, it's basically a heist co-op action FPS game. Very, very impressive, based on Unity, using a bunch of the things we have, like tools and so on. But it's just like super well done, super good vibe in that game. So I'm super impatient for that thing to come out.
Yeah. No, thank you again, multiplayer team, for being here, for showcasing these tools and helping explain to people why they should be so excited. What I'm going to do here is put in... Do you have a question, Esteban?
Sorry, it's my politeness. I'd like to address a question by Null Access. They're asking, where can we send our games if we use this multiplayer tech? We might use it for our next games. So first of all, that's awesome. And I will say, like, you can definitely reach out to any of us. Like, I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn. Laurent is there as well. Caleb is on LinkedIn. I believe, Caleb, you are in Twitter as well. But if not, definitely our community, our official Unity Discord. That is one way to like share the feedback. So if anybody tries and you know, whether it's good stuff or constructive feedback, all of it, we definitely welcome it. And if you have a Twitter page or LinkedIn, like, throw it to the community. Eventually, it can get to us. So, but yeah.
Absolutely. And I've posted links to both Discord and discussions. Hop in there. Occasionally, there's outright calls for game submissions, which is fantastic as well. So keep an eye out for those opportunities. We also have things like game jams coming up. We've got one in November that we're helping support with Crazy Games Game Jam. And we'll have a kickoff stream on November 5th. If you're curious, if you want to contribute, if you want to submit, come and check out that information. Look online for a little bit more. But we talked about it a little bit earlier. The multiplayer team is looking for feedback on what learning resources would best service you in the Unity community. So I have also put a link to the multiplayer survey if you want to provide your insights and help guide that learning process. I think it will be a great opportunity. And then beyond that, we also have office hours for the multiplayer team and all of the resources there as well. Putting that information in the stream chats on both sides. That will take place on October 30th between 3 and 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. So go hop in there. Gang, Caleb, Laurent, Esteban, you're all going to be on high alert in those moments. Is that, to my understanding? Will you be there personally? Because I know there will be lots of people, but will you be some of them?
Talking about during the actual office hours.
During the office hours, we got discussions, a heightened presence from our teams. So hopefully you guys, but if not you, many, many more people who are also well equipped to answer all of your questions and listen to your feedbacks. Feedback, I suppose, is the right way to use that word. I'm at the end of 6 hours here, so anyone have any closing?
Doing awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Anyone have any closing thoughts on our multiplayer segment here as we get people out there to start using this tool set?
More to come. So like that's a journey. Yeah. We're just at the beginning here, so more to come.
I'm excited. Someone said the future is bright, and that made me happy. Dan up north says the future is bright. Future of Unity is bright and good. Like you said, this is just kind of the start. Unity 6 is just getting out the door. And hopefully we see some more excellent developments in it soon. Laurent, Caleb, Esteban, thank you all very much. Merci, gracias. I appreciate each and every one of you sharing your expertise and passion today, especially Caleb being as late as it is in the day for you over there as well. So very, very, very grateful for your work.
I've got games to go play. So I've got at least 2 hours before bed.
Go play some games. Everybody, thank you again and goodbye.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it. Take care, everyone.
Of course. All right, Unity community, we are right here on the cusp, at the conclusion, right at the finish line of our 6 hours of Unity 6. If you've been here for the entire stream, absolutely blown away. Thank you so much for the support. Again, the whole hope here was to give you an overview of each of these 6 key pillars, allow you to access the teams working on them, and providing a stage for them to talk about the work that they've done. So Hopefully you have found it insightful. Hopefully you have felt more connected to this Unity community, and hopefully it has helped inform your decision of if Unity 6 is the right choice for you. We do have someone asking, Benjamin Kararik is asking, when will this be re-uploaded? This will be available in a VOD format immediately after we finish on our YouTube page. Go to youtube.com/unity/streams, and it will be available for you then. Again, as we cross this 6-hour mark, I want to continue my list of thank yous as it extends to so many people. I think we had 17 guests on this stream. Thank you to each and every one of them for spending the time, not only being here with us today, but doing all of the prep work and the heavy lifting leading into today's stream to then talk about all of their passions and all of that hard work. It's not an easy feat by any means. Of course, thank you to everybody helping make this stream run, our mods, our community team, everybody in the Unity internal community who has come out to support in the chats as well. A big shout out to Freeman working on the production behind the scenes. Absolutely could not have done this without them. We have Stacy to thank. Again, we have Sylvia to thank, and Larry at the top of the pyramid of the community team here, helping keeping us on track, equipped, and motivated, to say the least. So everybody, the biggest thank you of all is to you in the Unity community for hanging out with me for any or all, or even watching this as a VOD later. I'm so grateful that this is the job that I get to do and hang around and connect with you all whenever I get that opportunity. Again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. Our next live stream, I have just put a link in the chat, is on October 23rd at 10 a.m. And we will be doing our 16th Unity Awards, and we're doing it as a showcase live on a stream. So come and hang out. Come, please keep coming back to these live streams. Please keep coming to check them out, as I will be making sure that we've got new and exciting content at every turn. I'm going to stop talking and probably go lay down, but I want you to know that I've had a blast hanging here with you all, and you all made this worthwhile. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And my name's Jackson. We'll see you guys next time.